The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome. It is June the 20th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 451, at the Battle of Cataluna Plains, Roman and Visigoth forces defeat Attila the Hun in northeast France, halting Hun invasion of Roman Gaul. In 1789, the French Revolution, the third estate of the French Estates General swears the tennis court oath at the Palace of Versailles, swearing not to disband until a new constitution is formed. In 1840, American inventor Samuel Morse patents his telegraph. In 1895, first female PhD from an American university earned by Caroline Willard Baldwin in science at Cornell University. In 1975, Jaws, based on the book by Peter Benchley, directed by Steven Spielberg and starring Roy Scheider, is released. In 1969, 200,000 attend Newport 69, then largest ever pop concert in Northridge, California. Jimi Hendrix gets $120,000 to appear. In 1987, first Rugby World Cup final, Eden Park, Auckland, New Zealand, fly half Grant Fox lands 4 penalties, a conversion and drop goal as the All Blacks beat France 29-9. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
The Abbot and Costello program, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costly or properly aged tobaccos. The Abbott and Costello program, with the music of Carl Hoff and his orchestra, our singing star Amy Arnell, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught putting a sheet of metal in his Uncle Artie Stebbins' pants because he heard him say he was sitting on pins and needles, calmly said,
I'm a bad boy!
Well, Costello. Hey, Costello. What's the idea of walking in here late? Come on. You know you're late. Explain yourself. Where have you been?
Well, I was listening to my cousin Hugo giving a very important speech on the coal shortage. He said, gentlemen, due to the coal shortage, we must save electricity. I beg you not to use electricity. Please don't even turn on the electricity.
Did they listen to him?
No, the warden threw the switch anyway.
Well, never mind your cousin Hugo. Do you realize there's been a woman waiting for you here for the last hour?
Oh, there you are at last, Mr. Costello. I could hardly wait till you got here. I've been simply dying to see you. And at last last, here we are, you and I, face to face.
Watch it, lady. That vacuum is sucking the laces out of my shoes.
Mr. Costello, I am Mrs. Sylvia Saddlesoap, and I've been sent out here from your hometown.
You're from Patterson, New Jersey? Don't tell me you're little Sylvia Stuff.
Yes, don't you remember we used to play together in that little park?
Oh, yes, I'll bet it's a big park now.
And we went to school together in that little red school.
I'll bet it's a big school now.
Yes, and remember the day when I was 5 years old and you turned me across your knee and spanked me?
Yep, time marches on.
Mrs. Saddlesoap, what brings you to California?
Oh, that's the thrilling news I have.
Oh, yes.
I'm the president of the Woman Voters League, and we want Mr. Costello to run for mayor of South Patterson, New Jersey.
South Patterson, New Jersey. Abbott, did you hear that?
Yeah.
They want me to be mayor of South Patterson. I'll be another LaGuardia.
No. Wait a minute. LaGuardia was a great man. They call him the Little Flower.
Well, it's the same thing with me.
Oh, people would call you the Little Flower?
No, the big stinkweed.
Mr. Costello, you simply must run for mayor. We want someone who is strong and manly.
In that case, I'll run.
We want a man who is handsome and intellectual.
In that case, I'll run.
And we want a man who will donate $10,000 to the Women Voters League.
In that case, you slowed me down to a walk.
Mrs. Saddlesoap, can't you get somebody that's better qualified than Costello to run for mayor?
Well, my husband was thinking of running, but he's such a busy man. You see, he has a seat on the stock exchange, and he also has a seat on the city council.
Your husband has 2 seats?
Yes.
Does Ripley know about this?
Mr. Costello, now you simply must run. I'm going right out now and call South Patterson and tell them that you are leaving on the midnight train. Oh, Mr. Costello, this is all so thrilling.
That time she got my socks. Well, Abbott, we got to get packed right away. We're leaving on the midnight train for Patterson.
Wait a minute, Costello. You can't run for public office. You don't know anything about politics.
Oh, sure I do. I come from a family of politicians. My Uncle Artie Stebbins was a politician in Texas.
What did he run for?
Huh?
What did he run for?
The border.
Oh, no. To be a mayor, you have to be educated. How high did you get in school?
How high did I get?
Yeah.
I never touched the stuff.
No. I mean, did you go to high school?
Oh, yeah, I went for a whole week.
Did you learn anything that would help you?
Oh, sure, but you can't make a career out of necking.
Oh, no. I bet you don't even know the alphabet.
Oh, yes, I do.
Let's hear it.
The alphabet is A, B, Q, W, Z.
Where did you ever learn the alphabet that way?
When I went to get my eyes tested.
I can't see that.
Come on, we're leaving for Patterson, New Jersey tonight on a midnight train. You ready to go, kid?
Wait a minute,
Here we go.
Costello.
Choo-choo, choo-choo.
Wait a minute.
Let me play choo-choo train.
Now, listen, you just
I'm
can't.
going Patterson
Will
down.
you keep quiet, please? Never mind where you're bound for. You can't just leave on a train like that. Have you got a reservation?
A reservation?
Yes.
What do I look like, an Indian?
No. Look, if you're going all the way to Patterson, you'll have to have a Pullman. You know, someplace to sleep.
Oh, that's easy. I eat garlic.
That's all right. What has eating garlic got to do with getting a place to sleep?
I just breathe in the conductor's face, and he gives me a wide berth.
No. I'll tell you what you do, Costello. Let me handle this, huh?
Go ahead.
Now, in order to save money, we'd better get a couple of upper berths.
Yeah, but I don't want an upper. I want a lower.
But, Costello, do you realize that if you buy a lower, you'll find it's much higher than an upper?
Oh, sure. Everybody knows that when you... What did you say?
I said that a lower is higher than an upper.
A lower is higher than an upper?
Oh, certainly.
What are they doing, running the trains upside down?
Of course not. The lower is a more desirable berth. Therefore, if you want to go lower, you'll have to go higher.
If I want to go lower, I have to go higher? Why should I go higher when I want to go lower?
Costello, I'm trying to tell you they sell the upper lower than the lower. Because when you sleep in an upper, you have to get up to go to bed.
I have to get up to go to bed?
That's right.
Who's paying for my berth?
Well, you are.
And there ain't nobody in it for me?
No.
Then why do I have to get up?
No, look, Costello, I've already explained it to you that way. Look, unless you go higher for a lower, then you're stuck with an upper, and you'll have to get up when you go to bed. And you'll have to get down when you want to get up.
Abbott, let me smell your breath.
Can't you understand anything, you dummy? If you want to go lower, you have to go higher, because the lower is higher than the upper. And the reason the lower is higher than the upper is because the upper is higher up than the lower.
Oh, that the upper is lower than the lower because the lower is higher than the upper.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
You could fly over any route on any airline in the United States, and at practically any populated point, look out of the window, and there would be a place covered by this great survey of doctors I want to tell you about. A survey so thorough that it covered 113,597 doctors. Doctors in every state of the Union. Doctors in every branch of medicine. So thorough, it took the combined efforts of 3 leading independent research organizations. What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor? That was the query. And the results? Well, the cigarette named most was Camel's. Again, the rich, full flavor and cool mildness of Camel's superb blend of costlier tobaccos won nationwide recognition. Yes?
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
For Camel fans everywhere, Carl Hoff and the orchestra play Seems Like Old Times.
Wearing that high hat and that cutaway coat.
Well, if I'm going back to Patterson, New Jersey to run for mayor, I gotta dress the part.
Well, where are the striped pants?
Oh, my brother's wearing them. He's delivery boy for the meat market.
Well, why don't you get the pants back from him?
What, and have him get sunburned on his afternoon delivery?
Now, come on and get busy. Now, we've got to finish packing. Now, I'm taking all my sporting equipment along. My old golf clubs, my old baseball glove, and... Hey, by the way, have you seen my old bat?
Yeah, I saw her last night in front of the plate.
Wait a minute. The bat I'm talking about was shellac.
That's the one.
Come in.
I'm the baggage man.
Good. Take all this luggage down to the railroad station, please.
Okay. Oh, boy, this thing is heavy. And what do you got in this old beer barrel?
Put me down, you dope.
Here, baggage man. Take this trunk downstairs first, please.
What? I'm not going to carry that big, heavy thing down those stairs.
Ah, you don't have to. Just step into the elevator here. I'll open the door for you. Step in.
Thanks.
You know, I always forget where I leave that elevator. Hello, Lou Costello speaking.
Mr. Costello, this is a Hollywood movie star, and I hear that I'm going back east on the same train with you.
Gee, you are?
Yes, and just remember, if you want anything, just whistle.
Who is this? Lauren Bacall?
No, Lassie.
Well, come on, Costello. Come on, we better get down. Will you listen to me, please? Never mind her. We better get down to the station and get our tickets. Come on.
Now, we got plenty of time. I want to say goodbye to all my friends. And I mustn't forget my little pets. I must say goodbye to my parrot. Goodbye, Pally. Goodbye. And my little goldfish, Minnie. Goodbye, Minnie. Ain't that cute? And now I must say goodbye to Jack and Henry.
Jack and Henry?
Yeah, they're my 2 little rabbits. Goodbye, Jack and Henry.
Bye,
Oh, that Henry must have been Henrietta.
Come on, Costello. Let's be on our way.
Hey, let's stop here, Rabbit. This is where my girlfriend, Tessie Tinfoil, lives.
Oh! Men, come in.
Tessie. Tessie, what have you done to your legs?
Well, all the girls are wearing leg makeup, and I want it to be different.
Yes, but Tessie, striped wallpaper.
Well, my little fat lover boy, what brings you to my door with a suitcase?
Well, I came to say goodbye, Tessie. I'm leaving for the East tonight. I'm going back to run for mayor of South Patterson.
Oh, isn't that wonderful, Louis? You and I should get married. I've always wanted to be a mayor's wife.
But, Tessie, you're a little too old for me.
Too old? I'm just on the shady side of 30.
You've been in the shade too long. You've got moss on your north side.
Hey, look, Costello. There's the actress, Bessie May Mucho, driving up to the curb. See her?
Hello, Bessie!
Hello, Mr. Abbott and Mr. Costello. Where are you going with the traveling bog?
Traveling bog?
Oh, sure, Abbott. You know what a traveling bog is. That's a small valise that you use to carry your hot water bottle and shaving sop.
Shaving soap?
Shaving sop. You smear it on your foos so the razor bleeds will shave off your wousters.
Miss Mucho, Costello's going back to his hometown in New Jersey to run for mayor. Can you imagine that?
Oh, my, you're going that far away. Well, I must give you an appropriate farewell. Goodbye, my cute little Fatimon.
How do you like that? She cooshed me on the loops.
Well, I must be going now. And an au revoir saying and a bon voyage to you.
And a stuffed weenie and some boiled cabbage to you, too.
Well, Costello, you've got one more friend to say goodbye to. Let's stop and see Scotty. Hello, laddies. Say, Scotty, what's the idea of having all your window shades down in the daytime? The house is pitch dark.
Well, my wife's father and mother came to visit me 3 nights ago. I've kept the house so dark they still think it's the same night they got here.
Is that good?
It's wonderful. They've missed 11 meals already.
Hey, Scotty, I came over to say goodbye. I'm going back to my hometown in Patterson, New Jersey to run for mayor.
Oh, would you be going through Pomona?
Uh-huh.
Would you mind dropping off the suitcase when you get there?
What's in the suitcase, Scotty?
My son Angus, he's going to a Boy Scout camp.
Well, how will the poor boy get home?
Well, I took the needle out of his compass. Every year he gets lost in the mountains, and the searching party always brings him home.
Come on, Costello. We've got to get down to the railroad station. Hey, here's a cab now.
Pardon me, cabby, are you engaged?
No, buddy, but I'm going steady.
Never mind. We want to catch the train for Patterson, New Jersey.
Okay, jump in and I'll take you to the Union Station. The Union Station. The Union Station.
Union Station?
Santa Fe Depot.
Come on, get us down to the station, please.
Don't worry. I'll get you down there before you can say Jack Robin. Jack Robin. Jack Robin.
Robinson?
Glad to know you, Robinson. My name is Smith.
We'll get this cab started.
Okay, buddy.
Hey, driver. The Santa Fe Depot is only a few minutes from Hollywood. We've been driving for 2 hours.
Yeah, to meet us is $37.
Listen, fat boy, hold your tongue.
Okay. Agenda, slippery.
Oh, well, wise guy. Don't tell me how to drive this cab. I got a map right here on the floor by my feet, and that black line right there leads right to the Santa Fe Depot.
Well, hurry up and get us there. Hey, driver, where in the world are you taking us?
Yeah, look. Already over here, the thing is $68. Where's the Santa Fe Depot?
Right here. Everybody out, Santa Fe Depot.
Thank heavens. Come on. Hey, wait a minute. This isn't the Santa Fe Depot. That sign over there says Pismo Beach.
Pismo Beach!
Pismo Beach?
Yes.
Hey, I've got the map on the floor here by my feet. I've been following that black line.
What black line?
How do you like that? My shoe came untied, and for the last 2 hours, I've been following my shoelace.
Right at this moment in your presence is a great authority on cigarettes. meaning, ladies and gentlemen, your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat. Let your taste judge the rich, full flavor of Camel's superb blend of costlier tobaccos. Let your throat give you its reaction to Camel's cool mildness. Like millions of smokers, perhaps you too will find that Camel is your favorite cigarette. Camel is a favorite too with many, many thousands of doctors. 3 leading independent research organizations checked the cigarette preferences of 113,597 doctors all over America. The cigarette most named was Camel's. Yes,
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
And here is Camel's lovely Amy Arnell with a song that says,
Coax me a little bit, coax me a little bit, a little bit. Coax me a little bit, coax me a little bit. If you want to be kissed, I'll tell you what to say. Here's what you got to say. Pretty, 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 please. I'm gonna pout a bit till you give out a bit, and you really insist. So, chatter me with your flattery. You know the reason why I'm teasy. What good is something that comes easy? Love is grand if you understand. It all depends the way that you begin, how soon I'm in your arms. So coax me a little bit, coax me a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, a little bit more. Love is grand if you understand. It all depends the way that you begin, how soon I'm in your arms. So coax me a little bit, coax me a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. Coax me a little bit more.
Come on, Costello. That taxicab driver may dismiss our train. Now, we've got to catch the next one.
Hey, Abbott, let's ask this guy at the information desk. Pardon me, young man. Could you tell me how the trains run?
Yes. There's a big black thing that pulls them. It goes choo-choo and woo-woo.
Oh, this guy's been drinking too much of that Traveler's Aid.
No, young man. What time does the next train leave?
Well, we don't know. We have a washout on the line.
Well, why don't you take the wash off the line and let's go?
Oh, never mind him. Let's go over to the ticket window. Come on.
I've got to have a lower. You must get me a lower. You've got to get me a lower.
Who are you?
Oh, just an old pajama top.
Oh, come on. Here's the money, Costello. You get the tickets while I take care of the baggage. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Well, I guess this is the line.
Hey, you fat blimp, what are you trying to squeeze in here for?
Excuse me.
Get back at the end of the line.
Excuse me.
Oh, you stepped on my foot, you dummy. Why don't you put your foot where it belongs?
Don't tempt me, brother. Listen, I gotta get my tickets. The super chief will be leaving in a few minutes.
Super Chief, we'll be leaving on track 4.
Nothing happened. How do you like that? Every place you go, the Andrews sisters.
Costello, you hear that? The super chief is ready for passengers. Where are the tickets?
Well, I haven't got them. I have to stand in this line.
You dummy, that isn't a line for the ticket window.
It isn't? I wondered why all those people were asking me if I had any nickels. Hey, that phone booth is awful busy.
No wonder the phone booth is busy. Look who's in there. It's that French girl, Fifi LeBlanc.
All right, you guys stand back. This is mine.
Oh, yeah? Come here and kiss your poor old father.
Get out of here!
Phoebe, what are you doing here at the railroad station?
I'm going to Kansas City to visit my aunt. Monsieur Costello, would you hold this package while I get the money for my ticket? I have the money right here in my stocking.
My, the Bank of America never had branches like that.
Phoebe, Costello's going back east to run for mayor of South Patterson, New Jersey.
Yes, Fifi, I wish you could go back with me and help me with my campaign. You could ride around a big truck dressed in a bathing suit, and that would make a big hit with the men voters.
Oh, how could I possibly appeal to the men in a bathing suit?
Don't mind her, folks. She still plays hopscotch.
Monsieur, you did not mention how you liked my outfit.
Oh, that's a lovely dress, Fifi.
I made it myself. I like to put some of my personality into each dress.
Sister, you've got it all in that one.
What kind of a dress is that, Fifi?
V-neck.
V-neck?
Yes, V-neck.
So do V. Come here and kiss your poor old father.
Well, Monsieur Costello, I must be going anyway, so I will kiss you goodbye.
Oh, yes, as long as you...
Costello, will you hurry up? The train is ready. I can see the engine smoking.
If you look again, you'll see it ain't the engine smoking.
Come on, Costello. Come on. Costello, keep away from that Fifi LeBlanc, will you, please? We're next to the ticket office now. Come on, get up there.
Hey, Abbott, look who's behind the ticket window. It's Melonhead.
Why, Melonhead. I didn't know you were selling railroad tickets.
I'll say I am, and what a madhouse. Oh, crowds, crowds, crowds. I'm about to blow my top.
Looks like you've blown it already.
Now, listen here, Costello. I may not have any hair on my head, but I'll have you know I have plenty of hair on my chest.
Oh, the OPA lowered your ceiling, too.
Costello, we're in a hurry, please.
Hey, Melonhead, we want 2 tickets for New York.
Oh, going to New York, eh? Costello, are you going by Buffalo?
No, we're going by train, you dope.
I know you're going by train. Tell me, do you want an upper or a lower?
What's the difference?
Well, if you want to go lower, you'll have to go higher, because the lowers are higher than the uppers, and the uppers are lower than the lowers.
Wait a minute! What page are you on? We did that before.
Look, Melonhead, can you get the 2 of us into a compartment?
Well, I'm sorry, Abbott, but I only had 1 compartment for 2 people, and I had to put 12 sailors in it.
How could you put 12 sailors into a compartment for 2 people?
Tight pants.
Melonhead, will you hurry up with those tickets? Costello's going to Patterson.
Patterson? Costello, what is the purpose of this passage to Patterson?
Will you repeat that?
I said, what is the purpose of this passage to Patterson? Are your parents expecting you?
Hey, you must let me give you a shower bath sometime.
Do you want to go to Patterson by the northern or southern route?
Well, I don't care as long as I go through Bashville, Annie, Wyoming.
Bashville Annie, Wyoming?
Yeah, there it is right on the map there. That's the thing.
Where? Where do you see Bashville Annie?
There's Bashville Annie. Oh, excuse me. That's Cheyenne.
All right. Here's your tickets, boy.
Come on, let's go, Costello.
Just a minute, boys. Before you get on the train, how about a 5-pound box of Hershey bars, ladies' girdles, pure nylon stockings, brand new pre-war tires, and fresh country butter?
Oh, boy. I'll buy some.
Who's selling? I'm buying.
Trains leaving for the north, trains leaving for the south, trains leaving for the east.
How about the west?
Terribly rough place, isn't it?
Come on, Costello, please.
Red cap. Hey, fat boy, let me help you with that big bag.
What big bag? My bags are on the train.
Oh, pardon me, that's your stomach.
Come on, Costello, get on the train.
Hey, look. What is that guy doing over there by the engine?
Goodbye, old pal. You're the best pal I ever had. I love you.
Hey, you, what's the idea of patting and kissing that engine?
This engine has taken my wife back to Chicago.
Conductor, we are Abbott and Costello.
Fine. We have a special car for you right here. Step right in.
Are there any pretty girls aboard?
I'll say, what calves?
Well, Costello, we're underway at last. We're off to Patterson.
Gee, Abbott, it's crowded and stuffy in this Pullman.
Yes, it's so dark in here you can't see anything.
Yeah. Where are the girls? I want to look at those pretty calves. Where are you, girls?
Camel cigarettes in just a moment. And now, tonight's salute to the men in the armed forces who won through to victory.
Tonight we hail the 7th Armored Division, heroes of Metz en Vite the Ruhr. Since the beginning of the war, the makers of camels have sent more than 150 million free camels to our fighting men overseas. But now, with demobilization in progress, free camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the camels go to Veterans Hospital, Montgomery, Alabama, U.S. Army Halloran General Hospital, Staten Island, New York, U.S. Naval Hospital, Newport, Rhode Island, U.S. Marine Hospital, Fort Stanton, New Mexico, and Veterans Hospital, Reno, Nevada, in your honor, men of the 7th Armored Division.
Go out to the United States twice a week. Our rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are stationed and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word.
Well, folks, we weren't kidding tonight on the level.
Yes, folks, we're going back east to start the ball rolling for 2 new Lou Costello Junior Youth Foundations for the underprivileged children.
Yes, folks. Next Thursday night, we'll be broadcasting from New York.
Oh, pardon me, gentlemen. I'd like to...
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Well, I'm just an average radio fan. Is it true that you're going to broadcast next week from New York?
That's right.
Is Bob Hope going to New York, too?
Oh, no.
You mean to tell me that you'll be telling jokes from New York, and Bob Hope will be out here telling jokes from California?
That's right.
Heaven help the poor people in Kansas City.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Right.
Good night.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat, to a T.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Do pipe smokers appreciate choice tobacco, crimp cut to burn cool, specially treated to remove tongue bite? They certainly do. For Prince Albert is smoked in more pipes year after year than any other tobacco. Try Prince Albert in your pipe. You'll really notice the difference. Saturday night, be sure to listen to Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry. You'll hear Red Foley, Grand Ole Opry's sensational new romantic singer. Remember, Grand Ole Opry, Saturday night on NBC with the Duke of Paducah, Minnie Pearl, and Red Foley.
Be sure to listen at this very same time next week when the Abbott and Costello show for Camel Cigarettes comes to you from Radio City, New York. Thursday night is another all-star night on NBC. Stay tuned for Rudy Valley over most of these stations. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camels.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Monday on AM, hairstylist Alan Edwards previews the latest looks for your man. Sports writer Lissa Morrow makes her football bowl predictions. Actor Hardy Kruger takes us behind the scenes of his latest movie, The Wild Geese. And Dr. Edmund Hallberg explains why men fool around when they reach that male menopause age. All of that Monday at 9 here on AM Los Angeles.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
This is the Crosby Clooney Show, number 404, for Thursday, September 14th, 1961.
Hello, friends. Hello, how are you? And how are you, Rosie?
I'm just fine, Bing. How are you doing?
Great, thank you.
You got a song to kick things off here?
Always got a song. Do I want you? Oh, my, do I? Honey, indeed I do. Do I need you? Oh, my, do I? Honey, indeed I do. I'm glad that I'm the one who found you. That's why I'm always hanging around you. Do I love you? Oh, my, do I? Honey, indeed I do. And now. Oh my, do I, honey, indeed I do. Do I need you? Oh, do I? Oh, honey, indeed I do. I'm glad that I'm the one who found you. That's why I'm always hanging around you. Do I love you? Oh, do I? Honey, indeed I do. Yeah. I got a new Sarah Lee limerick for you, Rosie.
Shoot, man.
A man named John Ebenezer, who once was a nasty old geezer, is now sweet as spice. Treats everyone nice.
Thanks to Sarah Lee cakes in his freezer.
How'd you guess?
How could I miss? Friday's the day everyone makes sure they have enough Sarah Lee cakes on hand for special weekend breakfast.
Sarah Lee all butter pecan coffee cake?
Of course.
And cinnamon nut coffee cake, too?
Wouldn't be without it.
Makes breakfast worth getting up for.
Makes breakfast so easy, too, because all Sarah Lee cakes are completely baked and iced. All you do is serve them and enjoy them.
Oh, it sounds good enough to sing.
Merrily, merrily, only Sarah Lee tastes so.
Now, friends, Rosemary with the boys in a bit of a ballad.
You said hello. That's all you said. Not like a word I'd heard or seen or thought or read. How could I know, much less foresee, how very magically I'd find you part of me. This is my first romance. The fears, well, most of them are gone. If music be the food of love, play on and on and on and on. I'm still in doubt. It's all too new. But if I am in love, my love, I'm glad it's you. I'm still in doubt. It's all too new. But if I am in love, my love, I'm glad it's you.
You know, Bing, we do tend to give the ladies the best of it on this show, don't you think?
Yes, I guess we do. That's our policy. On the show and off, I might say. Always give the ladies the best of it. Really, you can't go wrong that way.
Well, it prevents a lot of friction and trouble, I'll say that. Well, what I'm getting at, we do give the girls the best of it, and I think we ought to give the male sex a little boost here today.
You want to pump up the stags a little.
Mm-hmm.
I'm for that, too. If you have word concerning an outstanding male, let's hear about it.
Well, this young fellow is most outstanding because he's made a name for himself in the National Spelling Bee, conducted by the Scripps Howard AP papers.
It's a boy, huh?
Yep, a boy won this year.
Well, good for him. But may I point out that in the National Spelling Bee, girls have been the winners almost 2-1. You realize that?
Oh, I might have known.
That's why we're so excited.
Pass out the cigars, Ken. It's a boy, and he can spell.
Yes, sir. And the champ's name is John Capehart, age 12, of Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Well, goody for John. He's only 12, and he's a jump ahead of the girls.
Yeah, but will he retain his lead? That's the question.
How about a song for John? While he's still in the news. At words poetic, I'm so pathetic that I always have found it best, instead of getting them off my chest, just let them rest unexpressed. I hate parading my serenade, 'cause I'll probably miss a bar. But if this ditty is not so pretty, at least it's gonna tell you how great you are. You're the top, you're the Coliseum, you're the top, you're the Louvre Museum, you're the melody from a symphony by Strauss, you're a Bendel bonnet, Shakespeare's sonnet, you're Mickey Mouse. You're the Nile, you're the Tower of Pisa, you're the smile on the Mona Lisa. I'm a worthless check, a total wreck, a flop. But if, baby, I'm the bottom, you're the top. You're the top. You're a real Jim Dandy. Yes, you're the top. You're Napoleon brandy. You're the purple light of a summer night in Spain. You're a National Gallery. You're Bob Hope's salary. You're cellophane. You're sublime. You're a turkey dinner. You're the time of the Derby winner. I'm a toy balloon that's fated soon to pop. But if, baby, I'm the bottom, you're the top.
Say, we sort of cut off our conversation about John Capehart, age 12.
It was a bit abrupt, huh? Why don't we elaborate further on the spelling champ? I'd like to continue a little bit.
Okay. He competed against 49 girls and 23 other boys.
49 girls.
Girls really go in for spelling, and they excel, too.
I know. They're very handy with words. They're good at putting words in men's mouths, may I tell you that, as well as spelling them.
Oh, yes, we do have our little tricks.
Well, anyhow, the boys are ahead in spelling this year, and that's a good sign for us men, don't you think, Bing?
Oh, I'm sure. Every little event we win helps. Helps a lot. We've got to be in there all the time, pitching. Say, incidentally, does anyone remember the winning word that clinched the $1,000 prize for Johnny Capehart?
Yes, sir. I got it written down right here. The $1,000 word was smaragdine.
Smaragdine?
Double talk.
No.
That sounds like a fancy kind of sardine.
Well, at least.
No. Smaragdine is not a fancy sardine.
What is it?
Well, smaragdine, spelled S-M-A-R-A-G-D-I-N-E, means of or pertaining to emerald.
Ah, you might say, for instance, that Ireland is the Smaragdine Isle. You'll get knocked right on your rusty dusty if you do.
Darling
Around
man.
South Boston.
Darling man.
Yeah, well, that's, I think it'd be reaching a little bit. I suppose you could say.
I could get away with it.
Sure.
I'd like to have a smaragdine sparkling on my finger right now, I tell you.
Oh, I knew you would. Leave it to you girls to get down to basic facts when it comes to words.
That's just the picture it projects to me.
Well, always remember one thing. It took a boy to spell it.
I will.
I get too close to enough. Shall we sing?
No more company to feed.
No more papers left to read. What's to do about it? Let's put out the lights and go to sleep. No more anything to drink.
Leave
gladly. What's to do about it? Simply nighty-night and so to sleep. You're waiting now for me to say I love you more and more and more, dear.
You're looking younger every day.
Really?
You never were so sweet before, dear.
No more money in the bank.
No cute baby.
What's to do about it? Let's put out the lights and go to sleep. What's to do about it? Let's put out the lights and go to sleep. Let's put out the lights and go to sleep.
You're waiting now for me to say I love you more and more and more, dear.
You're looking younger every day. You never were so sweet before, dear. No more money in the bank.
No cute baby we can spank.
What's to do about it? Let's turn out the lights and go to sleep. Tum-tum-dee-dee, rum-tum-dee-dee.
Hey, you're in a merry mood today, Bing?
I should say. Rosie and I are going to a wedding.
And there's nothing we like more than a good old-fashioned knot tying.
I knew something was in the air by Bing's getup. Pretty fancy. By the way, Bing, what are the shoes for?
Well, to tie on the newlyweds car along with the just married sign.
Well, that's really old-fashioned, Bing, and wasteful, too. There's lots of good service left in those shoes if you call on the good services of your shoe repairer. The happy wedding of his expert craftsmanship and modern equipment turns old shoes into spanking new ones.
Okay. We'll switch to tin cans instead and run these shoes right down to be fixed.
Recommend the shop to us, Ken.
Well, just look for the famous Cat's Paw Cat in the window, and you can be sure you're not only getting top-notch service, but the finest products as well. Quality products like famous Cat's Paw twin-grip, soft, resilient heels and soles. And lighter than leather, lighter than rubber, microlight soles by Cat's Paw. The best underfoot.
Now, folks, don't make the same mistake we did. Don't discard shoes that still have many miles of walking comfort left. See your shoe repairer today.
Look for the Cat's Paw sign, a sign of quality and service for more than 57 years. Ask for famous Cat's Paw products by name, and look for Cat's Paw heels and soles on new shoes, too.
Very good, Buddy and Chums. Brightened up the entire network.
Rosemary, would you deign to warble now?
I sure would.
Well, please do. Well, Rosie, so concludes another session. It's been delightful.
Thank you, Bing. And thanks also to our friends listening in.
Oh, yes, by all means, thanks to them. Come on, Rosie, I'll give you a ride home, huh?
I'm right with you.
Seven's the one with the Gong Show.
Yes, yes.
If you've never seen the Gong Show, then you've never really laughed.
Hot, good.
There's nothing like it under the sun. It's the 13th wonder of the world. The one and only Gong Show. Thursday at 7:30 here on Channel 7.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
From New York City, for Swan Soap, it's Bob Hope. Transcribed with Doris Day, Jack Kirkwood, Irene Ryan, yours truly, High Averback, and Les Brown and his band of renown. And here he is, the man who came to New York to win a bundle on the series and is now doing his own laundry, Bob Hope!
Thank you very much. Thank you. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, World Series Hope, telling you whether you're young girls or old codgers, please help me by using Swan to launder your bloomers and shorts. I just lost mine on the Dodgers. Thank you. Well, here we are in New York. I flew in to see the World Series. We observed 1 minute silence over Cleveland. What a World Series. 2 Russians got off the boat and saw the headline, Bums Tangled with Yanks. One turned to the other and said, Comrade, the hour is struck. I was really interested in the World Series. After all, I've been a Dodger all my life. You have to be to stay alive in this racket. And it was a Subway Series. Subway Series. That means you breathe in Manhattan and breathe out in Brooklyn. And what crowd's going to the game? A sardine got on the subway at 42nd Street. You had to get off at 49th. He said, I simply can't do it without oil. Yes, sir. It was so crowded I lost my seat. Luckily, it was an old suit. But I had a nice seat for the games. It was on the west side of the park. I don't know how far west I was, but the guy next to me was roping a steer. I thought my seat had been upholstered. Then I found out I was sitting between Kate Smith and Kate Smith. It was nice, but I couldn't see the foul lines. Yes, sir. I stopped off in Washington on the way in. Washington, that's a financial expression, meaning there will always be in England. And Thank you. And the Washington columnists tell me that gossip is becoming harder to get. Winchell sat at a keyhole for a week and then found out he was watching Drew Pearson's left eye. But I love New York. I went to Madison Square Garden the other night, saw the fights. Ingrid Bergman sat next to me. She was yelling for a decision. Then I know Ingrid's got a tough decision to make. After all, you can't have your pizza and eat it, too. And Jack Benny's in town for the series. He took me out for dinner last night to the Automat. We had tomato juice, a shrimp cocktail, and green salad, and then the string broke on his nickel. And there are a lot of celebrities here in town. I saw Ali Khan going to see South Pacific. He had a ticket. He was all alone. He had to use Rita as a down payment. Ezio Pinza's really terrific in South Pacific. Yes, sir. Pinza sings like Crosby before Saratan set in. And you know, I can just see what's going to happen when Hollywood makes its version of South Pacific. It'll open with Sidney Greenstreet singing Bally High. And for the finale, instead of Mary Martin doing, I'm going to wash that man right out of my hair, they'll have General MacArthur luxing his undies.
You know, friends, if your present brand of soap helps get you clean, you may assume you're getting your money's worth. But the first time you bathe with Swan soap, you'll find out you've been missing something. For this newer, better white floating soap has a wonderful new free sudsing action that turns a routine bath into a luxurious beauty treatment. In hard or soft water, Swan's marvelous free sudsing action foams up into a rich, creamy lather that caresses your skin, making short work of dirt, dust, and grime, and leaves your face, hands, and body feeling soft and smooth as velvet. It's that mild, pure Swan lather that makes Swan soap such a joy for baby's bath, too. So safe for your most delicate washables. Yes, and such a miracle for dishes. Those super-active Swan suds whip through dishes so fast, you're out of the kitchen almost before you start. See the difference for yourself. Switch today to Swan, the new, better white floating soap with that wonderful free sudsing action for face, hands, bath, and dishes. You'll be mighty glad you did.
My good friend Jack Norworth will never be forgotten for this next classic, now done by the Four Hits and a Miss. Yours truly in our Swan Doll of Song, Miss Doris Day, ladies and gentlemen.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd.
Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the home team.
If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jack. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame.
For it's 1, 2,
3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
Root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jack. I don't care if I never get back.
Let me root for the home team.
If they don't win, it's a shame.
For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out
at the old
wanna be there.
ball
That ball game.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bob promised Doris Day that when they got to New York, he'd take her to see the World Series. We now find them watching the Yankees and Dodgers battling it out in a crucial game.
Gee, Doris, aren't you excited seeing the series?
Oh, yeah, but somehow I thought it would be different.
Oh, I think it's swell.
Hey, buddy.
What?
Why can't you watch a game like the other people?
The other people?
Yeah. They're satisfied to stand out on the sidewalk and watch the television. You gotta get right in my window.
Well, why should the people outside complain? After all, the set has a 16-inch screen.
Yeah, but they gotta watch it through that 1-inch hole in your head.
Now, Bob, after all, the man needs this window for displaying his electrical goods.
Yeah. I don't mind saving you $20 on baseball tickets, but between innings, do you have to wash out your socks in the Bendix? You've been eating hot dogs, too.
Hot dogs? How do you know?
I emptied the vacuum cleaner yesterday, and Hoover was wearing a weenie skin for a collar.
Well, no Republican is well-dressed nowadays. Look, mister. You're making me miss the game. Hey, look at that. I didn't know the Dodgers wore yellow uniforms.
They don't. You got mustard on the screen.
Look, buddy, don't think you're doing me such a favor. Come on, Doris, let's get out of here.
Gee, Bob, do you mean it? Are you really going to buy tickets so we can actually go to the game?
Yeah.
Oh, but the tickets are so scarce. How can you get any?
Doris, I've got influence. Did you forget that I'm part owner of the Cleveland Indians? They can get me in.
How can they get you in the game? They can't even get back into Cleveland.
Oh, just because you're from Cincinnati, huh? Never mind, Doris. I'll get tickets. I heard of a ticket agent named Broadway Benny. I bet he'll take care of me. Let's go.
Now, Bob, we're going to take a cab, even
That's
if
our answer to the Lux show. Isn't that great?
Now, Bob, we're going to take a cab, even if you are afraid to ride in them.
But, Doris, this New York traffic and these Manhattan cab drivers, it's dangerous.
Don't be such a coward. Bob, these cab drivers know what they're doing.
Taxi, mister?
Yeah, but wait a minute. Are you a careful driver?
Oh, yes. You'll be perfectly safe with me. Get right in.
Hey, now, wait a second. You're in the back seat with us.
Darn it, without my glasses, I can't tell the back from the front.
Oh, we're going to do great with this guy. Come here, boy. How many fingers am I holding up? Count them. Well?
Now, don't rush me. First, I gotta find your legs and work my way up.
Well, get up in the front, mister, and let's get going.
Okay.
Well, what'd you stop for, driver?
I have to get out and feel around for the white line.
Did you ever have a blood transfusion from an umpire?
Well, I've always been nearsighted. You see, for 3 years after I was born, my mother kept me in the dark.
She kept you in the dark?
Oh, she didn't mean to. She was nearsighted, too, and she used to get my diaper on the wrong end.
Well, come on, get back in and let's get started.
All right.
Now where did he go?
Help! Let me out of here! That makes me so mad, I'll bet I shut myself in that glove compartment 4 times a day.
What's the matter now?
There's something on the front of the hood. What is it?
A bellboy. We're in the lobby of the Waldorf Astoria.
Without my glasses, I can't see a thing.
Leave him here and find Honest Benny's ticket agency. Why is it when you do something, it always turns...
Hello, Doris. Hello, Mr. Howard.
Well, Miss Ryan. Miss Ryan, and you're all dressed up.
Yes, I'll bet you're taking New York by storm.
Well, no, Doris, it didn't turn out that way. I guess I'm just unlucky. Other girls here seem to wind up with champagne and Victor Mature.
And you?
A short beer and Mighty Joe Young.
I'm looking for a ticket agent named Honest Broadway Benny.
Oh, well, he's right here in the hotel. He got me into the game.
He did?
Yes, I played it smart, though. I saw a blonde walk in and smile at him, and he gave her a seat right in the grandstand.
Oh, really?
Yes. So right after that, I walked in and gave him a big smile, too.
Well, are you in the grandstand?
No, someplace called the bullpen. Bye now. I'll see you later.
Come on, Doris, let's talk to that ticket agent. Well, here's the office. It says Honest Broadway Benny. Tickets for anything. Oh, pardon me. Are you Honest Benny?
That's right, boy. Come right in.
Well, thank you.
Make yourself comfortable. Take off your hat and wallet. Well, what can I do for you, boy?
Oh, wait a minute. What's the idea of calling me boy?
Oh, I don't know. I saw you wearing trousers, so I took a chance.
Look, are you the owner of this ticket agency?
Yep, that's right. That's me, Broadway Benny in the flesh.
Looks like you got a traffic jam around Times Square there.
You got quite a crowd in Central Park yourself.
I don't like this whole thing. I smell a rat.
I know. That cat's getting lazier every day. Now, look, folks, I just was fooling around here. I got 2 tickets for you right on the first base line. That'll be $20.
Oh, gee, thanks. Here you are. Come on, Doris.
Oh, gee, Bob, you kept your promise after all. Here we are on the way to the ball game. I'm so grateful to you.
Yeah, well, look, Doris, we're just going into the Holland Tunnel. Would you mind if I gave you a little kiss?
Oh, gosh, no. Go ahead.
Gee, somehow I thought it would be different.
Without my glasses, I can't see a thing.
Seattle, Washington.
New Orleans, Louisiana.
Bangor, Maine.
Albuquerque, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Roanoke, Virginia, and lots more.
Lots more what, Hi?
Cities and towns all over the country have written in for the wonderful Care Swan Group Kit.
Yes, and in many cases, CARE has received requests from a great many different groups in the same city.
Well, that's swell, Doris. It means that church, school, and charitable organizations, business, social, and fraternal groups, and clubs of all kinds are all working together to help those needy children overseas get the soap they want so badly.
Friends, has your organization obtained its soap campaign participation material yet? It's free for the asking. Just drop a note to CARE, Soap Campaign, Box 8, Cambridge, Massachusetts.
This complete Swan Care Group Kit will really be a great help to your organization, friends, because it contains just about everything you can think of to help you collect Swan wrappers all over town. Prepared speeches, program material, important facts, and a special CARE certificate made out to your own organization, plus an individual CARE lapel pin for each of your members. Write for this group kit today to CARE Soap Campaign, Box 8, Cambridge, Massachusetts.
But remember, you don't have to be a member of a group to help those needy children overseas. As an individual, you can send your wrappers direct to CARE in Boston. For every 2 wrappers you send in, CARE will speed a regular-size cake of Swan to some needy child overseas. Yes, a regular-size cake of Swan. The same newer, better white floating soap with that wonderful free sudsing action. The same wonderful Swan you yourself use for face, hands, bath, and dishes.
So don't delay, folks. Write today for your CARE Swan Group Kit to CARE Soap Campaign, P.O. Box 8, Cambridge, Massachusetts. And keep on sending your Swan wrappers regularly to CARE Boston 1, Massachusetts. And don't forget to buy CARE food packages, too, and send them to needy families through CARE.
Remember that address, friends. For the special group kit, write to CARE, Post Office Box 8, Cambridge, Massachusetts. And to speed cakes of free sudsing Swan soap overseas, send your Swan wrappers to CARE, Boston 1, Massachusetts. What all America is talking about.
This week, All America is talking about one of the most exciting World Series in baseball history. Right now, I'd like to have you meet one of the great players whose sensational relief pitching made World Series history and qualifies him to be New York's favorite son. The fellow who rushes in with the Novocaine when the bases are loaded, Fireman Joe Page, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that fine, Joe? That applause is for you, Joe, and I'll bet there are a lot of people sitting at their loudspeakers tonight applauding your great performances of the series.
You think there are people listening?
Oh, you're wondering too, huh? Look, don't throw any curves, Joe. The season's over. You know that, don't you? And I bet you're happy about it, too. Pitching in those games must be a terrific strain.
It is, Bob. There's a lot of tension. You want to make every minute count. Did you ever feel that way?
Yeah, when I was making the pale face with Jane Russell. Well, what are your plans now, Joe?
Well, the first thing I want to do is rest up a bit. You know, I'm tired.
Yeah, I know what you mean. The series has taken so much out of me, too.
Out of you?
Sure. Don't forget, you were only out in the field. I was up in the bleachers with the Dodgers fans. Dodger fan, that's an atomic bomb with a Brooklyn accent. What fans over there? An argument came up at home plate. I was drinking a Coke and the guy next to me threw the bottle.
So? So?
I was still holding on to it. So, he says. Where are you going on your vacation, Joe?
Oh, there's a little lake up in the high Sierras. I go up there hunting, put my decoys out, and just keep shooting away.
Yeah, well, how many ducks do you get?
Oh, there's no ducks around there, Bob. I just shoot at the decoys.
Well, why do you like to shoot at decoys?
Well, because from a distance they look like the umpires.
Well, Joe, I'd like to pause here for a moment to introduce a fellow who's one of the outstanding athletes of our day, a boy who went from the gridiron to the baseball diamond, whose power batting contributed mightily in helping Brooklyn win the National League pennant. Ladies and gentlemen, the sensational second baseman of the Dodgers, Jackie Robinson, right here. Jackie, it's a real thrill having you with us tonight.
Well, thank you very much, Bob.
Now, you're not nervous in front of all these people, are you? If you are, just steal a few bases, then we'll start talking.
No, I'm all right, Bob, but tonight's a sad night over there across the river.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, that tree that grows in Brooklyn is now a weeping willow.
Isn't that swell? Well, Jackie, I guess that $5,000 you got as a player's share will come in pretty handy, won't it?
5,000? Is that what we got, Bob?
Jack, you mean you don't know how much you got? How come?
Oh, Mrs. Robinson's been sitting on it since Sunday night.
Your wife grabs the money that fast, Jackie?
Bob, she grabs that money faster than I can say Jack Robinson, and that's my name.
But Jackie, I'm sure all of us would like to know. Tell us, how do you feel out there in the field with a close game with 70,000 pairs of eyes watching you?
Well, we get pretty nervous, Bob. You know, we're always afraid of dropping one.
Yeah, I feel the same way every Tuesday night. I have to be careful. They make him clean them up here, so they make Jackie, you've met Joe Page here.
Yeah, too many times in this series. How you doing, Joe?
Well, don't say it like that. There'll be other years, you know. Hiya, Joe. He sounds like Tito talking to Stalin.
You played a great series, Jackie. Yes, sir, you really made time around those bases. Tell me, how do you keep in such good shape?
Oh, I usually do about 10 miles of road work every day.
Well, personally, I start out with 3 hours of calisthenics every morning.
And then I go over to the gym and box 20 rounds.
Well, I prefer a couple hours of weightlifting with 300-pound weights.
Anyone for ping pong? But you know, it's a wonderful having you fellas with me tonight. The three of us, all great baseball players.
The three of us, Bob? Who'd you ever play with?
Who'd I play with? For 4 years, I was letterman on Vassar.
But, Bob, Vassar's a girls' school. How could you play on their baseball team?
I used to take my showers at home. I'll never forget the big game. Vassar versus Smith versus Wellesley.
How could 3 teams play in one game?
Oh, what do girls know?
Well, come to think of it, Bob, you are built pretty well. You could be a ball player.
Oh, I thought you'd notice it sooner or later. Thank you.
Sure, Bob, you could stand on first base and your stomach could steal over to second.
Now, wait a minute.
And on the way over, you could trip the shortstop with your nose.
Now, has Casey Stengel been writing your material, boy? Well, I'll tell you, fellas, I'll stick to my racket and you stick to yours. And believe me, your 2 clubs put on a display of great baseball and fine sportsmanship that was a tribute to the game.
Thanks, Bob, and we feel that whether you're in the game or not...
There's no business like baseball, business like no business we know. Whether you are short or tall and lanky, it doesn't really matter where you're from.
You've always got a chance to be a Yankee.
Or you can wind up a bum.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, fellas. I'd like to know one thing. What is that you're doing there?
Well, Bob, we're singing.
Now, you may be singing, but your tonsils are still on the bench. Yes, sir, there's no people like baseball people. But wait, that isn't all.
The day you start at training camp, you're in a whirl.
Can't drink or smoke, you can't kiss a girl.
I'd only wish a thing like that on Milton Berle.
Play ball, brother, play ball.
There's no series like World Series, like no series we know.
I'm proud to say that I played for the Yankees.
I tried to bring the Brooklyn Dodgers fame.
I spent 4 years at Bellevue Subnormal. And then sold hot dogs at the game. With lots of mustard, everybody knows that you're a here. Everybody.
Hey, Bob.
Yes, Jack.
Tell me, what was that?
That was singing. What's the matter? Don't you like my voice?
You sound like Kirsten Flagstead at Half-Mast.
That's better than the way it's written. You threw me, boy. Where do we go now? Oh, yes, at half-mast. Get in quick, fellas.
We said there's no series like the World Series.
But wait, that isn't all.
You make an error and the crowd thinks you're a dope.
You claim you're safe, but the ump says nope.
Be glad that they don't pay you off in bars of soap.
Play ball, brother, play ball. We don't mean checkers. Play ball, brother, play ball.
Oh, thanks for the memory of our World Series games, the democracy acclaims of Joe DiMaggio and Jackie Robb, of all great baseball names. We thank you so much. Who wrote this? Cole Hope? Ladies and gentlemen, October the 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th, we're going up Canada way. Going up to Toronto, Montreal, Guelph, Ontario, and Windsor, Canada. Going to be the 12th, 13th, 14th. Looking forward to that trip because a lot of friends up there. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank, just so a big bouquet of thanks, little old Manhattan, the town here with the king-size buildings and the king-size baseball teams. Believe me, there's no bigger thrill than coming to the big town for the World Series. And I'd like to say that New York may be big, but that baseball is bigger. Baseball is the #1 game of the nation where every kid has a chance to grow up and be president or play center field for the Yankees or second base for the Dodgers. Yes, sir, baseball is American as America's first pennant, the one that Betsy Ross made. And a word about the community chest. You know, that chest is like baseball, too. It takes crippled youngsters with 2 strikes on them and sees that they draw a walk. And when you're in trouble, it sends in a pinch hitter. 365 days a year, it's in there pitching. So let's see that the community chest, like the Yankees and the Dodgers, have a big season. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Send your Swan wrappers to Care, Boston 1, Massachusetts. For every 2 wrappers sent in, a regular-sized cake of Swan soap will go overseas to some needy kid.
Are you that girl everyone's raving about?
She found her own rave number on the dial-a-wave chart. Now she's my #1 rave. She's my sweet, sweetheart.
Rave and only Rave Home Permanent brings you the easy-to-use dial-a-wave chart to end guesswork in home waving. A flick of your finger and there's your rave number, your personal guide to the perfect wave for your kind of hair. So fast, yet so sure, Rave Home Permanent gives you exactly the amount of curl you want, long-lasting yet more natural from the very first day.
Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, have brought you the Bob Hope Show, transcribed from New York City.
Coming up are America's favorites, Fibber, Magee, and Molly on NBC. 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 NBC.
Hey, Gus, you special enough to skate with us? I'm an all-star skater. There's nobody greater. I score every game, but being a pepper's my fame. All right! We're peppers, too! I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, we're a pepper, she's a pepper. Would you like to be a pepper, too? Us peppers are an interesting breed. An original taste is what we need. Ask any pepper and they'll say, only Dr. Pepper did that way. I'm a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper, he's a pepper.
It's all right to be dynamite, but to be a pepper is out of sight.
Would you like to be a pepper too? We're a pepper, he's a pepper. Yabba-dabba-doo, I'm a pepper too. If you drink Dr. Pepper, you're a pepper too. Be a pepper, drink Dr. Pepper. Be a pepper, drink Dr. Pepper. Be a pepper, drink Dr. Pepper. Be a pepper.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, only cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size, brings you Dragnet.
gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. You get a call that a bank has been robbed. From the M.O., you know the job was done by a professional. He's made good his escape. Your job, get him. Here's what leading tobacco publications have had to say about regular and king-size Chesterfield.
U.S. Tobacco Journal, Boston, Massachusetts. Chesterfield cigarettes in the new king size is still maintaining large turnovers in this area. Dealers report that sales continue to climb on this size, and it seems that volume on the regular size has climbed to new heights with its new big brother.
And Tobacco Leaf reports from Chicago. More calls for Chesterfield king-size cigarettes than for most brands being marketed.
The reason for king-size Chesterfield's amazing success is this. All king-size cigarettes give you quantity, but only Chesterfield king-size gives you quantity plus quality, premium quality.
That means Chesterfield king-size contains tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other king-size cigarette. The same fine tobacco as in regular Chesterfield. Enough more of this tobacco to give you more than a fifth longer smoke.
So remember, Chesterfield is the only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size.
Buy 'em either way you like 'em. Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke. Much milder.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, January 21st. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. It was 2:56 p.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery.
Joe?
Yeah. Sure cold out. Yeah, the paper says you'd warm up a little before the end of the week.
Well, I hope so.
How'd your weekend go?
Don't bring it up.
What happened?
At my house, there's only one thing that could happen.
What do you mean?
My brother-in-law, Armand. All the time, he just sits around the house, sits there and reads those detective magazines.
Doesn't he work?
If he's ever held a job, he's kept it a secret. Just moves around between the relatives. This year, it's Faye's turn.
He just sits around all day, huh?
Yeah. Reads those detective magazines. Always sending for those books that are sent in the plain wrappers. You know, the ones that tell you how you can have a business in your own home.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Well, this time he really did it. He sent for one that tells you how to go into the house cleaning business.
Yeah.
I thought at first it might be a pretty good deal. You know, if it worked out, he could give Faye a hand with the house.
Uh-huh.
Well, Saturday morning, the book gets to the house with all the formulas and instructions for making the cleaners for the rugs and the upholstery.
Yeah.
First off, he borrows $5 from me to buy the stuff to mix the formulas. Then he goes to the kitchen and takes all of Faye's good pans to mix up the goop in. It smells terrible.
Uh-huh.
All those bleaches and soaps. And I'm sitting in the front room watching television. All in all, I'm pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
He comes in, he says the room is filthy, and he's going to clean it. Tells me to get out of the room and that he's going to surprise all of us.
Yeah.
Well, he did. Faye and I took the kid down to the barber's to have her hair cut, did a little shopping for the weekend. You should have seen the house when we got back, Joe. Just miserable.
What had he done?
First off, he wasn't there. Left a note on the kitchen table telling us that he was out for a walk. I kind of figured what had happened, so Faye and me walked into the living room. Joe, you wouldn't believe it.
Is that so?
Faye almost fainted.
Pretty awful, huh?
Worse than that. The room was beautiful. Everything in it was clean as a whistle. All spotless. Curtains, carpet, the upholstery, even the tables had been waxed.
What's wrong with that? Sounds to me like a pretty good deal.
Faye.
Well, what about her?
Right away, she starts climbing all over me, reads me off for being so mean to him. Says all about how I should be ashamed of myself, said that I should have thought of the house cleaning gimmick myself. I should have given him a hand in cleaning up the place, and that the next day off, we have to do the whole house. I tell you, Joe, no matter what the guy does, it always ends up making me look bad.
Well, you say you've only got this year with him, huh?
Yeah. Then he goes to Faye's sister in Piedmont. I'll sure be glad when that time comes.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Hot shot. I'll get it. ADT 211, bank robbery in progress. It took us a little over 4 minutes to get to the bank at the corner of Lebanon and Broadway. In that time, the bandit had completed the robbery and made good his escape. A radio car had arrived at the scene, and the officers had gotten a description of the car and of the bandit. They'd called the information into communications, and a broadcast was gotten out to all cars in the vicinity to be on the alert for the holdup man. 2:40 p.m., Frank and I arrived at the bank. Back there. Bank guard. Yeah.
I couldn't help it. What do you want me to do? Try to stop him, have him shoot that gun off? You'd have killed half the people in here.
I'm not saying that you should have actually tried to stop him. All I'm saying is that there is something that you should have done. You just stood there and looked at him. You could see the gun. There must have been something you could do.
I beg your pardon, sir.
You get away. You're probably in cahoots with the robber. You probably came back to get the rest of the money. Well, Gibson, don't just stand there. Stop these men.
We're police officers, sir.
You see, Gibson, they're police officers. You have a badge or something? After this, I don't think I'll trust anyone again.
Yes, sir. Here's our identification.
Oh, yes, Officer Friday.
This is my partner, Frank Smith.
How do you do? I suppose you want to ask me a lot of questions?
Well, there are some things we'd like to know, sir.
You'd like to talk in my office, I guess. It'll be more quiet there.
That'll be fine.
Would it be all right if Gibson came along? I'd like to have him see how a couple of real detectives work.
Yes, sir. I think it'll be all right.
Fine. Back this way. Oh, Officer Friday, this is Gibson, the bank guard, and I use the term loosely. This is Mr. Jones.
That's Smith, sir. Frank Smith.
Oh, yes, Smith. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Just sit down any place.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Now, you listen good, Gibson.
Yes, sir. Mr. Allen, you were the victim, were you?
I certainly was. It was just 3 o'clock. Gibson was just putting up the chain across the door, you know, to keep people out.
Yes, sir.
Gibson was out there. I was in here in my office. Go ahead, Gibson. Tell the officers about it.
Yes, sir. Well, he parked his car right in front of the bank, and when he pulled up, I thought it was a customer trying to get in before the bank closed. I held the chain for him.
That was nice of you.
What happened then, Mr. Gibson?
As soon as he got to the doorway, I saw the shotgun. He had it kind of under his coat. You know, I tried to stop him, but he had the gun pointed right at me. He said that if I made a move, he'd as soon shoot me as look at me.
Mm-hmm. You sure it was a shotgun, are you?
Yes, sir. I could tell it was a 12 gauge. It was sawed off. He told me to get over in that little alcove near the entrance to our escrow department. Mm-hmm. I did. And he told me to hand over my gun. I started to get it out of the holster. I thought that maybe I'd have a chance to surprise him, but he must have known what I was planning.
Why do you say that?
He told me to face into the corner. Then he took the gun out of the holster.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I did what he told me.
What happened then?
He asked me where the manager was. I pointed out his office.
Well, to this time, did any of the people in the bank have any idea what was going on?
No, sir. The way he acted, he knew what he was doing. Right off, I knew there wasn't anything I could do. Kept thinking about the people in the bank. That shotgun didn't want anyone to get hurt.
The only bright thing he did.
How'd you want to go on? What happened then?
Well, like I said, he asked where the manager's office was. I showed him, and he told me he wanted me to go back there with him.
Uh-huh.
We walked back there. He put the shotgun under his coat, and by some miracle, nobody saw it.
That's where he brought me into the picture. He just walked in, told me it was a stick-up. He had this little leather bag, the kind a doctor uses. Mm-hmm. He opened it up, told me to walk in front of him.
Uh-huh.
He made me carry the bag. Kept the gun at my back all the time. I could feel it. Made me walk down the row of windows, the ones into the teller's boxes. At each one, he made me stop and ask the tellers for the money.
Did he touch anything at all, do you remember?
No, he wore gloves all the time. He was real careful, wouldn't touch anything. After I put the money into the bag, he'd tell each one of them that if they made a sound, he'd kill me, then come back and kill them, too. It was terrible. Almost scared me to death.
Well, who was it that turned in the alarm here?
Walter, the cleanup man, sir. He was in the back of the bank, and he came out of the vice president's office. He saw the robber, and then he sneaked back into the room and called you. The bandit just barely got out of the place when the police car pulled up.
We gave the other officers a description of the car and the bandit.
Yes, sir. We heard the broadcast. All the cars in the area have been alerted.
I wonder if I could have a drink of water, officer. I'm so nervous. I'm still not over it. My stomach's going to be grinding for a month.
You're a member of the Federal Reserve here, aren't you?
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. Well, then the Federal Bureau of Investigation will be in on it, too.
Yes, sir.
Water's right over here. I keep it in the office for my pills. I have ulcers, you know.
Yes, sir.
Would you like a drink?
No, sir. No, thank you. Thank you. Well, what happened after the man finished taking the money from the cages?
He walked out of the front of the place and got in his car. By that time, I could hear the sirens of the police car coming. He'd just left. On the way out, he said if we told him anything about him, he'd come back and kill us.
Yes, and he looked right at me when he said it. You've got to give me some sort of protection. I'm not going to make a sitting duck of myself.
We'll take care of that, sir. Could you give us a description of the man, sir?
I've already given it to the 2 officers who are here.
Well, we know, sir, but if you wouldn't mind.
Of course not.
How tall would you say he was?
Oh, about 5'11", maybe 6 feet.
How old would you say he was?
30, 35, round in there.
Mm-hmm. How much do you think he weighed?
Oh, about 160, maybe more. I'm not very good at guessing weights.
How about his coloring? Was he dark or light?
Light. He had real light blonde hair. His eyebrows were almost invisible. They were so light that you almost couldn't see them at all.
Same with his eyelashes.
Mm-hmm. How about his clothes?
Beg your pardon?
His clothes, what was he wearing?
Well, he had on a blue shirt.
No, I'm sorry, sir. I think it was a white shirt.
Was it? No, I'm sure it was blue. I remember because he was wearing a brown coat. I thought that he certainly didn't have very good taste, what with wearing a blue shirt and a brown coat. No, Gibson, no. The shirt was blue. No tie. Brown coat and black loafer shoes. I remember these because they were the only thing about him that looked good. They looked like those ones that are advertised in the magazines, you know, Skegums or something like that. Black.
Mm-hmm. Was there anything unusual about him?
I beg pardon?
Anything unusual about him? Anything that might cause you to remember him, know him if you saw him again?
Well, there were the bandages.
What's that, sir?
When he came in, he had bandages on his face. One over his right eyebrow, another on his chin, right here, sort of on the throat.
You mean regular bandages?
No, sir. They were those adhesive kind, you know, with the gauze and tape all together.
Oh, yeah. And you say he had one over the right eyebrow and one on his chin?
Yes, sir.
I see.
I still think it's a white shirt.
I said it was blue. Are you trying to say that I don't know blue when I see it?
No, sir. I just think that you might have made a mistake in all the excitement.
Officer.
Yes, sir?
It was a blue shirt.
All right, sir.
How about his car, the one he got away in?
It was parked right out in front.
Did you see it?
Certainly I saw it. I was standing right in the door when he drove away.
Well, can you describe the car for us?
Yes, like I told the other officers, it was a late model Buick, dark blue, a coupe.
I'm sorry, sir, but it was a green Ford sedan.
All right, now let's see if we can't let Mr. Allen tell his story, Mr. Gibson. We'll check it with you when we finish with him, all right?
I don't know what you're trying to prove with these officers. After the way you handled the affair, there's no use trying to impress them with your prowess as a detective. It was a dark blue Buick coupe.
Anything unusual about the car that you could see? Any dented fenders, stickers, windshield emblems, anything like that, would you remember?
No, I didn't notice anything special.
No, sir. It looked pretty new as far as I could tell.
All right, fine. Well, you two gentlemen have helped us a lot here. There are some questions we'd like to ask the other people in the bank.
Oh, yes, that's what the other officers said. I told them all to stay. You like to talk to them now?
Yes, sir.
Fine, I'll send them in here to you.
No, we can talk to them out there, sir. Be all right.
Oh, fine. Gibson, maybe you can help them.
Officer.
Yes, Gibson.
I didn't want to tell you while we were in there. He'd probably make some remark. I didn't even tell the other officers. It's about the license number of the bandit's car.
Did you get it?
Well, not all of it, sir. Just the first 3 numbers.
The bank guard went on to explain that in the confusion, he had failed to give the information about the license number to the other officers. We continued to talk to him. He told us that the bandit had tied a cloth over the rear license plate, and that as he drove away from the scene, a corner of the cloth had come loose, and he was able to see the first 3 numbers of the plate. We called this information into communications, and a supplemental broadcast was gotten out. In company with agents from the FBI, we talked to the rest of the employees in the bank. From them, we got a fairly good description of the holdup man and of his car. They agreed that it was a late-model dark Ford sedan. With FBI agent Tom Ashford, Frank and I checked by the office and asked the stats office to make a run on the M.O. We checked the oddity file on R&I on the possibility that the tape might have been used to cover scars or other marks that would make identification easier. 9:46 p.m. We stopped and got some sandwiches and coffee, and then we went to the DMV offices.
Hi, Joe.
George, you know Frank.
Yeah, hi. How's it going, George?
This is Tom Ashford, agent from the FBI. He's working with us on this thing.
Oh, hi. Glad to know you. Yeah, same here.
Where do we find the files here, George?
Oh, what's the number again?
1U5. That's all we have.
Not much. Oh, you'll find the files for that number in these drawers here. You know what kind of car it is?
Yeah, Ford sedan, late model. We're not sure what year.
Uh-huh. Oh, go to it. I don't envy you. Yeah, 9,999 possibles.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it for the night. I think I'll shove off. Anything you guys need, there'll be somebody here. You can give me a call. I'll leave my home number on the desk.
Right, thanks a lot. Good night, George.
Good night. Hope you find it before I get back.
Yeah.
So do we.
Well, let's get to it.
Right.
Let's see. 1U5. It took us the next 8 hours to go through the almost 10,000 license registrations. Each file card had to be checked for a similarity of make and model. Each automobile in the Los Angeles area was listed, and then each one in the entire state. Each of them had to be checked out. 6:02 a.m., Tuesday, January 22nd. We finished checking the files.
That does it.
I didn't know there were so many cars in California, let alone that many with a license that begins with 1U5 in the Los Angeles area.
What's the total, Joe? How's it look?
Well, we got a place to start here. 302 names. 6:30 a.m., we checked back into the office, and then we went home to get a couple of hours' sleep. At 8:30 a.m., Frank, Tom, and I met in the robbery office. Captain Didion had assigned 4 other teams of men to work with us. The FBI had also assigned additional agents. The list of possibles was divided up, and we began to check them out. We spent 3 days on it. In each instance, we didn't talk to the person involved directly, but to their neighbors. We didn't explain what it was that we were after, merely that we were conducting an investigation. We ran into the usual false leads, the usual petty jealousies, and the neighborhood feuds. It all served to slow us down and make the job more difficult. There'd been no replies to the local or the APB that we'd gotten out on the car or the bandit. The stats office had come up with 2 possibles on the M.O. These were both checked out, but led us nowhere. We went back to checking out the license plate numbers. January 28th. The names on our list were down to 7. The next one was a Mr. Ivan Q. Field. We rang the bell to the house next door and waited.
Yes?
Sorry to bother you, ma'am. Police officers, wonder if we could talk to you.
Police? Well, what's it about? I haven't done anything.
No, ma'am. We'd just like to ask you a couple of questions about your next-door neighbor, Mr. Field.
I should have known. I thought a couple of times about calling you about him myself. Miserable man.
I wonder if we could come in, ma'am. Might be better than talking on the porch.
You just bet you can. Come right in. I'll tell you what you want to know.
Thank you very much.
What do you want him for? What's he done?
Well, we're just conducting an investigation, ma'am. A few things we'd like to know about Mr. Field.
Uh-huh. Well, you don't have to play cozy with me. I know what kind of people they are. Can't understand it either.
Ma'am?
I said I couldn't understand it. His brother's so nice, a real gentleman. Seems hard to believe that they'd even be related, let alone be brothers. Nothing but trouble since he and his wife moved in.
You mean it's not their house?
Oh, of course not. Don't think either one of them could afford the rent on a one-room apartment, let alone a house.
Would you know if they have a car?
No, not them. Like I said, I don't think he's ever worked. Just lives off his brother. His brother has a car. It's real nice.
What kind of a car is it, ma'am? Do you know?
Yes, it's a Ford.
Do you know what model?
Model?
Yes, ma'am. Is it a coupe or a sedan?
Oh, sedan. Real nice. Sort of a dark green. Only I guess it really isn't dark. Then it isn't light, really. It's just green. Pretty, though.
Yes, ma'am. Do you know if Mr. Field is in right now?
Yes, I think so. I saw him out in the backyard a couple of hours ago, him and his wife. She was prancing around in one of them skimpy little sunsuits. Terrible. No decency at all. I tell you, officer, neither one of them's any good.
Do you know what Mr. Field does for a living?
Oh, you mean does he work?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no. At least I've never seen any indication that he does. All he does is just sit around the yard and throw rocks at my cats. It's terrible. That's what I was going to call you about. Isn't there a law or something about throwing things at poor, dumb animals?
Yes, ma'am.
Of course, cats aren't really dumb. Lots of times I think they're a lot smarter than some people I know.
I wonder if you could describe Ivan Field for us, ma'am.
Oh, sure. He's kind of a little man, not very big.
About how tall, ma'am?
Oh, maybe 5'7".
How about his coloring?
You mean his hair?
Yes, ma'am.
Dark, very dark.
It lets us out.
It looks that way.
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Sorry to cause you all this trouble.
Oh, no trouble at all. Are you going to arrest him now?
No, ma'am.
Well, why not? What about the rocks and my cats?
Well, I think the SPCA are the people you want to talk to on that.
Well, all right. But I tell you right now, Mr. Field isn't going to like it. He likes my cats. He isn't going to like the idea at all when he hears about it. Just wait until he gets home. I'll tell him about his brother's been acting.
Well, just a minute, ma'am.
Yes?
You mean that the man living next door isn't Ivan Field?
No, I didn't say it was. It's his brother, Harry.
Brother?
What's the matter with you, young man? Don't you hear well? Everything I say, you ask me to repeat.
Well, I don't mean to, ma'am. It's just that I want to be sure of what you say.
What's going on here? First you ask me a lot of questions about Mr. Field, and then I tell you that he isn't home. He and his wife went back east for the holidays. They haven't come back yet. While he was gone, he said that his brother could use the house. I thought at first it would be nice. Then I found out. Harry is nothing like his brother, nothing at all.
Well, I wonder if you could describe him for us.
My, you want to know about everybody, don't you?
Well, we'd just like a description of Harry Field, ma'am, that's all.
Well, he's taller than Ivan. Harry must be close to 6 feet. Doesn't look anything like Ivan in any other way. Ivan's dark and Harry's light. His hair almost doesn't have any color. He's real blonde.
How long ago did they move in?
Well, now, let me see. Elizabeth, that's my Persian cat. Well, Elizabeth had her last litter in December. December the 12th. Harry and his wife moved in the next morning. I remember that because I was up most of the night with Elizabeth. She didn't need me. Awfully independent. But it was the morning that they moved in. Oh, I remember it well. Elizabeth had 6 little kittens. It was December the 13th when Harry moved in.
And they've been using Ivan Field's car?
Oh, my, yes. Hardly a day goes by but what they don't drive it somewhere.
I wonder if we could use your phone, ma'am.
Oh, sure. It's on the table there in the hall.
Thanks. I'll check the name through R&I, Joe.
Okay. Would you happen to know if this Harry Field has any marks or scars on him?
Well, now, let me see. I think so. Seems to me that I saw him and his wife out in the backyard one day. He was wearing swimming trunks, and she was in one of those sun suits I told you about. Disgraceful.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it seems to me that he had a scar on his leg. Yes, just above the knee. I think it was the right leg.
No, what I meant, ma'am, was does he have any marks on his face, on his forehead, or on his chin?
No marks.
No.
Oh, wait a minute. The other day I noticed he had a cut over his right eyebrow. Looked like he'd been in a fight. Probably a drunken brawl.
Joe?
Yeah, anything?
Talk to Cunningham. He checked the name. Looks like it might be the same one.
What's that?
They paroled a Harry Q. Field from San Quentin. Description checks out.
When did they parole him?
December 10th last year. Did a term for robbery.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
Chesterfield was first to name its ingredients. Ingredients that give you the best possible smoke. Now, Chesterfield is first to give you scientific facts in support of smoking.
Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfields. First such report published about any cigarette.
A responsible consulting organization reports a study by a competent medical specialist and staff on the effects of smoking Chesterfields. For 6 months, a group of men and women smoked only Chesterfield. 10 to 40 a day, their normal amount. 45% of the group have smoked Chesterfields from 1 to 30 years, for an average of 10 years each. At the beginning and end of the 6 months, each smoker was given a thorough examination, including x-rays, and covering the sinuses, nose, ears, and throat. After these examinations, the medical specialist stated,
"It is my opinion that the ears, nose, throat, and accessory organs of all participating subjects examined by me were not adversely affected in the 6 months period by smoking the cigarettes provided."
Remember this report and buy Chesterfields either way you like them, regular or king size. Premium quality Chesterfields, and much milder.
January 28th, 4:30 p.m. We called the office and told them of the latest developments. Tom Ashford called the local FBI office, and arrangements were made to take Harry Field and his wife into custody. A further check on him was made through R&I, and we found that his record listed 4 arrests for armed robbery with only 1 conviction. He spent 4.5 years in San Quentin before he'd gotten his parole. The name of his brother was also checked. He had no previous record. The car in Field's driveway matched the one used by the bandit. 5:12 p.m. The men from robbery arrived, and the plan for taking Field was formulated. The working detective knows that to successfully apprehend an armed and dangerous suspect, he must act quickly and employ the one big advantage on his side, the element of surprise. By moving rapidly before the suspect becomes aware of any attempt to apprehend him, the officer, in many cases, can not only avoid bloodshed, but can often have a better chance of preserving any and all physical evidence necessary to prosecute the suspect. 5:36 p.m. We were ready to move in.
All set, Joe. The men are around back.
Good. No indication he knows what's up. The lights are still on.
Let's hope it stays that way.
Officer? Mr. Friday?
The Jenkins woman.
Yeah.
Officer!
Ma'am, would you mind keeping your voice down? We don't want Field to know we're here.
Well, I'm not talking loud, but there's something I want you to know.
Well, it'd be better if you went back into your house, ma'am. Just stay there till this is over, will you?
That's sort of what I want to tell you about.
Ma'am?
Well, I got to thinking, and I figured maybe Harry wasn't too bad a sort after all.
We don't want to be rude here, but I think it'd be better if you go back in your house. All this talking's liable to let him know that we're here.
But that's just it. I don't want anybody hurt, so I called him.
What?
I called him. Told him he didn't have a chance to give himself up.
Unknowingly, Mrs. Jenkins had made it impossible to take the suspect without violence. By warning him, she had put him on the alert. We had no alternative now but to apprehend him as best we could. 5:40 p.m.
Caleb and Crowley are covering the back. Other fellows are covering the side windows.
All right, let's go.
What do you want?
Open up. Come on, Field. We want to talk to you.
Yeah, I'll be there in a minute. Take it easy.
Open up, Field. Police officers.
All right, I'll be there in a minute.
Let's go. He's stalling.
All right. It's locked. Come on, let's hit it.
All right.
All right, stand
Hey,
still,
what are you
mister.
doing? The fireplace, Joe.
I'll get it.
Guys, I'm parole. You cops won't leave me alone. I'm straight.
Bag's full of money, Joe. Partially burned.
My money, I can do what I want with it.
You bet you can. Hands behind you. Come on.
I'll shake him down.
All right.
He's clean, Joe.
You got him, huh?
Yeah, we got part of the loot, too.
He was trying to burn it.
Crowley and I'll shake the rest of the house.
Right, Mac. All right, how about it, Field? We got the money, people who can identify you. Car parked in the driveway. It fits the description. You've been through this before. You got out of queue on December 10th. You pulled this job on January 21st. Is that right?
Like I said, I fell once. I did my time.
Joe?
Yeah, Mac.
Found his wife hiding in the back bedroom. Found a sawed-off shotgun.
All right, let's get him out of here.
Say, Frank?
Yeah?
Message came in for you before I left the office. Forgot about it.
Say who it was from?
No, I didn't leave a name. Here's a number. Why don't you phone right away?
I'll call it now.
We can take Field in.
Good, Mac. Thanks. We'll be right behind you. We want to talk to his wife anyway.
Okay, Field, let's go.
All right, come on, Frank. Come on.
Hollywood 24709. I don't know anybody with that number.
Well, the simple way to find out is to call him, isn't it?
It's kind of late.
Well, go ahead and call him anyway.
Yeah, here's the phone.
I'll check with you later, Joe. Frank.
Right, Tom. We'll check you.
Bye, Tom. Come on, let's go. I want to use the phone.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
You got a dime?
Just a minute.
Yeah. I'll leave it for the call. Huh. Wonder who it is. Hello. What place is this? Oh. Well, this is Frank Smith. Were you looking for me? Yeah. Yeah, he does. Oh. Yeah, that's the right address. Yeah. I should have known.
Well, what's that?
Call from the Murphy House Cleaning Company.
What do they want?
My brother-in-law. Called him in to clean up our house.
Yeah, what about it?
Now they want to know where to send the bill.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 19th, trial was held in federal court, City of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Before a case goes to trial, the working detective has to get all the evidence. He interviews witnesses, takes statements, checks and rechecks. He tries to get all the facts. As a smoker, you too should be interested in facts. You should know Chesterfield is first to give you scientific data in support of smoking. Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfield. The first such report ever published about any cigarette. Remember that. And next time, buy Chesterfield. Get 'em regular or king size. You'll find premium quality Chesterfields give you the best possible smoke.
Harry Q. Field was tried and convicted of violation of the federal bank robbery statute. He received a sentence of 20 years in a federal penitentiary, McNeil Island, Washington. Investigation showed his wife, Dora Field, was not implicated in any way in the robbery. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Frazier. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Whit Connor, Jack Crucian. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Either way you like 'em, regular or king size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke. Much milder Chesterfield.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Tonight it's Barry Craig, confidential investigator on NBC.
When you have a headache, what does extra strength mean to you?
It means kissing your headache goodbye. It means Excedrin.
It means relief that comes fast. It means Excedrin.
Extra strength means that lousy headache's not going to bother you anymore. Extra strength means Excedrin.
Excedrin. With more pain reliever, more total strength than regular strength aspirin or non-aspirin tablets. For millions of people, extra strength means Excedrin.
Extra strength means Excedrin.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
The Special Service Division invites you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations to drop in at Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Duffy, you know who's coming down here tonight? Rochester. Rochester. You know the guy. Jack Benny calls him up every week and says, hello, Rochester, this is Mr. Benny. Yeah. Duffy, I was thinking, what we need is advertising. Now, how would you like to put on a nationwide radio show from coast to coast so that the name of Duffy's will be smudged from Coney Island to the Bronx? Well, certainly Rochester would be in it. Just think, Duffy. Every week, 10 million people will tune in, and they'll hear D-U-F-F-Y, apostrophe S. Certainly, Duffy. How can we miss? Well, we practically got Rochester. All we need now is somebody to take the place of Jack Benny, and we got another Benny show. Where can we get another Jack Benny? Such people can be found. As a matter of fact, I got somebody in mind right now. Who? You'll find out. Goodbye again, Duffy. Now, let's see. Say I get $10,000 a broadcast. Deduct from that 50 cents for one fiddle lesson to learn to play Love and Bloom. $1.50 for a toupee. Hey, what you doing, Miss Archie? Eddie, I'm just figuring out what I'm going to do when I take Jack Benny's place. Oh. Left to the jaw, right to the stomach, left to the heart, right to the jaw. What are you doing, Eddie? I'm just figuring out what I'm going to do when I take Joe Lewis's place. Don't sneer, Eddie. These jokes that I wrote will make me the king of the cyclowatts. All that I need is Rochester. That's all, huh? Miss Archie, you is impossible. What do you mean? Can Jack Benny act as good as me? Can Jack Benny write a better script than me? Can Jack Benny be as funny as me? 3 out of 3. Have a cigar. What are you talking about? I'm just as funny as he is. See that? I made you laugh and I didn't even tell a joke. Look, Eddie, just shut your eyes. Listen to this. Hello, Don. What's that? I don't know. Just listen again. Goodbye, Don. Goodbye, Don. Oh, that's Hitler in Russia. Listen, Eddie, don't you recognize Benny when you hear him? You see, the way I got this program figured out, for a character like Jack Benny, I got me. So far, you ain't got much. Continue.
Then for Mary Livingston, we got Miss Duffy. For Don Wilson, we got Dan Seymour. And for Rochester...
Yeah?
We got Rochester. Your part is practically the same as Rochester, you see. Rochester is my valet.
And I'm your valet, too?
No, you're Rochester's valet.
You're sort of a poor man's poor man.
Yes, sort of.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy.
Look at my new bracelet. It's an identification bracelet. Good for blackout.
What do you mean?
Well, when you put the lights out in the living room, the fella can always tell where you are.
Ain't it a little bit noisy?
You should hear Vera Fogarty. She's got a cowbell.
Miss Duffy, where did you get this couch compass?
I got it from my boyfriend, Breckenridge Hotzenfelder. You see, he just finished painting the battleship. The SS...
Careful, Miss Duffy. No loose talk. See that poster? Loose lips sink ships. Especially with a dame like you with all them sailors that you know.
Archie, you're always hitting about me and sailors. Why, the sailors I know wouldn't even fill a cruiser.
Oh, no? I've seen you with that Vera Fogarty. The way you two get trailed on a Sunday, it looks like a convoy.
All right, so I know a few sailors. But I never repeat any loose talk. Besides, when you're out with a sailor, how much talking do you do?
Well, you shouldn't do no talking. These days, the word is mum.
And that goes for Vera, too.
Oh, don't worry about Vera. She's doing her bit for the Navy.
What do you mean?
In case of emergency, the Admiral always knows where the fleet is.
I can believe that.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Eddie.
What is this, Mr. Benny?
Miss Duffy, what would you say if I told you that before the evening's over, I may be the new Jack Benny?
I'd say that'd hurt the country more than loose talk.
I get $10,000 a week. Now, Benny had Phil Harris. I'll use Van Steeden. He worked cheap. 16 men with Van Steeden as a leader. That's $42. Maybe I'll do without Van Steeden. That'll bring it down to $40. What's the difference? $2. He's got a big name. Well, what else? Eddie.
Yes?
Eddie, give me that pencil and paper. I want to write a letter to Fred Allen.
Why?
I got to start a feud. Let's see. Dear Fred Allenoid. Oh, boy, that'll get him. You are a J-E-R-K.
Hello.
Well, hiya, Finnegan. Wait a minute. Let me look at you, Finnegan. Dennis Day. Finnegan, how would you like to be Dennis Day in my radio program?
Oh, it's coming at you. Just listen to this. We got no bananas. We got no bananas.
Quiet. Quiet, Finnegan. Day is done. But maybe we can use you for something else. Stick around now. Eddie, watch the cash register. I got to go out and mail this letter to Fred Allen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Rochester.
You Rochester?
Mr. Archie out?
Mr. Archie out.
Coming back soon?
Coming back soon.
Man, you're the strippiest looking echo I ever seen.
So you Rochester?
Huh? What do you mean, huh?
You and me. I just can't help feeling that the dissimilarity in our appearance ain't enough to justify the difference in our salaries. Oh, imagine making all them greenbacks.
I don't think of it as making greenbacks. I think of it as a hobby.
A hobby, huh?
Yeah, collecting pictures of Lincoln. You see, out in Hollywood, everything is greener, short boy.
Now, don't call me short boy. 'Cause if I had all that money stuffed in my shoes, I'd be just as tall as you are.
Who stuffs money in their shoes? I don't stuff money in my shoes. Of course, I might have a taller mattress than you got.
Eddie, it's Rochester.
Rochester, may I present Mr. Archie?
Oh, hello, Mr. Archie.
Oh, welcome to Duffy's, Rochester. Great place we got here, ain't it?
Well, I've been to a lot of nightclubs, but this is the Maxwell of them all.
Well, we're planning on having it redecorated.
Yeah, we're going to take down the wallpaper and turn it over.
Quiet, Eddie. Rochester, how do you like working for Jack Benny?
I'd rather not discuss it. Mr. Benny is very sensitive about his frugality.
Pretty cheap, huh?
Cheap? Do you know what his toupees are made out of?
What?
The hair that Carmichael sheds.
Bare hair Benny.
Yeah, he's bareheaded with or without.
Rochester, how would you like to leave, Benny, and work with the best comedian in America?
Another offer from Fred Allen.
Nope, not Fred Allen. It's me.
You a comedian?
Am I I'm notorious for me comedy. You ought to see me at a party. I'm a riot. And I do practically nothing. I pour a bucket of water in the piano, let the bathtub run over, stick me head in the goldfish bowl, and I yell, "Look, everybody, the Johnstown flood." They die.
They die, eh?
Yeah.
They're lucky. Do you do that kind of thing with all your friends?
Well, certainly.
Oh, that's why you wanted me to come around. You're lonesome.
Listen, Rochester, believe me, I got a sponsor all lined up, and besides, with me, you'll be funnier than you've ever been in your life.
Why?
I am personally going to write your jokes.
Like that Johnstown flood?
Even funnier.
Funnier? Here comes the Chicago fire.
Oh, wait a minute. That's probably the sponsor now. It's a very big shot. Hello, Duff. Hello, Mr. D. Rochester's here. We're discussing a radio program to advertise your monstrous organization. What? Can he sing? Rochester, how was your singing?
About like them jokes of yours.
Beautiful voice. Okay, Mr. D. Rochester, the sponsor would like to hear you sing.
Just a second. First, there's a slight matter of that stuff that adds stature to my mattress.
You mean money?
I don't mean Excelsior.
Well, I couldn't pay you anything right away.
This sounds familiar.
Don't worry, Rochester. If this sponsor likes you, money is no object. Go ahead and sing.
Music, please. Company, zoo, I'm out. Sunday strolling, company. Booze, dig this suit with a belt to boot. What do they say when they see me coming their way? Jackson, I'm as sharp as a tack, with a belt in the back. Boy, dressed to the brakes, mugging lightly, killing the chicks. Jackson, I'm as sweet as a bee, with a fleet in the sea. Paying no mind to the conversation with my nose in the air. Nevertheless, I swear they holler, you ain't only classy, you is fat and you sassy. What do they shout when they see me cutting on out? Jackson, hurry on back, cause Papa, you sharp as a tack, with a belt in the bag, with a belt in the bag, with a belt in the bag.
Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. Well, how did you like it? Too much gravel. Well, okay, if you don't want to sponsor this show, I'll find somebody that will. I'll be another Jack Benny in despite of you. Goodbye, sir. Be with you in a minute, Rochester. Hey, Finnegan. Finnegan, could you act like a sponsor?
Sponsor? I'll come a natural.
Good. I'll tell you in a minute what I want you to do. Folks, we're going to act out this radio program of mine now. Miss Duffy, you're going to be Mary Living. Don't forget what I told you, Finnegan. Okay, Rochester, we're all set to act out the radio program which I have wrote. You ready?
What have I got to lose?
Just wait till you hear these jokes now. Okay, folks, let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, a few minutes ago, a taxi pulled up to the studio and stopped with a jerk. The jerk got out, and here he is, that funny man.
This is Jack Archie talking. Where's my announcer?
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Don. My. Don, what has Triumph Power got that I haven't got?
What, Jack?
Fuel. Get it, Don? Power. Fuel. Rochester, did you ever hear a laugh like that?
I've been hearing a laugh like that for years.
For years, it's been ringing in your ears, huh? I can go along with the gag.
Yeah, but first you gotta have a gag.
Well, look who's coming. Mary Duffy.
Hello, Jack.
What are you laughing at, Mary?
I'm laughing because I'm happy. I'm happy because my father and mother are in the iron and steel business.
The iron and steel business?
Yes, my mother irons and my father steals.
Well, Rochester, did that one kill you? I thought you'd like it. Mary, is that a letter from your mother?
Yes, this is a letter from my mother, Mrs. Duffy. I'll read it to you. My dear daughter, Miss Duffy, your cousin Randolph was very embarrassed the other day. He walked into a restaurant and said to the waiter, "Do you serve crabs?" And the waiter said, "Sure, we serve anybody." Oh, that reminds me. Regards to Jack. Your loving mother, Mrs. Duffy. P.S. Say goodbye to Jack for me.
P.S. Say goodbye to him for me, too. I'm leaving.
Rochester, wait a minute. Come back here. The next is your big scene. Well, you call me on the telephone. Every line is a gem.
A gem, huh?
Hmm? The phone rings.
Hello, Mr. Archie. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester.
You told me to mow your lawn, so I got some of my friends to help me. I figured the more, the merrier. Gem number one.
Keep going, Rochester. It gets even better.
Say, Mr. Archie, I saw Carmichael the Bear this afternoon, and he didn't have any clothes on. What's that?
That should have been a laugh.
Give me one reason why.
Don't you get it? No clothes. Carmichael. Bear. You know the trouble, Rochester? You didn't read the line right.
Oh, yes, I did, to my eternal shame.
Now, wait a minute. Here comes the thing now that makes you the most important guy in the show. A phone call from your own valley. The phone rings. Answer it, Rochester.
Hello, this is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. This here's Westchester.
Oh, hello, Westchester. How's the gas man?
The gas man got a new girl. He just went down to the cellar to meet her.
To meet her. Not only are these laughs bad, but I ain't even getting them.
What do you mean, bad laughs? If the sponsor was here, he'd tell you himself that they're good. I said if the sponsor was here...
Pardon me. I am a sponsor.
Oh, indeed.
Sir, I am Clifton Finnegan, the flypaper king. Remember my slogan? Finnegan's flypaper, 6 for a buck, a bargain for you, but the flies get stuck.
Mr. Finnegan, just what is your flypaper company prepared to offer for this here radio program?
Well, this here radio program is so funny, I am prepared to offer $1 million a week.
My, that's a lot of fly paper.
$1 million, eh, Mr. Finnegan?
That is my final offer, $1 million.
Finnegan, your mother just called up and said she sent you to the butcher's an hour ago. She wants to know where's the soup meat.
Tell her that soup meat costs 20 cents and I only got 15.
I'm getting out of here.
Wait a minute, Rochester. You see, the $1 million is the corporation's money. The 15 cents is Mr. Finnegan's private money. The rest of his fortune he lost in the stock market.
The stock market, huh? That's all, brother. First I get the Johnstown flood, then I get the Chicago fire. And now you give me the crash of 29. So long, brother.
Where you going?
Back to that good old California gold rush.
Now, before we leave Duffy's Tavern, Levis put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. Duffy's jukebox, where the feet meet the beat. Well, the platter's spinning, the needle's in the groove, and here's the first number coming up. Duffy's Tavern was rebroadcast especially for you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Clean. I mean, really clean. And it holds any set I want.
New beer-enriched shampoo, Body on Tap, gives your hair super body, super hold.
Brewed with 1/3 real beer.
Wow.
But don't drink it. Just shampoo. Whether I roll it, pin it, curl it, or blow it dry. It gives my hair super body, super hold.
And the shine of your life. It's the beer shampoo that does it in 3 bodybuilding formulas.
That's body.
On Tap.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Day.
Worthwhile dwells in your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Denis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Denis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benadera, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer. Here's Denis to sing There Ought to Be a Society.
There ought to be a society for the prevention of cruelty to poor unfortunate lovers. Poor unfortunate lovers, poor unfortunate lovers like me. There ought to be a society for the extension of sympathy to poor unfortunate lovers, poor unfortunate lovers, poor unfortunate lovers like me. If you beat up a dog or a cat, you go to jail for the maximum penalty. They got protection laws for the dumb animals, but nobody cares about me when I get beat. So I repeat, there ought to be a society for the prevention of cruelty to poor unfortunate lovers, poor unfortunate lovers, poor unfortunate lovers like me. When you go for a walk in the zoo, you never try for to beat up the chimpanzee. They got the iron cage and the keeper to boot. The monkey is better than me.
He grin at me. Say he agrees.
There ought to be a society for the prevention of cruelty to poor unfortunate lovers.
Poor unfortunate lovers.
Poor unfortunate lovers like me.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, as you needn't be told, there are numerous ways for people to get into trouble. Some folks go out looking for it. Others can see it coming but can't avoid it. And still others fall into it unconsciously. It's to this third or unconscious group that our young hero Dennis Day belongs, which is only reasonable considering the head start he has. Now, take what happened to him yesterday morning, for instance. He was walking down Oak Street quite unconcernedly, minding his own business, when suddenly...
Good morning, young man.
Good morning.
I'm the inquiring reporter of the Weaverville Bugle, and I'd like to ask you a question for my column. Do you mind?
Well, no, not if I can.
Good. What's your name and address?
Dennis Day, 324 Elm Street. Gee, I thought it was going to be tougher than that.
That isn't the question, my boy. What I want to know is your opinion of women.
Women?
Yes. Do you think the women of today are prepared for motherhood?
Gee, I hope so. If they're not, I don't know who to tell to get ready.
No, you don't understand, sir. I'm looking for a good, controversial statement on the subject of women.
Oh.
Now, do you happen to be in love with more than one woman?
Me? Of course not.
That's what I want. I have no love for the overwhelming majority of women, says Mr. Dennis Day of 324 Elm Street.
Hey, wait.
What's a little housework, cooking, washing, and baby-minding, continues Mr. Day. It's the men who do the real work in this world. Women should get down on their knees to them.
But all I...
What a statement. Mr. Day, you took the words right out of my mouth.
Well, maybe we still have time to put them back in. You're not going to print this, are you?
Well, I'm only quoting what you said, Mr. Day. Tell me, do you think women have good reasons for always whining and complaining?
But they don't.
Women have no good reasons for always whining and complaining.
Now, look, mister,
Do you know why women should be treated as your equals, Mr. Day?
No, why?
Dennis Day doesn't know why women should be treated as...
Mister, please, you can't do this to me.
Why not? You believe the man should be the head of the family, don't you?
Well, yes, but
You think if a man asks his wife a civil question, she should answer him, don't you?
Well, sure.
Attaboy. Women should speak when they're spoken to, says Mr. Now you're talking.
I must be doing it in code.
Mr. Day, I congratulate you. There isn't one man in 1,000 who'd come out and say the things you have.
Including me. Everything I say, you twist around. I demand that you print my exact words.
Well, all right. If that's the way you feel, I'll use a direct quotation from you for my lead line. Do you wear perfume, Mr. Day?
Perfume? Of course not.
Why not?
Well, it makes a person smell.
Well, women wear it, don't they?
Well, sure, but...
Wonderful. Goodbye, and thank you for a great lead line.
What lead line?
Dennis Day says women smell.
Boy, what happened?
So back our hero slunk to the Anderson boarding house, where he knew it was the better part of valor to say nothing of his interview, especially to his landlady, Mrs. Anderson, and his girlfriend, Mildred. But he also knew what would happen when the paper came out the following morning, and sure enough, just after he had risen...
Oh, my golly, here it comes. Oh, it's you, Mr. Anderson.
Dennis, you doll face, you dreamboat, you joy boy.
Huh?
This article of yours in the paper. This Emancipation Proclamation for husbands. Women should not be treated as equals. They should get down their knees to the men. Where'd you ever get such magnificent ideas?
Gee, I don't know, but every time that reporter opened his mouth, I seem to have another one.
You're a hero, my boy. Why, there isn't a husband in this whole town who doesn't feel like a different man toward his wife this morning.
Gee, even you? Wow.
Why, I've had 5 phone calls from friends this morning, and they all feel like I do. My boy, this could develop into a crusade.
You mean we men are going to demand equal rights with women?
Dennis, please, I said we were crusaders, not radicals.
Oh, beg pardon.
But there's a feeling inside me this morning that I never had before, and I wouldn't be surprised but what it's courage.
Courage?
Certainly seems to be, from the descriptions I've read of it.
But gosh, Mr. Anderson, how are the women going to take this... Oh, Jiggers, here comes your wife. Good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Don't you good morning me, Dennis Day. Are you responsible for this article in the newspaper?
You're darn right he's responsible. You want to make something out of it?
Herbert Anderson, are you addressing me?
Well, I ain't addressing John L. Lewis, kiddo. It's about time you women learned a little respect for us men. You understand?
Why, yes, Herbert.
Good. Now drag those big feet of yours to the stove and get me some breakfast.
Yes, of course, lover.
See what my friend wants here, too.
I should cook breakfast for Dennis Day over my dead body.
Look out, kiddo. That can be arranged.
Yes, Herbert. What would you like, Dennis?
Gee, Mrs. Anderson, ma'am,
Dennis, stop fumbling around. Climb on the bandwagon. Enjoy.
Okay, I'd like a couple of 3-minute eggs.
Very well.
And make it fast, understand? I want you back here with them in 2 minutes.
Very well, Poopsie.
Oh, my gosh, it's the millennium.
Didn't I tell you? It's that interview. All over town, men are acting just like me. Son, we owe you a debt of gratitude we can never repay.
Gee, imagine. Why, I had no idea. I never...
So there you are, Dennis Day.
Oh, hello, Mildred.
Don't you even speak to me, you man, you.
Dennis, did you hear what she called you?
Yeah, even I've been promoted.
I suppose you think you're pretty smart, don't you? You and your interview.
Up and at her, Dennis. Remember, this is the revolution.
Yeah, watch your tone, Mildred Anderson. Just remember your sex. Your party is no longer in power.
What?
Turn in your belt, kiddo. You're not wearing the pants anymore.
So that's your attitude, is it? Very well, Mr. Day. I only spoke to you at all because I had this note for you. Here, and goodbye.
Attaboy, Dennis. Keep women at a distance. That's our motto.
Gee, I don't know. Do you think we'll enjoy them just as fully that way?
More. Well, now, who's the note from? Aren't you going to open it?
Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. Gee, it's from some man I don't even know. Dear Mr. Day, read what you said about women in this morning's paper. If you are still alive when this letter reaches you, I have a job open for you. But if you are not available, at least send me your autograph. Sincerely yours, H.R. Norwood, owner of the Bonton Shoe Store. Wow, isn't that great, Mr. Anderson? I'll go see him right away.
Didn't I tell you, my boy? You're a hero. You've finally become a name in this town.
Oh, I always was. But at last I'm becoming one you can say in polite company. pardon me, Mr. H.R. Norwood?
Yes?
I'm Dennis Day. You wrote me a letter?
Oh, I did. Sit down, Mr. Day, sit down. My goodness, let me look at you. So you're the boy who said all those glorious things about the opposite, if you'll pardon the expression, sex.
Yes, sir. I guess I am.
Oh, my goodness. I never met a man with your courage in my life. I just never did, that's all. No! I give you my word. When I read your article, my hair just stood on, if you'll pardon the expression, end.
Gee.
What courage, I said to myself. What courage. What courage. What courage.
You're hard of hearing?
No. I just repeat things once in a while. Well, I suppose you're wondering about the job I mentioned.
Oh, yes, sir, I am.
Well, good. Well, you see, I sell shoes here, women's shoes. You know why?
No, why?
I hate women.
Then why do you sell women's shoes?
Could you think of a better revenge on them?
Oh, no, sir, but where do I come in?
Oh, I can see you've never waited on a woman in a shoe store, my boy. Box after box you pull down from the shelf, and still they're not satisfied. This one's the wrong color, that one's the wrong style. These don't fit. Up the ladder, down the Oh. By noon, I am such a nervous wreck that you can hear me puff, and if you'll pardon the expression, pant all over the place.
It does sound kind of wearing.
Oh, yes, but it won't be for you. Oh, no. You'll make them buy the shoes they ought to have, and right away.
Me?
Well, certainly. You're not afraid of women. You will, if you'll pardon the expression, gird up your, if you'll pardon the expression, loins and fight.
But, Mr. Norwood, I...
Now, the pay on this job, I might add, is excellent.
The pay? How much is it?
Well, it used to be $22 a week, but I'll dicker.
$22 a week? Boy, that's the best offer I ever had.
Well, in that case, the dickering is over. Now, is it a deal, my boy?
Gee, how can I turn it down?
Oh, good lad, good lad. Now, all you have to do... Oh, good gravy, here comes the customer. Now, go to work, my boy.
Gosh, already?
Don't you worry. This is one of the sweetest customers we have. Good morning, Mrs. Harris.
Good morning.
Welcome, dear lady. My clerk will take excellent care of you, I am sure.
Very well. I'd like a pair of black pumps, young man.
Sit down.
Oh. What?
You heard me. Squat. Now, what size do you take, fatso?
Why, the ones I have on are 3.5 AAA.
And these will be just your size. Here, 8B.
8B? Why, I never.
I know, and it's about time you started. Here's the shoes. Now, give me the money.
But I...
Come on, give me the money.
Oh, yes, of course. Here.
Oh, good boy, Dennis. I knew you could do it. I knew you weren't scared of any woman who ever... Oh, my goodness gracious me. The boy's fainted.
We'll continue this day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing You Were Meant for Me.
You were meant for me. I was meant for you. Nature patterned you, and when she was done, you were all the sweet things rolled up in one. You're like a plaintive melody that never let me free. For I'm content the angels must have sent you, and they made you just for me. You were meant for me, for I'm content the angels must have sent you, and they made you just for me.
Well,
Denis certainly started something when he allowed himself to be quoted by an inquiring reporter to the effect that women have a cinch and that the men do all the work. To the men, of course, he's a hero, but to the women, well, let's listen to a meeting of the distaff side now taking place at the Anderson boarding house.
Dennis actually talked to you that way, Mrs. Harris? Why, I can hardly believe it.
Since that interview of his appeared, all the men are talking that way. I'll say they are. Do you know what your father said to me this morning, Mildred?
What?
He told me to shut my big mouth before he kicked it shut. Why, he hasn't spoken to me like that since I fell off a horse in 1922 and had both arms in a cast. Well, now, something's got to be done. Why don't we show the men how easy our job is? Let them do what we've been doing for a while, and we'll lead the lives they've been leading.
Oh, golly, Mrs. Harris, that sounds wonderful.
Not to me, it doesn't. I'd have to go back to doing the housework around here.
But not the cooking, Mother. Oh, I think it's a marvelous idea. We'll call every woman in town and get them started right away.
Yes. Let's see how the men like doing women's work for a change.
And it'll certainly be fun for us doing what the men do.
Yes, I've got a slight head start.
A head start?
Sure. I've been enjoying my husband's cigars for years now.
How's the dinner coming, Denis?
All right, I guess. Gee, Mr. Anderson, wasn't it kind of peculiar, your wife leaving a note saying she and Mildred wouldn't be home for supper, and if we wanted any, we should cook it ourselves?
Well, it is a little peculiar, but we'll show them that we can cook just as good a dinner as they can. Did you taste that soup yet, Denis?
Yeah, the soup over here in this pot is cooler, but it tastes better, I think.
That's the dishwater from lunch.
Oh.
Are the baked potatoes nearly ready?
Mashed potatoes.
I thought you said we were going to have baked potatoes.
We were, but they fell on the floor, and I stepped on them by mistake.
Oh, well. Say, do you suppose those steaks of mine are done by now?
Well, how long have you had them on?
Well, let's see. It's 8:15. About an hour.
Oh, give them a little longer. We don't want them raw.
No, I guess not. Did you take a look at those muffins?
No, I guess I better.
Yeah, we got to watch them. I don't like them dark brown.
How do you feel about jet black?
My, I'm glad Poopsie didn't see those. Take them out, Denis.
Okay.
Dear, dear. Well, now, don't you worry. We'll show those women that us men can take over.
You bet we will.
Sure. Why not? Men can do anything that women can do.
Darn right they can. Oh, say, isn't that one coming up the walk, Mr. Anderson?
Well, yes, so it is. It's Mr. Harris. Why, good heavens, he's carrying a baby.
Gee, you don't suppose he... Oh, of course not. I'll let him in. Hello, Mr. Harris.
Gee, fellas, look what I had.
What?
To take care of.
Oh.
Well, my wife and daughter went out and left him with me. Got kind of lonely. He's only 4 months old and doesn't say much. So I came over here for some company.
Well, good. So you're just in time for dinner. I'll have it on the table in a jiffy.
Gee, you're lucky the little fella's sleeping so nice and peacefully, Mr. Harris. Most babies don't, you know.
Yeah, I know. But I gave this one a little shot of whiskey before we... Worked fine.
See? There's male brains. I'll guarantee a woman never would have thought of that.
No. But I wish I knew what to do when it's time to change him. They didn't leave me any instructions on that.
Oh, I can show you that, Mr. Harris. I don't go to the movies twice a week for nothing, you know. Hand me a napkin.
Yeah, here you are. Let's see this.
Well, first you take this end and crisscross it to the other side and pin it. Like this,
Yeah.
see? Then you crisscross the other side over to this one and pin it. Now you take the underflap and pull it over here and pin it like this.
Now what?
Now, if I could think of a way to get my hand out, it'd be perfect.
Well, you better just let him sleep, Mr. Harris. Dinner's all set. Sit down, boys.
Okay.
Well, dig in, everybody.
You first, Mr. Harris. You're the oldest.
What's that got to do with it?
You've lived your life already.
Well, it looks fine, but to tell the truth, I'm not very hungry.
You know something? I kind of wish I had my wife back.
Yeah, this isn't very much... Hey, Isn't that somebody outside?
Our wives. They've finally come home to apologize.
Oh, so that's she said. Really? I thought you said itching.
Well, and just where have you three been until this hour?
Around. We dropped in at the pool room and shot a little snooker.
Snooker?
Yes, and then we stopped in at the fight for a few minutes.
And we wound up with the burlesque show. Wow! That second boy from the left. Hey, Clara! You ain't just speaking your gums, kiddo. Well, did you boys have a nice evening together?
We kind of missed you, ladies.
Oh, you'll get used to it in a few months.
No, Poopsie, don't say that. You did this to us, Denis Day.
Me?
Yes, with that fool interview of yours. Please, ladies, reconsider. Take us back the way we were. Give us men our happy slavehood again.
Well...
Please, Mrs. Anderson, I was wrong to talk about women the way I did. There's room in this world for two sexes. In fact, in many ways, it's a very nice arrangement.
Well, do you really think you've learned your lesson, Herbert?
Oh, I have. I do, Cuddles, I do. Take me back, please.
Very well. If you're truly sorry, we'll forget this ever happened.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh, Poopsie, you darling. Come here and let me clasp you to my manly stomach once again.
Denis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Song of Songs. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, for soft, glamorous dream girl hair, try Luster Cream Shampoo. Now in convenient tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new three-way loveliness. Fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft, easy to manage. Not a soap, not a liquid, but an utterly new, rich lathering cream shampoo, a blend of secret ingredients plus lanolin. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, 49 and 25 cents. Be a dream girl, a lovely luster cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
Here now is Denis with the music of Charles Dant and the orchestra singing Song of Songs.
Do you recall that night in June when first we met? Do you remember, love, the words we spoke? Have you forgotten all the tender vows we made? In the silent, magical moonbeams light, another golden dreams with summer roses, and all our tenderest vows were made but to be broken. Song of songs, song of memories, and broken melody of love and life, nevermore to me, and that melody fill the heart with the joy once it knew. Oh, night of bliss, night of June and love, beneath the snows amid the roses, who dream of delight that faded at dawn.
everybody.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, dream girl hair. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night, everyone.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
I drink Dr. Pepper and I'm proud. I'm part of an original crowd. And if you look around these days, there seems to be a Dr. Pepper craze. I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper, we're a pepper. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? I'm a pepper, he's a pepper, she's a pepper. If you drink Dr. Pepper, you're a pepper too. Be a pepper, drink Dr. Pepper. Be a pepper, drink.
Hey, man. How about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
They say that the three basic human motives are money, love, and hunger. Well, the Magees are still in love. They don't worry about money. But Molly's husband is strictly from hunger all the time. Here he is having a glass of milk 1 hour after lunch.
Don't forget to put the bottle back in the refrigerator, Magee.
No rush. I may want another glass. They say milk is good for the teeth.
Well, I don't know why you don't have to chew it.
Hey, did you ever read this stuff on the side of the bottle?
No, I only read the cap, like a girl looking over her shoulder at a sailor.
Huh?
To see if it's going to be fresh. What does the cap say?
It says you're cordially invited to visit the beautiful sanitary Wistful Vista Dairy. Just 10 minutes from Wistful Vista. Visiting days Tuesdays and Fridays. Hey, what day is this?
Tuesday. You think we better be polite and go?
What do you mean, polite?
Well, we've been taking milk from them 4 days a week for 8 years.
Yeah?
3 bottles a day. An invitation on every bottle.
Yeah?
4 times 8 times 52 times 3 is 4,992 invitations.
Oh, quick.
You know, it's pretty rude to ignore an invitation that long.
Oh, I don't know. Just because you buy a wool sweater, you don't have to go shake hands with the sheep. But if you want to go, Snooky, let's go.
How do you do? You say you've come to visit the dairy. Why, may I ask?
The invitation, sis, on the milk bottle. We took you up on it.
You took me up on a bottle?
Let me talk to one of the top brass, sis. I'll soon straighten this out.
Nobody is here except the president, Mr. Waterman. If you care to look around for a few minutes, I'll try to find him for you.
Well, thank you, dearie.
Wonderful-looking bunch of cows, isn't it, Molly? Look at that one there. That red one.
That's a Jersey, isn't it?
No. The red ones are Poland China. The black and white ones are Wyandottes, and the Holsteins are Black Angus. The big ones are called heifers, and the little ones are steers. Or cows, as we say in the vernacular.
Heavenly days, dearie. How'd you ever learn so much about cattle?
I used to live in Chicago near the stockyard. You learn a lot about animals there, when the wind is right. But that cow over there, that's as fine an example of cowhood as I ever saw.
Yeah?
Look at that intelligent head, that soft brown eye, that straight line of the back. Oh, what an animal. Hey, Buck.
Yes, sir?
What kind of a cow is that in the fourth stall over there?
That is Gertrude, sir, one of our delivery horses. Fly in stall 22. Fly in stall 22. Fly in stall 22. Stand by. Stand by. All clear. All clear. All clear.
My goodness, what elaborate precautions. Was there really a flying stall 22 attendant?
No, madam. That was just our afternoon fly drill.
Thanks, Bud. What would happen if a cat ever wandered in here?
That could never happen, sir.
No?
We have an electric eye at all entrances to intercept cats.
Oh, I see.
Given a mild electric shock, automatically picked up and placed on a chute, and slid down to a street level where they are given 2 sardines and handed over to the Humane Society. Some of them try to get in just to ride down the chute and get the sardines. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir, I must give some of the cows their sun lamp.
My, what a place. I'm certainly glad we came, dearie.
Yeah, me too. If I'd known before what kind of a place this... Hey.
Oh. My. What's the music for, Magee?
Search me. Hey, Bud, what's the music for? On account of us being guests of the dairy?
Oh, no, sir. We always turn the radio on at milking time. It stimulates production. The cows in this section like sentimental music.
Mm-hmm.
In barn 13, they prefer dance music. And in barn 21, we give them news commentators. We call that our H.V. Calton barn.
Well, isn't that interesting? What do you give the calves, the quiz kids?
Boy, they sure got things worked out around here. I never saw such a
Here
place.
they are, Mr. Waterman. I beg your pardon, but I don't believe I got your name.
Mr. and Mrs. Fibber Magee.
Oh, thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Magee, allow me to present the president of the Wistful Vista Dairy, Mr. Waterman.
Hi, Bud.
How do you do, I'm sure?
Oh, how do you do? Is it true what my secretary tells me?
Huh?
That you came all the way out here because of that? That invitation printed on our box?
That's right.
Why, Waterman, old man? What you so upset about? Didn't you want us to come out?
Oh, my dear boy.
Huh?
You don't know what this means to me. Huh? This is the greatest day of my life. I do believe. Oh, yes, I do believe it.
Why, Mr. Waterman, what's the matter? You have tears in your eyes.
Well, I'm so happy. So very, very happy. Oh, no.
Tears.
Oh, for 22 years we've been printing that invitation on our milk bottles, and no one has ever come out to see us before. Oh, I'm so very happy.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Gee, it's hard to face giving up taste when you give up calories.
Have a diet drink.
The taste isn't much of a treat.
This is sugar-free Dr. Pepper.
Wow!
Sugar-free Dr. Pepper. Tastes fattening, but it's not. How can sugar-free taste so sugar-full? What a great taste this one's got. How do they make so few calories taste like such a lot? Sugar-free Dr. Pepper. Tastes fattening, but it's not.
The Johnston Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. of money you make can change. The value of a rationing coupon can change, but there's one thing that never does vary. There are only 24 hours in every day. Nothing you or I can do will ever make it 25. Which brings me to an interesting letter we received last week from a woman in busy Detroit. This is the first fan letter I've ever written, she says, but when I consider all the time Johnson's Wax has saved me, I just must write. Like nearly everybody else, I now do all my own housework and care for my 2-year-old son. For all its time saving, I say thank goodness for Johnson's Wax. And for such a nice letter, we say thank you very much to a busy mother in Michigan. Very true that Johnson's Wax is saving hours of work for women everywhere, besides helping them to take better care of the things they have. It's been claimed that the female of the species is more deadly than the male. But when the male man is a woman, well, here on Pins and Needles waiting for her arrival, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Magee, settle down.
Oh.
What are you expecting in the mail that's so important?
Now, you wait and see. It's something that might change the whole course of our lives.
Well, that appeals to me, too. So I will say, dearie, that life with you has never a dull moment.
Really? You don't just say that just because you admire me.
No, I just say that because I'd admire a dull moment now and then. With you, I never know what's going to happen next, so I always expect the worst.
Well.
And I'm rarely disappointed, in spite of the fact that I've lived through it, which is surprising when I come to think of it, which I try not to.
Well, just the same, did you ever stop to realize what a person could do if he knew exactly how to handle every situation as it come up?
Certainly. He'd go on information, please, and make a mug of Oscar Levant.
You don't get me.
I got you once. Do I have to keep doing it?
Oh, listen, Molly, this is serious. I'm expecting something in the mail that's going to make me rich and healthy and smart.
Heavenly days. Doesn't the government have enough criticism without you expecting miracles?
Okay, scoff if you want to. Be right. But this is important. What if something happened that I could look into the future and know exactly what was going to happen to us?
It'd be sickening. Don't we have enough trouble with what has happened? Who wants to peek into the future? Admitting for the sake of argument that you have one.
Well, for instance, suppose I had advanced knowledge that a certain stock was going to go up.
Yeah, you said you had that knowledge in 1929, and what happened? We were broke for 4 years.
Yeah, but there'd be no guesswork with this. I'd know. I could buy, say, amalgamated garbage can at 22, ride it up to 49 and sell out. Clean up $1 million in 2 days. I'd corner the market.
That reminds me. Run down to the corner market and get a can of beans. Take the ration book, dearie, and a loaded shotgun.
Molly, I gotta wait for the mail because I tell you I'm... Oh, boy, here she is now. Mark this day down on the calendar, Molly. From today on, we're a success.
You open the door, dearie. I can't do it with my fingers crossed.
That I will. Come in, sis. Come in. Hey, Molly, it's her, all right. It's the baguette.
So I see. Good morning, dear. Won't you sit down and rest your special delivery?
No, thank you, Mrs. Magee. I've got to keep going to get back to the post office. There's a hole in the bottom of my mail bag.
Really? The mail must go through.
Yes. That's our motto, Mr. Magee.
Huh? Oh. That's very good, sis. We almost made a joke. Well, what you got for us this morning?
Let me see what I have for you, folks. Ah, yes. Here's that card from your Aunt Sarah, wishing you a happy George Washington's birthday. Remember?
Ah, never mind, Aunt Sarah. That skin-fisted old tight flint.
Now, Magee, stop talking like that about Aunt Sarah. She's a very generous person.
Yeah, she'd give you the back off her shirt. Why, that old miser believes in reincarnation just so she can leave all her dough to herself. Come on, sis. Come on. What else you got for us? I'm expecting some very, very important mail.
Oh, stop trembling, Magee. Anybody think your life was at stake? And what I've seen of your life, it's a pretty tough stake.
I'm afraid that's all I have for you this morning, Mr. Magee.
Oh.
But, no, here. You probably won't want this, though. It's just a circular.
Let's see it. Hey, this is what I've been waiting for. Oh, boy, now we're getting someplace. Thanks, sis. Remind me to put in a good word for you with the Department of Labor.
I work for the Post Office Department, Miss Magee.
Well, what do you call that? Amusement?
You should be more polite with the mail girl, McGee. She has a hard job.
Put your career into affinity with the universe. Put your future into rhythm with the psychic forces.
McGee, I was speaking to you.
Huh? Oh, how do you do? Let the stars foretell what fate has in store for you, and put yourself in tune with the infinite. Your astral plane.
McGee.
Huh? Oh, hey, look what I got. From the You Can Be What You Want to Be horoscope company. There's the key to success in 25 pages of wisdom. Distilled from the ancient Egyptian system of astrology and perfected by modern methods of character analysis. And all for 27 cents. Including postage.
And just what did you get for your 27 cents, Taurus?
I ain't Taurus, I'm Scorpio. Taurus is the bull.
So is Scorpio, if you ask me.
Look what the envelope says. Your complete character analysis tells about my health, business, marriage, friends, lucky days, lucky numbers, when to plant corn. Did you say something?
Is it necessary?
When to go fishing, my 72-year life cycle and special forecast for every day of the year.
Well, what they do when your 72 years are up? Come and shoot you?
You wait. Now, let me see. Scorpio, Scorpio.
Wherefore art thou Scorpio? And when are you going to the store for a can of beans?
Don't say anything in my horoscope about going to the store. Now, let me see. December, January, February.
March.
Huh? Oh, okay. I'll get the beans. I'll be right back.
Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Who? Mr. McGee? No, he isn't here just now. May I take a message? Yes. Oh, an old schoolmate of Fibber's. Yes, I'll tell him. What was the name again? Stillwell? And the first name? Duffy? Yes, I'll tell him you called Mr. Stuffwell. Yes, I'll tell him. Goodbye. That's funny. I don't remember McGee's mentioning anybody named Stuffy Stillwell. Still, it might have been an old pal of his.
Scorpio under the influence of Venus. Don't say anything about tomorrow. Well, here's your beans, Molly.
Thank you, dearie. What does your horoscope say about getting some meat for Sunday?
Nothing, but look what it says about today. It says March 16th will be a day of surprises for Scorpio. Hey, incidentally, what is a Scorpio?
Well, I think it's Latin for a scorpion, dearie.
Oh.
And a scorpion is a kind of a lizard or something.
I see. Does a Scorpio bite?
No, confidentially, it stings. Go on with the reading.
Okay. It says March 16th will see the payment to Scorpio of a long overdue debt by an old schoolmate. I don't know what that means. I can't think of any old schoolmates.
Oh, heavenly days. I almost forgot, McGee.
Huh?
An old schoolmate of yours called up while you were at the store.
What? He did? Who was it?
He said to tell you Stuffy Stillwell called.
Stuffy Stillwell? Well, how be it? Oh, Stuffy Stillwell. Now, there's a guy that...
That what?
That I can't quite place. I wonder where I knew a Stuffy Stillwell. You remember him from school?
No, I don't. Maybe he was in your geometry class.
Oh, that's it. That's why I don't remember him. I never took geometry.
You know, maybe there's something to this astrology business after all, McGee. Your horoscope says an old schoolmate will pop up and pay a debt, and boom, up pops the old schoolmate.
Ain't it wonderful? Where's he staying?
Well, he didn't say. He just said to tell you he called.
Well, my gosh, I gotta find him. I can't make a liar out of my horoscope.
Maybe your horoscope gives his phone number, too. What else does it say?
Oh, let me see. No, it just says, be on your guard against a dark-haired, well-groomed man with a glib tongue and smooth manners. I wonder who that...
Hello, folks. Am I intruding?
No, not a bit, Mr. Wilcox. It's nice to see you.
Dark-haired, well-groomed, good-mannered, smooth tongue. Well, what do you want, Junior? And watch your step. I'm on my guard.
What are you talking about?
Well, he just got his horoscope, Mr. Wilcox, and it says to beware of a dark-haired, well-groomed man.
Well, on second thought, Molly, I was wrong. I apologize, Junior. You're not well-groomed.
Why, McGee, he is, too.
He is not. Look at him. No sideburns. No spats. No cane. No carnation. Why, he looks like a tramp.
Well, I used to have sideburns, but they got too long, and I cut them off.
Oh, how long did they get, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, long enough so people began asking me why I had my hat tied on. What sign were you born under, Fibber? Leo?
No, Scorpio. What made you think I was Leo?
Well, Leo means lion.
I get it.
Scorpio is a wonderful sign under which to be born under, Junior. Listen to what the chart says about Scorpio.
Yes.
It says Scorpio natives are endowed with strength, discretion, ingenuity, and kitty.
What was that last thing you're endowed with, chum?
Kitty, see? Let's go right here.
McGee, that word, dearie, is tenacity.
Oh, well, I know that. I was giving it the Egyptian pronunciation. All this astrology stuff comes from the Egyptians, you know.
Sure, their mummies done told them. Well, I'm sort of a believer in that stuff myself, folks.
Are you really, Mr. Wilcox?
Sure, let me show you. When did you buy your kitchen linoleum? In what month?
I got a suspicion that this is leading us into that certain thing, Junior. But we bought that linoleum in 1938, the end of January.
Does that prove anything?
Why, certainly it does. January 20th to February 19th is Aquarius, the water bearer.
That's right.
And how does linoleum bear water?
Uh-oh.
Because smart housewives protect it with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Keeps it from drying out, losing its color, and getting scuffed and scratched. Now, when did you buy your last container of glow coat, Molly?
Well, now, let me see. I don't remember, but we'll need some more at the end of the month.
1st of April. What's that?
That's Aries, the ram.
That's right.
Ruled by the planet Mars. And how do you protect linoleum against Mars and scratches and dust and dirt and damage? With Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, that's how. You see how it works out?
Well, what's the ram got to do with it?
The ram, that's simple. A ram is a male sheep.
That's right.
And wouldn't you feel sheepish if you kept on with the old-fashioned floor scrubbing? When you could use glow coat that shines as it dries in 20 minutes or less and gives you a lot less work and a lot more leisure?
Gee, I never realized there was so much to astrology.
Well, sure.
I'm going to live up to this every minute of the day. For instance, it says here, anyone who crosses a native of Scorpio on the morning of March 16th will run into difficulties. An accident will befall him.
You really believe that?
Oh, no. That's a lot of horse feathers.
It is not a lot of horse feathers.
Oh, it is, too. It's silly.
It is not silly, and you better look out, Wilcox. I'm a Scorpio, and you're crossing me. An accident will befall you.
Oh, now, McGee.
Oh, let him go, Molly. You can't argue with people who believe in that stuff. Well, I'll see you later, Scorpio.
McGee, you shouldn't be so gullible. After all, a two-bit horoscope. Good heavens, what was that?
I think Mr. Wilcox is studying the stars, Molly. They're telling him about that wobbly front step I've been meaning to fix. That'll learn him. That's what he gets for crossing the Scorpio. When my horoscope predicts, hey, but I gotta locate Duffy Stillwell, Molly.
Oh.
Well, he'll be at the Ritz Vista Hotel.
That's a very expensive place. How do you know he'll be there?
Oh, simple logic. He's an old schoolmate.
Yeah.
He owes me some dough. When I went to school, I never had much dough. Therefore, it was a small amount he owes me. Who likes to dish out their dough in small amounts? Rich people. And where do the rich people stay? At the Ritz Vista. And besides, it's the only hotel in town. Give me the phone.
McGee, sometimes I think you're almost as smart as you claim. Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the Ritz Vista. Ho. Is that you, Mert? Oh. How's every little thing, Mert? There's that. What's that, Mert? Your grandmother? Came home plastered last night.
Oh, heavenly days. Her grandmother.
Yeah, she was knitting at the Red Cross and the ceiling fell in on them. Oh, that's tough, Mert. What say, Mert? Oh, thanks. Hello, Rich Vista Hotel? I want to talk to Mr. Stillwell. Huh? Well, tell him Mr. McGee called, will you? Thanks. Duffy's gone out, Molly. You know, I think I remember him now.
I think I do, too. Duffy Stillwell.
Yeah.
He was the boy who broke his clavicle when he fell off his sled on Underwood's Hill. Wasn't he?
That's the guy. That's the very guy. And you know what?
What?
I loaned him 37 cents once to pay a fine on some library books.
Yeah?
If he hadn't paid that fine, he couldn't have took out any more books.
Yeah.
Then he'd have flunked every course. Why, that guy owes his whole education to me. I put him through high school. No wonder he's grateful.
So you loaned him 37 cents, which put him through high school.
You betcha.
Why didn't you give him an even $50 and send him to college?
It would have been bad for his character. He'd have got so he depended on me. Would have been a dime here and a dime here and a dime there.
Well, you study your horoscope, Scorpio. I've got to get things ready for lunch.
Ah, there goes a good kid. I'm going to give her half of whatever old Stillwell gives me in his gratitude. No, not half. I paid for the whole horoscope myself. Make it a third. Let's see, what's a third of $10,000? I can't divide that. Better make it a tenth. $1,000. Is she the lucky kid, though? I'll bet most guys wouldn't even get... Hot dog. I'll bet that's old Stuffy now. Good old Stuffy. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, it's you, is it? Well, come in, but don't bother me, sis. I got some studying to do. Just got my horoscope from the You Can Be What You Want to Be horoscope company.
Oh, see, have you got a horoscope, mister?
Yeah.
Can I all do it once? And can I, please? And can I, mister?
A horoscope isn't something you look through, sis. You're thinking of a telescope or a microscope or a periscope. A horoscope has to do with astrology.
Oh, what's astrology, mister?
Astrology, sis, is the science of forecasting events by the movements of the planets.
Oh, my mama was doing that all morning, mister.
Studying astrology?
No, moving planets.
Oh.
She moved her geranium planets off the back part, and she moved her tomato planets behind the garage, and moved her crocus planets.
No. Look, sis, you're all mixed up.
I know it.
By planets, I mean the stars in the sky, like the sun and the moon and the stars.
Oh.
You see, everybody's life is influenced by the stars. Everybody is born under some kind of a sign.
I know it. Mm-hmm. I had a puppy once, and he was born under a cigarette sign on the corner of 14th
You better run along now, sis. I got work to do, and besides, I'm expecting a guest.
Who?
Now, that is none of your affair, so scram.
Can I tell you a ripple before I go, mister?
You mean a riddle, sis? A ripple is a wrinkle on a river. What's the riddle?
Well, what is it that Russia and England and America and China have got that Hitler hasn't got?
What has America and England and Russia and China got that Hitler hasn't got?
Give up?
Yes.
So will Hitler. So on,
The King's Men sing Irving Berlin's newest song, This Is the Army. We don't like it.
Herr Dr. Goebbels is on the air today. Let's tune in and get Berlin and hear what he has to say. But the Russians push us back, we don't like it. In the winter they attack, we don't like it. Then they call us ruthless murderers, we didn't make a fuss. But now they're invading, they can't do that to us. Casablanca's full of Yanks, we don't like it. They got ships and planes and tanks, we don't like it. While we're winning as we should, Hitler speaks from Das ist gut.
But when Hitler don't make speeches,
we don't like it.
when the RAF begins,
We don't like it.
when they fly above Berlin,
We don't like it. When they showered us with paper, why we didn't make a fuss. But bombs with explosives, they can't do that to us. Every cupboard here is bare.
we don't like it.
And we got no clothes to wear, we don't like it. Herman Goering had to speak in the same suit twice last week.
And when Goering can change costumes,
We don't got soldiers who are not afraid of hiney fits or guts. That's not how we planned it. They can't do that to us. In Japan, our hands are tied. We don't like it. Mussolini's on our side. We don't like it. We should take our rightful place, for we are the master race. But they... Right in our face. We don't like it.
Be ready, dearie. Better get washed up now.
Okay, but listen to this, will you? My horoscope says 5 presidents of the United States were Scorpio subjects.
Really?
Yeah, John Adams, James Gay Polk, James Garfield, and Theodore Roosevelt.
That's only 4.
I know, but I've been thinking of going into politics myself. There's a friend of mine, Fred Nitley from Starved Rock. Hey, I'll bet that's old Stuffy Stillwell. Let him in, Molly, let him in. Gee whiz, don't keep old Stuffy.
Oh, calm yourself, Magee. It's only Mrs. Uppington.
Oh, what does that old beanbag want?
I don't know, but aren't you forgetting your horoscope?
What do you mean?
Well, it says for you to be courteous and polite to everyone up until 12 o'clock noon, remember?
Oh, yeah.
And it's still 5 minutes to 12.
Oh, well, do me a favor and tell me when it's 12 o'clock, will you? Because...
Come in. Well, hello, Abigail Dodd.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
Good morning, Mrs. Uppington. A very good morning to you. You're looking very charming this morning. As the cream and sugar said to the spoon, won't you join us in a cup of coffee?
Thank you. Don't you... aren't you... Is anything wrong, Mr. McGee?
Oh, why no, my dear girl. Not a thing. Thank you for inquiring, however. What time is it, Molly?
4 minutes. 4 minutes to 12. If you mean his unusual politeness, Abigail, his horoscope advised it. He was born under the same sign as little Lord Fauntleroy.
Oh, how utterly fascinating. I used to be so interested in astrology, and I was going to the dearest Swami.
Swami, eh? You a pretty good swimmer, Uppy?
A Swami has nothing to do with swimming, dearie. A Swami is a man with a towel around his head who looks into the future.
Most guys I've seen with towels around their heads were moaning about the past. Do tell us more about it, won't you, Mrs. Uppington? I find it most interesting. What time is it, Molly?
2.5 minutes to 12, and don't overdo it, Magee. That phony smile shows more teeth than a hay rake.
Oh, very amusing, my dear. But come, Mrs. Yu. I should like to hear some more of your experiences in occult affairs.
Well, it was extremely interesting, Mr. McGee. The Swami would look into his crystal.
I looked into a crystal just this morning.
Oh, what did it say?
8:30. What time is it now, Molly?
2 minutes to 12.
Oh, good heavens, I had no idea it was so late. I must be going. I have an appointment at the beauty parlor at noon.
Oh, don't go, Uppy. Gee whiz, not for a while yet, anyway. Stick around a couple of minutes.
Why, Mr. McGee, how charming of you to insist that I simply must be going, really.
1 minute and 45 seconds.
Oh, come on, Uppy. Sit down a while. I have so many things I want to say to you.
Can't you tell me later?
That's the only time he can tell you. 1 minute to 12.
Good gracious, only 1 minute to get to the beauty parlor. I must rush along. Good day, my dear. Goodbye, Mr. McGee.
All the dirty luck. A half a minute more and I could have opened up on the old wind
But
channel.
why, Magee? She hasn't done anything to you.
I know that, but she rubs me the wrong way.
You mean she ribs you the wrong way? Every time you get into an argument with her, she pins your ears back. And on you, it looks good.
Oh, but she don't. Hey, I almost forgot. I got to find Stuffy Stillwell.
Seems to me you're getting awfully excited about a loan of 37 cents.
You think he's only going to pay me back 37 cents? You realize what the compound interest is on 37 cents for over 20 years? Why, it's around $10,000.
How do you know?
It's just a rough estimate. Might be more, for all I know. But when a rich millionaire like Stuffy Stillwell decides to come...
Come in.
Does Mr. Fibber McGee live here? I am Mr. Stillwell.
Well, I'll be a good old Stuffy Stillwell. Stuffy, old man, come right in. Long time no see.
The same old McGee, still coining phrases. And my goodness, isn't this little Molly Driscoll?
Molly Driscoll as was, Mr. Stillwell. Molly McGee, now, won't you sit down?
Sure. Sit down. Let's talk over old school days, eh? Remember the time I loaned you that 37 cents to pay your fine at the library?
No, I don't remember that.
What?
You don't? Well, then why? I mean, my horoscope says you... Well, Well, you sure look like you've done all right in the world, stuffy old man. Have much of an income tax this year?
Don't be so subtle, McGee. You know, Mr. Stillwell, it's a funny thing, but Fibber's horoscope told him an old school chum would show up today and repay an old debt. Isn't that strange?
Oh, I don't know. That's exactly what I came for, Molly.
Ah, forget it, Stillwell, old man. Shucks, what's 37 cents? What if it did let you complete your education so you could go on out in the world and get rich? What if it was the turning point in your life? Gee whiz, I'm proud to be responsible for your success.
I don't remember any 37 cents, McGee. All I can remember is the time I was sliding down Underwood's Hill on my sled, and you hit me with a snowball and knocked me off the sled, and I broke my collarbone.
I told you it was his clavicle, McGee.
And I was laid up for 2 months.
Yeah?
And I swore if I ever caught up with you, McGee, I'd pay you back for that. Now, here you are.
Oh, heavenly days.
If he wants to make anything of this, Molly, he can see me at my office in New York. I am president of the You Can Be What You Want to Be Horoscope Company.
It looks as though spare parts for all your electrical and mechanical gadgets around the house are going to be still harder to get as time goes on. Very sound advice we're getting from all sides to take extra good care of our toasters, vacuum cleaners, refrigerators. And while we're out there in the kitchen, let's not forget the floor covering. You can make your linoleum floors last 6 to 10 times longer by protecting them regularly with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. That's a great big dividend when you consider that Glow Coat is so easy to use because it shines as it dries without rubbing or buffing. It protects linoleum against wear and dirt, revives faded colors, and glow-coated floors are easy to keep clean because spilled things are wiped up in a jiffy. If you have children and a Cocker Spaniel running around the house, you'll be especially grateful for the cleanliness and the labor saving made possible by the regular use of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
Does your jaw still hurt, dearie?
Oh, not too bad. That guy sure packed a wallop, don't he?
Yes, and while you were still unconscious, he came back and left 37 cents for you.
What, no interest?
He said that he really intended to kill you, but he saw your elk tooth and realized you were out of season.
Okay. Good night.
Good night, Al.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
We've paid for that bridge and we're going to collect.
We're going to fly 35,000 men 300 miles and drop them behind enemy lines. It'll be the largest airborne operation ever mounted. Quite frankly, this kind of thing's never been attempted before. We shall seize the bridges, it's all a question of bridges, with thunderclap surprise, and hold them until they can be secured. And we go next Sunday.
7 days.
The sooner we go, the better. We've got them on the run.
Joseph E. Levine presents A Bridge Too Far. Based on Cornelius Ryan's international bestseller. The story of the most dramatic and devastating battle of World War II.
The plan is called Operation Market Garden. Market is the airborne element, and Garden the ground forces. I like to think of this as one of those American Western films. Germans, well, naturally, they're the bad guys. We, my friends, are the cavalry on the way to the rescue.
A Bridge Too Far. Starring Dirk Bogarde, James Caan, Michael Caine, Sean Connery, Edward Fox, Elliot Gould, Gene Hackman, Anthony Hopkins, Hardy Kruger, Laurence Olivier, Ryan O'Neal, Robert Redford, Maximilian Schell, Liv Ullmann.
Take cover!
Don't you think that since we know that Arnhem is so crucial to their safety, they might know that too?
The river's wide and that the current is strong.
Hail Mary, full of grace.
And as any more cheery information comes my way, I'll just be too happy to pass it along. In the meantime, just think of this as on-the-job training. You're 36 hours behind schedule.
There's a battle, and we are in the process of winning it.
Winning and losing is not a concern. Living or dying is.
Colonel, if you don't look at him right now, he's going to die.
Dead now.
Right now. I can give him a quick examination, can I? Thank you very much, sir.
We need reinforcements and, above all, ammunition.
The general are coming. They're coming tonight.
2 days, they said. We've been here 9.
Why don't we just try to bash through? Well, as you know, I've always thought that we tried to go a bridge too far.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next voice you will hear will be that of Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening. Say, Jimmy, what was that digest introduction there? What about my build-up? What am I, suddenly, a spot announcement or something? Why, Bulliver gives the time a better send-off than that. What is the big idea?
Well, look, Fred, the first thing an announcer learns in radio is never to give a big build-up to something that isn't going to follow through.
Mr. Wallington, you don't mug. Just read the thing. If you have friends in the audience, you can talk to them during the commercial. Mr. Wallington, are you hinting that tonight's program is a potential blincer?
Well, all I know is that I was at rehearsal. Nothing made me laugh.
It didn't?
No. You know, Fred, I am known as Jimmy. It takes a good one to make me laugh. Wallington.
Well, I only wish you were more like Don Anything Goes Wilson. You know, Benny sews feathers in his underwear every Sunday night. The guy... Well, my luck, I got a pessimist for an announcer. What am I going to do? Hello, Kenny.
Hello, Mr.
Better late than never. I thought you'd be going through on the 12th floor. You're coming through at 12. Well, you're just in time, Kenny, it says here. You were at rehearsal today after this little trouble with Mr. Wallington, and it takes a good one to make me laugh, Wallington. You were at rehearsal. Now, what do you think of our program?
Oh, it's all right, I guess.
Well, only all right, Kenny. You don't think it's convulsing?
Well, I don't think that joke I have on page 14 is funny.
Which one?
Well, the one where you say to me, did you see Betty Davis in the letter?
Yeah.
And I say, no, I didn't shake out the envelope. Boy, that's good.
Why, what's wrong with it, Kenny? Why, that joke is as hot as a fireman's destination. Why, the script is loaded with these as you get along, page after page. I hope not. Now, look, I listened at rehearsal. I was tied up directing the band, you know. Goodman is only a figurehead here. I was conducting. And I distinctly remember some lusty abdominal guffaws.
You mean when Mr. Goodman fell into the orchestra pit?
Yeah. That was a riotous moment.
The orchestra didn't laugh.
Why not?
No blood.
Well, now that Kenny has brought this brief episode to an hilarious, albeit messy close, we turn... I must watch those big words coming one on top of the other there. We turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents one highlight from the world of news. New Haven, Connecticut, Columbus, Ohio, Evanston, Illinois, and all stadiums east and west. As the final whistle blew on gridirons throughout the country last Saturday, the curtain descended on college football for 1940. Tonight, the Texaco News brings you the high and low lights that studded the hectic football season that has just come to a close. First, a prominent educator who ignored the game entirely this year, Professor Emeritus Quince. Now, Professor Quince, about football.
Football, bah!
What do you mean, football? Bah!
What is football? 22 adolescents in the process of being educated, committing group mayhem to retain possession of 1 cubic foot of wind encased in the epidermis of a swine. It ought to be abolished.
Well, if you abolish football, Professor, what sport would replace it?
Logarithms.
Logarithms?
Yes.
Well, how could you play logarithms?
The same as football, except the center, instead of passing a ball, would pass a logarithm.
Yeah.
The backfield would carry a roll-top desk.
The 3 men in the backfield with the roll-top desk, I see.
Now the whistle blows.
Yeah.
The center snaps back the logarithm. Both teams huddle around the desk. The first team to work out the logarithm gets 6 points. The crowd cheers. The band plays, I got a logarithm, I got a logarithm.
Professor, have you ever caught yourself talking to a pistachio?
Do you think I'm a nut?
I certainly do, and I'm generally right, and thank you, Professor Emeritus Quince. A young lady football fan who didn't miss a single football game all season is Miss Sunny Trite. You saw all the college games, Sunny?
Yeah. Everybody calls me Sugar.
Sugar? Why?
Because I'm always in the bowl.
Oh. You know all of the football players, do you?
Name any college and I'll show you the fullback's class pin.
Really?
I've been going out with college boys since I was knee-high to a raccoon.
You don't say.
I got their numbers, brother.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, for instance, there's the studious college boy.
Yeah?
He'll read you like a book.
Yes?
Then there are the college bridge player. He's all hands.
Uh-huh.
And the college baseball player. He'll pitch a little whoa.
I see. And which type of college boy do you prefer?
Well, for the last 2 years, I've been concentrating on football players only.
Why?
Well, I ain't getting no younger.
Well, no.
And the way it looks to me, I'm a cinch to end up in the old maid's home.
And you're going to football games so that when you're sitting there in the old maid's home...
I'll have more passes to remember than any other old maid in the journey.
Thank you, Miss Sunny Trout. And now a little-known player who has just completed a hard season on the gridiron, Bull Morrow. How long have you been playing football, Bull?
I've been playing college football 20 years.
You've been going to college for 20 years?
Yeah. I was a freshman in one college for 4 years.
Really?
Yeah. When I left, I was a senior freshman.
Well, I guess you can go way back in college football, Bull.
Yeah. I played against the Navy when John Paul Jones was at tackle.
Don't say.
Yeah. I played against the Army when Pershing was their quarterback.
Fancy that.
Yeah, Pershing played quarterback on a horse.
Really?
After you tackled the horse, you had to tackle Pershing.
Well, tell me, Bull, confidentially, did you have a good season this year?
Well, we only lost one game, 6-0.
Well, how did that happen?
Well, their fullback got in the clear. I could have nailed him, but I turned the other way on purpose.
Why?
I didn't have the heart to tackle my own son.
Well, would you say a fellow can play college football all his life?
Well, if he's got a specialty, he can. Like me. I got a specialty. That's what keeps me going.
Well, what is your specialty, Bull?
Running around my own end.
You run around your own end?
I've been running around my own end for years.
Well, doesn't the view get rather monotonous?
Yeah, it does, but it's a living and I'm out in the open.
Oh. Say, by the way, Bull, what college did you play for this year?
The letter's right here in my sweater.
What is it?
I don't know. I can't read neither, bud.
Thank you, Bull Morrow. And now 2 oddities that went unnoticed during the college gridiron year. The man who had the least to do during the 1940 season was Thurber Quint. How many games did you participate in, Thurber?
I worked in 8 games and I didn't do nothing.
You don't say.
Through 3 of the games, I slept.
Yes?
In 2 other games, I was put out of the stadium for loitering.
Yeah?
Last Saturday, I was pinched during the game for vagrancy.
Well, I don't...
They hired me to work, and then they don't give me nothing to do.
Well, if you slept through 3 games, were ejected for loitering, and arrested for vagrancy, what were you supposed to be doing at these games all season?
I was keeping score for Yale.
A mythical task you
for
had.
Yale and me both. We got plenty of nothing.
The outstanding innovation of the past football year was the attempt by a Harvard senior to make cheering more literate. As a Harvard man, T.J. Smythe III aptly puts it,
football cheers today blend the cadence of the jungle with the jargon of the gutter.
You mean they don't make sense?
My point exactly. Rickety X go X go X, for example. Now, what is that? A surrealist grouping of vowels and consonants utterly devoid of meaning.
Well, how did you attempt to revolutionize cheering, Mr. Smythe?
At Harvard, we endeavored to clarify the cheer as it progressed.
Well, can you demonstrate this new Harvard method?
Yes, I've brought a few Harvard chaps along. We'll root one out for you.
You're going to root one out, boys? Well,
yes.
Fine.
Ready, chaps? Ready, Smythe?
Well, all right. All right, now let's hear the new Harvard clarified and self-explanatory cheer.
Sis, a sibilant byproduct of hissing. Boom, a hollow report emanating from a drum. Bam, the bleat of a sheep at bay. Sis, as before. Boom, previously defined. Bam, ditto. Are we in it? Most assuredly we are. Harvard, rah. A contraction of hurrah repeated 3 times. To wit, rah, rah, rah.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker, who won his letter in a raffle at the post office, sings Only Forever. Thank you, Kenny, and good luck on your opening with Unit 37 tomorrow, Kenny. Hey, is Larry Elliott around? Oh, there you are, Larry. Say, Larry, I want to congratulate you.
Congratulate me? What for, Fred?
For what you've done for a friend of mine, a former miser.
But I haven't done anything.
Oh, yes, you haven't. We both got the same script. Let me...
The suit's out.
Well, I know. That threw you off, leaving something out, eh? Well, say, you haven't done anything. That's your line. I'll read it over. You can see how it should have been done. Yes, you have done something, Larry. This miser used to be so tight that when he got his hands on a penny, he'd squeeze it until Lincoln's beard was a Van Dyke. But today, this miserly chap is a changed man, and thanks to you, L. Elliott.
But I don't get it, Fred. What did I do?
Well, my friend heard you talking about Sky Chief, Larry, and he abandoned all of his old miserly habits. Today, he buys Sky Chief for his car. Thanks to you, he has gone from motoring parsimony to extravagance.
But, wait a minute, Fred. Using Sky Chief is not an extravagance.
Using Sky Chief is not an extravagance?
It's not an extravagance.
Well, it's called the luxury gasoline, isn't it?
True enough, Fred. Motorists do know Texaco Sky Chief as the luxury gasoline. But that has nothing to do with the price. For Sky Chief costs no more than other premium fuels. Luxury merely describes Sky Chief's performance, the thrill of flying starts, zooming pickup, the satisfaction of having smooth, soaring power.
Maestro Al Goodman and his Marfac Lubricating Orchestra have just completed 2 guitars. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Oh, hello, Portman. Did you hear Mr. Goodman's Haviland Hillbillies playing 2 guitars?
Yes. Mr. Goodman is wonderful. He should be conducting at Carnegie Hall.
Well, I know his relatives have been saying that for years. Isn't it funny you should hit upon it, too? But I'm so afraid Mr. Goodman is doomed never to be a symphony conductor.
Why?
From the back, he doesn't look good in a rented dress suit.
Well, Mama wants to buy some of Mr. Goodman's records.
Well, any music lovers who may be interested in buying Mr. Goodman's recordings, of course, can get them only from Al's brother-in-law, who is selling the records on 42nd Street.
On 42nd Street where?
Well, you pass the flea circus next to that hamburger Alicia it's the second doorway on the right. You step over the little old lady who's selling racing forms. Go down the hall, and Al's brother-in-law is next to a fat man with no shirt on who's making book. You light a match, and his brother is right behind this fat guy who's give you 8 to 7 on a 2-to-1 set.
He isn't there anymore.
Oh, did you say something, Mr. Goodman?
Yes. My brother-in-law isn't there anymore. He moved.
Well, Portland wants to buy some of your records, Maestro. Now, where can she find your brother-in-law?
At the new location.
Well, I know, but where is your brother-in-law's new location?
You know the auction room on 44th Street?
Yes.
You go in there.
In the auction room? Yes.
The auctioneer will put up a cheap article.
Yeah?
You keep bidding on it. The article will finally be sold to you.
Yes.
And when you step to the back of the auction room to get the article, which is now your property...
Yeah?
A man will be wrapping it up.
Well, naturally.
Next to him will be another fellow handing him the strings.
That's your brother-in-law?
That's my brother.
Oh. Well, when I find your brother...
Ask him where my brother-in-law is.
Oh. Look, Portland. Forget about the records, Portland. I've got my eye on an old melodeon from the Greeley Square. It was buried in the pit there years ago. I'll get it for you and give it to you later. Say, who is our guest tonight?
Well, you
Portland?
said last week that every place you go in New York, people are dancing.
Oh, and how true I was and didn't know it at the time. You know that every other building on Broadway today seems to be a dance hall. Roseland, Honeymoon Haven, all the nightclubs. Chin Lee's has a dance floor.
Oh, I hear they even have dancing in the automat.
Yes, they just opened a special slot there. If you want to dance, you drop a nickel in. The chef whistles Blueberry Hill through the slot, and you dance. Now, what I would like to know is, where does everybody learn to do this dancing?
Oh, I think our guest can tell you.
Our guest tonight is a dance hall owner?
No. This young lady is a teacher from America's leading ballroom dancing school.
Arthur Murray's?
That's right. Mr. Allen, meet Miss Ruth Hopkins.
Well, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Your pupils are out in force tonight, aren't they? I
hope so.
Pardon?
I hope so.
Oh, thank you. Ad-libbing at your second appearance at the microphone. Congratulations. You're doing a whale of a job, Miss Hopkins. Now, you are a tutor of terpsichore, Miss Hopkins?
I am a dancing teacher, yes, Mr. Allen.
But you look so young to have mastered the rigadoon and fling. How long have you been instructing?
Ever since I finished at college 5 years ago.
Well, did you go to college here in New York?
Yes, I got my B.A. at Hunter.
Well, how did you happen to go from campus to Congress?
It was very simple, really. After graduation, I saw an ad for teachers at the Arthur Murray School. I was engaged, and I've been there ever since.
Your B.A. turned out to stand for Big Apple, didn't it? Well, what dances did you have to master before you could instruct?
Oh, the foxtrot, waltz, tango, and the modern dances like the rumba and the conga.
May I ask, what method of instruction you employ? Do you teach classes, or do you isolate the minuet apprentice?
All of our students receive individual instruction.
Well, what do you use for music? Mr. Murray doesn't rent one-man bands from the major for each couple, surely.
No, Mr. Allen, we use Victrola music.
And how many there's a cheap dance hall over here where they have a man who gets shortwave programs on his bridge work, and he follows They've done away with the Victrola. Well, tell me, how many programs? Oh, you ought to see the steps they do to static when those shortwave programs. How many programs will you have a day, Miss Hopkins?
I average about...
Now, wait. Now, let us be serious. No laughing matters.
I'm sorry.
How many pupils will you have a day?
I average about 5. On a busy day, I may give 8 lessons.
8 lessons. You see, Madame Zonger, and raise her, too. Well, I didn't recognize the madam in fine print there. Well, I know that Mr. Murray has geared up his mazurka mill for mass production, And how many teachers does his school employ?
We have 110 girls instructing and 90 men teachers for the women students.
Gosh, with 200 teachers giving 6 or more lessons daily, Mr. Murray has a bustling business consisting of little holding companies, hasn't he?
Outside of New York, there are 30 or 40 other Arthur Murray schools throughout the country.
Mr. Murray has finance in his dance, all right. Well, just how does... that joke is on its last legs. We gave her another chance for answer out of everything from now on. Say, how does an Arthur Murray course work out? Now, let's say that I enroll, Miss Hopkins, and you are my teacher.
Well, the first thing I would teach you, Mr. Allen, is how to walk.
Oh, Miss Hopkins. Well, after all, I'm not creeping around here on all fours.
I mean, you'd have to learn to take graceful, rhythmic steps and correct your posture.
Well, let me explain, please. My posture normally isn't this bad, Miss Hopkins. But tonight, through an unfortunate accident, I have on a pair of cheap suspenders. Now, the suspenders won't give, so my spine has to. Well, getting back to my lessons, after I learned to walk,
I'd teach you a number of simple foxtrot steps.
Yeah?
After that, we'd spend some time on the waltz.
Well, how long would it be before I could walk brazenly into Roseland and be the talk of the wallflowers?
With diligent application, I'm sure you would dance very well in 3 months.
Oh, I doubt it, Miss Hopkins. From the dancing I've seen in the aisles at the Paramount, some of the, I'm afraid this new technique is too much for an old turkey trotter and a Peabody prancer like myself.
I think you'd make a wonderful dancer, Mr. Allen.
Oh, well, I might be all right for Adagio work. Could probably catch one of those girls they throw around on the first bounce. That would count. But I'm sure I couldn't cut a rug if I was dancing with skates on. But tell me now, do you have many celebrities enroll as freshmen at your Fandango Forum?
Yes, we've taught many famous executives, writers, and professional men. At one time, we even had a senator as a pupil.
So that's what they do. But tell me, Miss Hopkins, how do you keep up with new dances? Now, suppose a new rhythmic caper, the Canarsie Creep, an old Brooklyn folk dance. Suppose this old folk dance starts sweeping the land. Now, how do you manage to get it red hot and teach it to your pupils?
Well, Mr. Murray attends to that. He holds special classes for the teachers. And we are taught the latest dances as soon as they become popular.
Say, you can give a lesson or you can take it. Well, Miss Hopkins, I must confess that you have awakened the nymph in me. I'm 90% fawn, you know. The latest Gallup rating. I went up to the zoo especially for it. But I think I shall enroll with you for a course in dancing instruction.
I shall be happy to streamline your Peabody and turkey trot, Mr. Allen.
Well, so nice of you. If you could only, finish my Texas Tommy while you're at it. Well, what modern dances do you guarantee? Texas Tommy was a famous dance before Goodman was...
I'll teach you to waltz, foxtrot, rumba.
Oh, I had better forego the rumba, Miss Hopkins.
Why?
Well, at the moment, our country is enjoying friendly relations with South America. Now, if any Latin American ambassador ever catches me doing a rumba, there's going to be a diplomatic crisis on the spot. As the boys say down Washington way, Miss Hopkins, there will be hull to pay. Good
night, Mr. Allen.
Good night, and thank you for sitting these 2 minutes out. Ladies and gentlemen, the Martins sing one of the songs from the new Paramount picture, Love Thy Neighbor, starring Mary Martin, Rochester, and Fred Allen. The song, Dearest, Dearest I. Tonight we are honored in presenting as a special guest one of the country's most unique hobbyists, Mr. Agnew Crunch. Just what is your hobby again, Mr. Crunch?
My hobby is writing down in this album remarks made by various people on the subject of weather.
Well, it sounds fascinatingly dull, I must say. What are some of your collected fragments of weather chit-chat, Ag?
Well, here is a remark made by a man named Jones on the evening of December 3, 1907. Quote, "It looks like rain, kinda," unquote.
Say, that is as neat a bit of tritery as I have ever heard.
Well, I've got some that are even better. Listen to this one. Quote, "Ugh, muck-a-muck-chuck, ugh," unquote.
That is a remark about the weather?
Yes, it was made by Rain in the Face during a snowstorm.
You don't say. Well, tell me, Agnew, what do you consider your most significant bit of weather conversation? I mean, the gem of your entire collection.
Oh, that is a remark that was made by a man on this very program.
Really?
Your Mr. Wellington was saying it backstage a moment ago.
Oh, we'll get a medal from Radio Guide, I bet, before this is through. Our own Jimmy. Why, there's an honor. Say, Jimmy, what was this brilliant bit of talk you dropped about the weather?
Well, I said this. If you put off getting your car ready for winter weather, the time's growing short. So see your Texaco dealer now and avoid needless trouble, bother, and...
What? We're leaving for Old Orchard with you.
Well, folks, I've got bad news for you this evening, you all. My picture ain't a-going to premiere at Old Orchard.
So what's the difference? We're packed. We'll go to Waukegan.
Well, unfortunately, or fortunately rather, it isn't going there either. The picture is going to open right here in New York City.
Did Mr. Benny decide that, Mr. Allen, or did you?
No, the publicity department decided, Portland. You know how they do with pictures. They take them where they mean something to the neighbor. You know, like as the picture's northwest mounted, they go way up in Canada, up in some Medicine Hat with it. And if it's Brigham Young, they open a picture like that, say it's Salt Lake.
I see.
Well, that's the thing. Now, the publicity department started looking at Love Thy Neighbor to find an excuse to open it someplace, you see. Well, they looked all through the picture, and they finally found a little scene where a man is eating an orange. And on the strength of that orange, they were going to open the picture in Florida.
And what happened?
Well, sir, if the research department didn't step in and find out that the orange the little man was eating was a California orange. So, of course, Florida was finished right there. Well, Paramount went back, looked through the picture again, and finally decided to open Love Thy Neighbor in New York.
Why?
They found a yellow cab in the picture. So everything settled just as Benny was running out of jokes.
Jack had plenty of jokes last Sunday.
At what price jokes? Don Wilson has to get married so that Benny can get material for a program. How Don can afford it is too much for me.
Oh, two can live as cheaply as one.
Not on what Benny pays one. I'm expecting Pellagra to break out on that program any week. What a feeny. Benny is so tight he has to butter his lips to skin his teeth.
Oh, you ought to stop fighting with Jack, Mr. Allen.
Well, I will.
When?
When the white stuff stops sizzling when it meets the blue stuff in a settler's powder.
Why don't you two just shake hands?
Yeah, I wouldn't shake hands with that guy. Did you ever feel that limp, lifeless covey of digits that hang on Benny? The one time I shook Benny's hand, I thought it was putty. I tried to lump it and push it back up his sleeve again.
Well, why don't you start a feud with somebody on this program? Instead of building up Jack, you can build up one of our people.
Oh, that's fine. Who can I insult on this program?
You can insult me.
Well, all right. Now, you might have something there. I'll try it out. See here, Portland. That dress you have on looks like something that was gotten out of a silkworm with a sapini. I've seen better-looking garments thrown over a bird cage in the home of a middle-class family at night.
Oh, yes? Is that a suit you have on, or are you dancing with someone?
And what about your hairdo? Is that a snood you have on, or has your papoose slipped up?
I wouldn't say that if I were you, buddy.
Who wouldn't say what?
I, Goodman, wouldn't say it.
You, Goodman, are not saying it. I, Allen, am saying it.
In the presence of Goodman, no lady is insulted.
What happens in the presence of Goodman if a lady is insulted?
Goodman leaves the room.
I'm insulting.
I'm leaving.
All right, Olson. That settles it, Johnson. Hey, he might be another Olson than Johnson, the way it's working out there.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Goodman. We're only
sure.
joking.
We're just auditioning a feud.
A feud? That reminds me, I'm hungry.
Oh, now, wait a minute. If you're hungry, Mr. Goodman, you can follow that trail of corn you just left and peck your way back to the bandstand.
I'm corny, and he's growing.
Oh, go away. Go away, Ole.
That's an idea, Mr. Allen. You can start a feud with Mr. Goodman.
How can you insult a man whose idea of snappy repartee is sticking his tongue out at you? You see, there's nobody on this program, Portland, that I can really fight with.
What about Kenny?
Oh, Kenny, with that Boy Scout outlook? Oh, how can I get Kenny mad?
Call him names, Mr. Allen. It's a natural feud.
Well, I'll try it. I'll wait till I get him over here. Say, Crumb.
Did you call me, F.A.?
Yes, I called you Crumb.
Crumb? Say, that's good. Last week I was a nutnik. This week I'm a crumb. Boy, I'm going places on this program.
Oh, Portland, look at those trusting eyes. I can't go through with it.
But you've got to start a feud, Mr. Allen.
Well, I guess Kenny's my last hope. Say, Kenny, have you ever taken a good look at your teeth?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Did it ever occur to you that when you open your mouth, you look as though you're masticating a mahjong set?
Yeah. Revolting, isn't it?
Kenny, are you going to take that? Aren't you going to do something about it?
You bet, Porty. Next week I'll wear a muzzle.
Oh, it's not.
Keep it up. Try some more, Mr.
Well,
A.
I can't get Kenny mad. You
say something dirty about his singing. That with tenors is murder.
Say, now, that is not only a well-read line, that is an idea. That with tenors is murder. But, Kenny, last week I heard you sing Jeannie with the light brown hair, and your voice had more cracks in it than the linoleum on a... Well, it's imitation stuff. There's no name for it. I'm just trying to get linoleum. Well, on a flop house floor. That concludes the sentence, ladies and gentlemen. Ta-ta.
You think that's something? Wait till you hear me louse up Ferry Boat Serenade tonight.
Good, didn't I? Whoa, this whole thing is a waste. Well, let's go back and do it more. Kenny's got a whale of a laugh. Let's try that out. I heard you sing Jeannie with the light brown hair, and your voice had more cracks in it than the linoleum on a flop house floor.
You think that's something? Wait till you hear me louse up Ferry Boat Serenade tonight.
Oh, this whole thing is a waste of time.
Kenny, are you a man or a mouse?
A man. But tell me if you see a cat coming.
Look, Kenny, give it to him back, but good.
Take a good look at Mr. Allen, Kenny.
Yes, his face, his suit.
You'll think of something mean to say back then, Kenny. Look at him.
I'm looking.
Now say something.
You think I should?
Sure, go right ahead.
Mr. Allen?
Yes, Kenny?
Gee, you're lovely.
Kenneth, I apologize. I've been an evil, risky-thinking old man, trying to change your warm disposition. All I can say is that this world is a better place to live in as long as there are sweet youngsters rampant like you and Dennis Day.
What's so sweet about Dennis Day?
Kenny, was that you?
And what's so young about Dennis Day?
Well, Kenny.
He's 50 if he's a day.
Well, he's a day.
All right, he's 50 if he's a Dennis then.
Now, you said enough, Kenny. You better sing your number.
Oh, why don't you hire Dennis Day?
Now, Kenny.
He'll jump at $8 a week. You'll save $2.
Ladies and gentlemen, if Mr. Goodman can find his place, Kenny Baker will now sing Ferry Boat...
$6 a week and a box of Cracker Jacks, and he'll run errands for you.
Get going, Goodman.
Say, if he's a comedian, I'm a singer. Who said that?
could you spare just a few seconds? There's a news photographer here to take the picture.
Well, I'm sorry, not right in the middle of the program, Jimmy.
But that's what this man wants, Fred, an action shot.
Yes, Mr. Allen, a comedian at work. Now, if you'll just hold your mouth open as if you were saying something excruciatingly funny.
Now, look, Fred, you can't take a picture here in this light. The light is...
Oh, goodness, can't you see I've got a flash bulb on my camera? Now, open the mouth a little wider, please.
Listen, if I open it any wider, Mayor LaGuardia will probably drive up here and dedicate it for a new tunnel. Come on, Bub. Set off your flash bulb and get it over.
All right, Mr. Allen. Here it comes. Oh, tut.
Well, what happened? Your flash bulb didn't go off, did it?
How embarrassing. That bulb was a dud.
A dud?
Am I the one? Imagine me putting a dud bulb in my flash gun. I must be slipping.
Well, don't worry about it, friend. I put that dud in your camera.
You, Mr. Wallington? Is this sabotage?
No. Let's call it a demonstration. I wanted to show our audience that when a news cameraman presses the button of his flash gun and the flash bulb doesn't go off, it's a dud. And it's not far-fetched to speak of duds in gasoline either. The gasoline vapor that fires in your cylinders is a combination of many elements. All these elements should burn completely the instant the spark flashes. Those that don't are duds. Duds that steal power from your motor. Texaco Refining removes these duds.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Workshop players. Tonight they present a saga of big business called The Great Department Store Dilemma, or The Customer Wasn't a Midget, but they shortchanged him just the same. Music?
Department stores.
Throbbing nerve centers of the modern metropolis.
Department stores.
Mammoth merchandising marts where mankind's every want has been anticipated.
Department stores.
Where 1,000 real-life dramas are enacted every day. On each bustling floor of the great R.H. Allen department store, where our story takes place, bedlam reigns from 9 to 5. The air is fraught with hubbub.
Oh, Lord, what are we
Going
up. Bargain.
Lingerie, yes, lady.
Going down. Going down.
2 hours over.
Going down.
Underwear.
Going up. Going down. Going up. While decibel chaos rages in every department of the mighty R.H. Allen store, the tycoon who controls the destinies of this mastodonic enterprise races through his working day, ever mindful of the battle cry of big business, efficiency. We find R.H. Allen, the dynamic jerk, just entering his private office.
Good morning, Miss Pitt.
Good morning, Mr. Allen.
Call me R.H., Miss Pitt. It will save time. Time is money in the department store game. We have got to be efficient, Miss Pitt.
Yes, sir.
Take a memo. All floor walkers will report for shoe and spat test immediately. Any floor walker caught with squeaky shoes will be asked to turn in his gardenia and leave. Have you got that?
Yes, sir.
Good. Make 6 copies on Kleenex. Kleenex memos can be used as hand towels later. That is efficiency, Miss Pitt, and efficiency is the keynote of our business.
But this store has been losing money for 10 years.
I know. We may be facing bankruptcy, but we'll collapse efficiently.
That reminds me. They phoned again this morning.
The receivers?
Yes. They reversed the charges.
Dad, they're trying to push me over the brink. Every nickel counts today, Miss Pitt.
Eureka, R.H.
Weems, my head bookkeeper.
They balance, R.H. They balance.
What balances, Weems?
Your books. Today ends our fiscal year.
Well?
After losing money for 10 straight years, this year...
R.H. Allen shows a profit?
No, you just came out even. So long.
Did you hear that, Miss Fitz? For the first time in 10 years, we've broken even. I've been looking at red ink so long, my eyes are permanently bloodshot. What is my next appointment there?
There's a man outside with a complaint.
Well, he won't be lonesome then, will he? Well, now let me see. I feel like a bit of troubleshooting. Show him in.
Yes, sir. All right, we'll see you, sir.
Hello.
Oh, yes?
You owe me 13 cents.
Now, just a minute. Just a minute, please.
You owe me 13 cents.
I heard you the first time.
Then why didn't you pay me?
Efficiency is the rule at R.H. Allen, sir. Before a refund is even considered, your complaint form must be filled out, sir. Now, I'll fill it out here. Your name?
Lorenzo Fritter.
Lorenzo Fritter. Address?
The Dingley Dell Trailer Camp, Westchester.
Nature of complaint?
You owe me 13 cents.
Now, wait a minute. That is hearsay. What we want the details.
Well, I bought 7 egg cups here. You only delivered me 6. You got to give me 13 cents.
This isn't the pot of gold, Mr. Fritter. You are dealing with the R.H. Allen Company, the home of efficiency. Now, if a mistake has been made, mark you have made it.
Oh, yeah.
Now, here. Take this slip.
Yeah.
Take this slip to the credit department.
The credit department.
They'll give you a slip there to the bookkeeping department. You'll get a slip there for the Small Claims Bureau.
Yeah, the Small Claims.
They'll give you a slip to Petty Cash.
Yeah, Petty
and there
Cash.
you will receive a slip to the teller.
The teller.
The teller will tell you...
what?
The teller will tell you where you can go. Now, here is your slip. Good day.
Look, it ain't the principle of the thing.
I know.
It's
the
13
cents.
Yeah. What trouble I go through for 13.
Couldn't you just give him the 13 cents RH and get rid of him?
Give him the Do you realize what 13 cents means at this time, Miss Fit? Why, after 10 years, the R.H. Allen books finally balance. 13 cents means a deficit. A deficit means receivership. What is that?
Elevator operator 57 is waiting.
Oh, yes, he's up on charges. Show him in here.
Yes, sir. Come and get it, 57.
Thank you, miss. You sent for me, R.H.?
Yes, 57. Serious charges have been brought against you. My elevator Gestapo, operating in Well 2, reports that when you announce the articles for sale at each floor, 57, you can actually be understood.
Oh, no, sir. It is not true. I swear it is not.
We shall soon see, 57. I'm putting you to the test.
Yes, sir. I will vindicate myself. You will see.
No blustering, 57. Now pretend you are in an elevator. You're arriving at the 3rd floor. What is it you say?
3rd floor, Nimitz Ware, double stuffing, give a barrel, silent, gloves, waffle.
57. The word gloves filtered through. I distinctly heard it.
I am sorry, sir. It must have been a slip of the tongue.
Well, I'll give you one more chance, 57. Now, you arrive, say, at the 4th floor. Carry on.
Yes, sir. 4th floor, challenge wearing, order, brown, bass, drum, bang, ground, cameras,
Stop. That word camera came through clear as a bell. Now, is that being efficient, 57?
Well, clarity is my weakness, sir. My mother was frightened by Milton Cross.
Heredity is no excuse in big business, 57. Miss Fit, buzz for Mr. Riggs.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Riggs is not replacing me, sir.
No, 57. Riggs will take you in hand for the time. Come in, Riggs. 57, Riggs here will tutor you in diction. Riggs is the greatest exponent of incomprehensibility in America. Riggs has been talking for 20 years, and no one yet has ever understood a word he has said. Riggs, meet your new pupil, 57. Now, get to work. Yeah, get to work, boy. Gad, how can a department store be efficient if its elevator men are comprehensible?
You mean they've got to talk garbled?
Why, if shoppers can understand elevator men, they'll go right to the department they want. Why, they'll make their purchases and leave the store. But if shoppers are confused, they'll wander around for hours buying other things. Now, if I can...
what about my 13 cents?
Now, Mr. Fritter...
what am I getting here, a rookin'?
Dear Mr. Fritter...
don't give me that, my dear Mr. Fritter. I'm missing an egg cup. You owe me 13 cents.
Did you check at the credit department?
Yeah.
Did you go to the bookkeeping department?
Yeah.
The Small Claims Bureau?
Yeah.
The teller?
Yeah.
And what did the teller tell you?
You owe me 13 cents.
Clean this up once and for all. Miss Fit, buzz for Felton, our vice president in charge of egg cup bundling.
Yes, sir.
No reveille on the buzzer, please.
Now, look, either I get that egg cup or I get my 13
Now,
cents.
see here. You can't bully an efficient organization, Fritter.
No.
You buzzed, R.H.
Yes, Felton. This customer, Fritter, claims he purchased 7 egg cups here.
Yeah, and I was only delivered 6.
Quiet, Fritter, please.
I recall the Fritter sale, R.H.
Good. Now, as vice president in charge of egg cup bundling, Felton, I order you to acquaint this imbecile with the fact that he is wrong.
I'm afraid I can't, sir.
Felton, there is an egg cup missing?
Yes. I took it, sir.
Felton, you?
It was an emergency, sir. A bit of wax from my artificial gardenia somehow got into my eye. I was blinded. I was reeling around the bundle counter in extreme pain. I was crying little Dixie cups.
Felton, you?
I had to purge my eye. I had no eye cup.
No eye cup, and you took an egg cup from Mr. Fritter's order?
To swash my eye, sir. I intended to put it back when I returned. The vice president in charge of twine had consummated the bundle, sir. It was on its way to the Dingley Dell trailer camp.
You think you owe me 13 cents.
R.H. Allen will make restitution, Fritter. Where is that missing egg cup, Felton?
I smashed it. Everything went black. I had to conceal my crime.
Now quit stalling, Allen. Give me the 13 cents.
I can't give you the 13 cents. Felton, give Fritter here a duplicate egg cup out of stock.
But there are no more, sir. Mr. Fritter brought the last of a broken Oriental lot.
Dad, what a calamity.
Now, wait a minute. Do I get a lawyer or do you give me the 13 cents?
You're asking the impossible, Fritter.
Now, what's so impossible? Just give me the 13
But you
cents.
don't understand, Mr. Fritter. For 10 years, this store has been losing money. Receivers have been circling around and around, ready to swoop. Today, for the first time, my books balance. My business is breaking even.
So what?
If I give you the 13 cents, R.H. Allen would show a deficit. It means bankruptcy, collapse, ruin.
That don't mean nothing to me. I got 13 cents.
Now, don't press your claim, Mr. Fritter. I'll do anything. I'll even step down. I'll make you the president of this company.
The president?
Yes, Mr. Fritter. You are now the president of the great R.H. Allen Company. I'll leave. Here, take my desk.
So, this desk belongs to me? The blotters, this aspirin, everything?
Not everything, Mr. Fritter.
No.
In the top drawer of that desk, I have some personal property. Those things belong to me.
What things?
There are 5 2-cent stamps and 3 postcards.
So what? You owe me 13 cents.
For today and tomorrow from Larry Elliott.
Long before the days of the automobile, Americans gave the name station to the place automobile. Americans gave the name station to the place automobile. Americans gave the name station to the place automobile. Americans gave the name station to the place automobile. Americans gave the name station to the place automobile. Americans.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. During the next presentation, may I request your absolute silence, for I have a message of great importance for everyone in the audience. Now remember, please, absolute quiet.
Either he's dead or my watch has stopped.
Doctor, may I have one of your photographs?
Why, I haven't one. I can let you have my footprints, but they're upstairs in my socks.
You to hold me closer, closer, closer.
If I hold you any closer, I'll be in back of you.
message from the man on the moon for you. Just you.
On a blue nation of waters, together, hidey, hidey, hidey.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
That's funny, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what is, Chester?
Look up the street there.
What?
Coming out of the Long Branch.
Yeah, come on.
I don't understand it. I didn't hear no gunshots.
Well, that man they're carrying got hurt somehow, Chester. If he'd only passed out drinking, they'd probably left him under the bar and stood on him to improve their reach.
Oh, I've seen that happen, Mr. Dillon. I've really seen it.
Now, look, there's Doc with him.
Well, he's got better ears than I have if he heard any gunfire.
Now, there are other ways of killing men, Chester.
Oh, yes, sir, that's true, Mr. Dillon. I saw a man killed with a bullwhip once. Oh, that was
You
bad.
men carry him up to my office. The door's open. I'll be along as soon as I talk to the marshal. Okay, take him on. Matt, you'd better get into the Long Branch or there's going to be more of this.
What happened, Doc?
That's Bill Zant they're carrying.
I don't know him.
Well, neither do I. But that's what they said it is.
Well, it doesn't matter. What happened to it?
Well, he's been cut bad with a bowie knife.
Who did it?
Now, that big drunk buffalo man, Noli Meeker.
Noli Meeker, huh? Is he still in the Long Branch?
Yes, he is, Matt. And you watch out for him. He's in a mighty dangerous mood.
Did you see it?
Well, I saw part of it. I was in there having a beer when it happened. Zant had a knife, too, but Noli Meeker knocked it out of his hand.
Oh, then Noli did this in self-defense.
No, he didn't. Everybody says Noli started it. Well, I've got to go and take care of Zant before he dies. Now, you watch out for Noli, Matt. Nobody can get anywhere near him.
Come on, Chester.
I saw Noli Meeker drunk once, Mr. Dillon. He sure does get mean.
Mean enough to start killing people?
Yes, sir. But when he's sober, he always seems plenty calm. I just don't know what happens to him.
Now, that's what happens to other people I don't like. Being drunk's no excuse for murder.
No, sir, it sure ain't.
See what he's doing now. Yeah, here he is now.
Oh, look at him. He's got the whole bar to himself, Mr. Dillon, and that bloody knife in his hand. How you going to take him?
You stay here. Evening, Noli.
Get away from me, Marshal.
Why don't you drop the knife, Noli? You're in enough trouble now.
I killed Zant, didn't I? I'll kill you next.
Zant isn't dead yet, Noli. Then I'm going to have to keep you in jail till we find out if he's going to live.
I ain't going to jail. Not if I have to cut me a path all the way out of Dodge.
If Zant dies, you murdered him. You're not leaving Dodge. Now, you can't be so drunk you don't understand that.
Come on, Marshal, let's fight.
With my 6-gun against your Bowie knife, you wouldn't have a chance, Nolly. Now, why don't you calm down before you get hurt?
You go get yourself a knife.
No, I'm not going to go get myself a knife.
Okay, we'll fight this way.
Forget about fighting, Nolly.
I can cut good with this knife, Marshal. I can throw it, too.
Stop it, Nolly.
Didn't know that, did you? What?
Hell, you don't throw too good when you're drunk.
Nolly?
This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
This is it. L&M filters. Perfect gift for Christmas, too. Light and mild. L&M filters. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you.
This Christmas, why not give the very best to all the filter tip smokers on your list? This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip. King size or regular, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. It's got everything.
Feel pretty good today, do you, Nolly?
Leave me alone, huh? I got a head like I've been sleeping under a buffalo.
Yeah. Well, you don't deserve it, but I brought you some coffee. I put it right there.
I'd do better on a pint of Triple X.
You sure learn hard, Nolly.
Go away. Go away. Let me sleep, Chester.
Last time I scalded my thumb bringing him coffee. Ain't great.
Well, how's our prisoner this morning, Chester?
Well, I don't think it's the liquor so much as the way you hit him, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he had it coming.
He sure did. That knife couldn't have missed you more than an inch. I still don't know why you didn't shoot him.
Well, how would it look for me to shoot somebody that didn't have a gun? Besides, I don't think Nolly really knew what he was doing.
Well, I ain't sure he knows yet.
Good morning, Mac. Chester.
Oh, Doc.
How's that coming along, Doc?
Well, that's what I came to tell you, Matt. Zant's going to live.
Huh?
He's going to be awful thin for a while, but he'll live.
Bring Nolly in here, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Nothing vital was cut, Matt, but the man bled so much. It took me over an hour to get it stopped. And for a while there, I thought he'd surely die. You know, it's too bad there isn't some way to get blood back into a man when he loses that much.
Well, I don't know how you could do that, Doc.
Oh, if I could. I'd save twice as many lives as I do. Well, I'm going to go to bed, Matt. It's been a long night.
Thanks for coming down, Doc.
That's all right.
Quit complaining about sleep, Nolly. You just escaped years and years of it, whole centuries.
I'll take that on any time, Chester. What'd you want, Marshal?
You sober enough now to tell me why you took your knife to Zant last night, Nolly?
Personal matter?
Well, maybe you better tell me whether it's personal or not. I'm not going to turn you loose to go stab him again.
Turn me loose?
You didn't kill Zant. He's going to live. Now, what were you fighting about?
A woman?
Is that all?
You got something against women, Marshal?
That's not what I meant. I've known you for a long time, Nolan. You never seemed like the kind of a man who'd try to kill somebody over a woman.
When I'm drunk, I get mean, Marshal. I'll fight over anything.
Even a woman, huh?
Now you're fogging me up again, Marshal.
Okay. Where did you know Zant?
We've both been working for Ezra Marcy.
Collecting buffalo bones?
We gather 'em up off the prairie and bring 'em back to Dodge and sell 'em to Marcy. And he ships 'em back east on the railroad.
It's beyond me how they can make fertilizer in China and stuff out of them old buffalo bones.
Nolly, you and Zant work together, is that it?
No. I got my own wagon. He's got his. But I still don't like him.
You going to leave him alone?
Marshal, I wouldn't hurt nobody less than I was crazy drunk.
You tried to kill me, too. Do you know that?
I did? Oh, Marshal, I don't believe that.
You threw your bowie knife at me. And you're lucky I didn't shoot you.
I shouldn't have done that.
Well, you start drinking again, and I'll throw you in jail as soon as I see you. All right, you can go now, Nolly. But you came awful close to hanging. You just remember that.
Well, my pa always said I'd hang. I won't cause no more trouble, Marshal. So long. So long, Chester.
Goodbye, Nolly. Mr. Dillon, you believe that about them fighting over a woman?
Oh, there might be more to it than that, Chester.
Why don't you ask Zan about it?
Well, if Nolly's lying, Zant will lie, too. But whatever they were fighting about, I doubt that it's over. He hurt Zant too bad for that.
Morning, Matt.
Well, hello, Kitty.
You waiting for the stage to come in?
No, I just got tired sitting in my office.
That's a funny thing about your job.
Oh?
You're either doing nothing, sitting in your office, or standing around the plaza like some bum. Or you're the most violent man in Kansas.
Well, it's a good thing I don't get paid for the job, isn't it?
You'd starve.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
But still, nobody could ever pay me enough to go against Nolly Meeker and his knife the way you did a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I could have shot him, Kitty.
No, you couldn't. Not you. It's just what'll get you hurt someday, Matt. Or worse.
Look, Kitty, I'll die when my time comes, just like everybody else.
Matt, I'll feel better when I get some breakfast.
Oh, haven't you eaten yet?
I don't get up as early as some people.
I'll go with you, Kitty. I could
Good.
use a cup of coffee myself.
Oh, wait. Here comes Ezra Marcy. Looks like he wants you.
Morning, Miss Kitty. Marshal.
Oh, Marcy.
Marcy.
I got a job for you, Marshal.
Oh?
I wish I'd never made a deal with them men. Neither one of them.
Oh, you mean Zant and Nolly Meeker?
Them. They've been complaining and fighting more than they've been gathering buffalo bones for me.
Oh, why don't you deal with somebody else?
Most men would rather hunt for hides than bones, Marshal. It pays better. I buy both, so it don't matter to me. But even so, Zant ain't been much use since Nolly cut him up. Now he ain't no use at all.
Why not?
Nolly's got a shack down past the Opera House at the edge of town, Marshal. Let's go ask him. He got drunk again last night.
I thought you were talking about Zant.
It's about Zant I want to talk to Nolly.
Oh, why do you need me?
Nolly killed him, Marshal.
What?
Zant was due in with a wagon load of bones this morning, and he was late. So I rode up the river to look for him. And I found him, sitting on his wagon with a hole through him like a Sharp's 50 would make.
You think Nolly did it?
Well, Nolly tried to kill him before, didn't he? And he come in with a load of bones yesterday, and I paid him off, and he went and got drunk. Of course Nolly killed him.
Does Nolly have a Sharp's 50?
He used to be a hide hunter until he got tired of it. And it was a Sharps that killed Santa. Anybody can tell that.
Yeah, I guess they could.
That Nolly Meeker's a murderer, Marshal. You go arrest him.
Did you leave Zant at the river, Marcy?
Oh, I ain't gonna bury him.
Come along and show me where he is.
All right, I'll send somebody out to bury him, but let's go find Noli. I don't want no murderer to get away.
I'll talk to Noli later.
No, we'll get him first.
We're going to the river, Marcy. Now. I went by the office and picked up Chester, and he and I followed Marcy up the river. Zant had stopped in a little cottonwood grove, apparently to water his oxen, a couple of miles above Dodge. And we found him there, slumped over the seat of his big Studebaker wagon, shot in the back. The wagon, piled high with sun-bleached buffalo bones, was headed toward the river. But the oxen had stopped when Zant was hit and were standing patiently, waiting for their next command. We laid Zant's body onto the sand, and then I had Chester lead the oxen down to the water. A few minutes later, he was back.
You going to bury Zant out here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, it's as good a place as any.
While we're fooling around here, Noli's probably on the run.
I'll find him, Marcy. But I don't know how I'm going to prove he did it.
Well, you got all the proof you need.
What if he's got a good alibi? What if he can prove he was someplace else when this happened?
Marshal, now I ain't going to miss Zant. But I ain't going to watch a murderer go free, neither.
I'm kind of against murder myself.
Well, you're awful slow showing it. Wasting time coming out here and now all this talk about proof and such. I'm telling you, Marshal, if you don't see Noli Meeker hung for this, I will.
Lynch talks something I won't stand for, Marcy. Now, don't make it around me and don't start making it around Dodge.
You're threatening me, Marshal.
I don't threaten people. I warn them. Now, you know me. You know what I mean. We'll go find Noli and see what he has to say. Chester.
Yes, sir?
We'll send somebody out for the wagon and those oxen. They can stand here a while longer. They've had their water.
Well, you know, that's the funny thing, Mr. Dillon. Them oxen didn't drink no water.
They didn't?
No, sir. And they hadn't been to the river, neither. There wasn't no tracks between where they was standing and the river.
Then why was Zant heading them toward the river?
I don't know. But you'd think Zant would have known if they wasn't thirsty.
Of course he would.
Well, I guess it don't matter much, Mr. Dillon.
I'm not so sure, Chester. I'm not sure at all. But let's go find Noli.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M stands out for highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. L&M's got everything. King size or regular. It's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, L&M stands out from all the rest.
This is it, Marshal, right here. I just hope Noli ain't awake and watching us out of one of them cracks.
You can ride back if you like, Marcy.
No, I want to be here when you talk to him.
Okay. I want to talk to you, Noli.
What's Marcy here for? You're still drunk, ain't you?
No, I ain't drunk. I done slept it off.
Were you drunk last night, Nolly?
I didn't cause no trouble last night.
Were you drunk?
Of course I was.
I didn't see you in any of the saloons.
Well, I was out here, sitting on the ground. I was sitting right there against the wall, me and a friend of mine downed a jug of corn whiskey. Took us most all night. What did you want to know for?
You had a friend with you?
He was here till about an hour or two ago.
Who was it?
Well, you don't know him. He's an old Indian, a Cheyenne.
Where is he now?
He's on his way home.
Where?
Absaroka Mountains.
Absaroka Mountains in Wyoming?
Well, that's what you're doing here. Looking for him 'cause he run off the reservation down south. Well, you won't find him, Marshal. That old Cheyenne's traveling alone, and he lives like a wolf. You'll never find him.
No, I don't expect we could.
Well, there goes his alibi.
Alibi? What are you talking about?
About Zant's murder.
Zant's murder?
You'll hang for it now.
Wait a
Nolly.
minute, Marcy. Zant was shot in the back with a Sharps 50 this morning, Nolly. A couple of miles up the river.
Marshal, you're thinking I did it?
Well, you tried to do it once before.
I didn't kill him, Marshal. If I was to kill a man, I wouldn't do it that way. I ain't no coward.
Arrest him, Marshal. He can do his talking in jail.
I didn't do it, I tell you. You know I ain't that kind of a man. I ain't a good man, but I ain't like that.
Okay, Nolly. I believe you. I couldn't prove it anyway.
Now, look here.
Shut up,
Marshal,
Marcy.
What you...
And you remember what I told you. I don't want to hear any talk out of you. Come on, Chester. There's something I want to do in town.
What are you after down here to the depot, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I want to talk to Sam Vestal, Chester. Just hope he's in.
Hello, Marshal. Chester. Come on in.
All right, Sam.
Fine, Chester. What can I do for you, Marshal?
Sam is agent for the Santa Fe Railroad. I figured that you might know something about Ezra Marcy's bone shipments out of here.
Well, what is it you want to know, Marshal?
Well, I want to know if there's been any trouble about him.
There sure has. But how'd you know? Marcy told me not to say anything about it.
Tell me about the trouble, Sam.
Well, the buyers back east have been calling Marcy a crook. But I know he ain't, Marshal. I weigh them loads myself, and I'll personally guarantee they ain't short on weight when they leave here.
But they are short when they arrive back there, huh?
Some of them are.
Uh-huh. Zant's?
How'd you know that?
I guessed it.
Well, you're right. I checked on it for Marcy, and it's the loads Bill Zant brings in that come up short back east.
Marcy pays Zant by the load, doesn't he?
Sure, but it made Marcy terrible mad being called a crook like that when he ain't one. If you ask me, maybe it's them fellas back east. They're the crooks. All Marcy wants is to be paid for the weight of the bones he ships out of here. They come up short back there. Ain't his fault.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Sam. I'll go talk to Marcy about it. I think maybe I can straighten this whole business out now.
Marcy's coming, Mr. Dillon. I found him in the Texas Trail. You know what he was doing?
What, Chester?
Stirring up a bunch of men in there about how they got to go get Nolly Meeker. He was telling them you ain't going to do nothing about it.
I'm going to do something about it.
Here he comes.
It's no use, Marshal. You can't stop me now. I already got 10 men in there on my side.
Well, that's 11-1 against Nolly, isn't it? We shouldn't have much trouble taking him. Except for one thing.
You ain't gonna stop us.
I'm stopping you right now.
All I gotta do is yell. And they'll be out here, Marshal.
Marcy, I had a talk with Sam Vestal down at the depot.
What?
The bones Zant's been hauling in. They've been losing weight on their way back east.
All right. So I told you. That's my trouble, Marshal. I'll handle it.
You've already handled it.
What are you talking about?
You're scared to death, aren't you?
I don't know what you're saying.
Those oxen weren't thirsty at the river. Zant wasn't headed for water because of them. It was to soak those sun-dried buffalo bones. You figured it out, too, didn't you? Waterlogged, they weigh in heavy here, but by the time they're weighed again back east, they're dried out.
Zant was a crook.
Yeah, sure he was. But you shouldn't have murdered him, Marcy.
Me? Murder him?
I'm arresting you for it.
Oh, no. No, you ain't.
I'm going to take your gun, Marcy.
No.
He shouldn't have tried that, Mr. Dillon. He's about the poorest gunfighter I ever saw.
Yeah, he was slow, Chester. But he'd have killed me if I'd let him.
Why'd you try it? I don't know how you could have proved he murdered Zant anyway.
I couldn't. But Marcy was feeling so guilty and so scared he didn't stop to think. If he had, he might have bluffed the whole thing out and gone free. No, it was his own guilt that did him in, Chester.
And now our star, William Conrad.
When you're choosing Christmas gifts for filter tip smokers, you can figure a carton of L&M's will please them most of all. Filter tip smokers know that L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. And L&M's come in just about the handsomest Christmas carton you ever laid eyes on. Give king size or regular L&M's, and you're giving America's best filter cigarette.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Herb Ellis, and Frank Cady. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tuberculosis can attack at any age, and it can invade any home, rich or poor. But Christmas seals fight tuberculosis. Help protect you, your family, and all of us from our country's #1 infectious killer. This year, use Christmas seals on your cards and packages. Why not go home for the holidays with Perry Como? That's the title of Perry's new RCA hit record, and he'll sing it for you next week when Chesterfield brings you all the top tunes on radio. Perry invites you to be his guest every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and reminds you to get a carton of Chesterfield for the weekend. Remember, listen again next week for another story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
lonesome roads.
Look out for him. He's mean. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Andy Griffith, another sensational newcomer from Elia Kazan, who brought you Marlon Brando and James Dean and Carol Baker.
Gonna be a free man in the morning. Free man in the morning. Free man in the morning.
Loved by millions, an idol of the people.
Bye! Bye, Lucy. So long, Luther. You write to me now. I'll be thinking of you, good people. Boy, I'm glad to shake that dump.
Look, don't try to play the noble defender of the sanctity of marriage with me, Papa Man. You know where you've been some of those nights when Betty was waiting up for you. You know, you hit me and it'll be all over the papers. As much as the people love you tonight,
You're
they can hit you.
fired. I'm not just an entertainer. I'm an influence, a wielder of opinion, a force. A force. Oh, if they ever heard the way that psycho really talks.
They're mine. I own them. They think like I do. But they're even more stupid than I am. So I gotta think for them.
One of the greatest characterizations ever put on the screen in the whole history of motion pictures.
Maybe I'm just a country boy. But if the president tries to stop me, I'll flood the White House with millions of telegrams.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Fine and Dandy. You know, when a friend recommends something to you, whether it's a movie, a book, or something good to eat, you naturally feel favorably toward it. You feel that you can expect real quality. Well, that's the way our millions of friends feel about Jell-O, and no wonder, for Jell-O stands for quality. The name Jell-O is a trademark. It's the property of General Foods, and it tells you here is the best-looking, best-tasting dessert your family can enjoy. The one and only Jell-O. If you hear any other gelatin dessert called Jell-O, you'll know that's incorrect, for there is no other. And Jell-O brings you delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor, fragrant, full-bodied, and supremely tempting. A satisfying goodness that makes Jell-O America's favorite gelatin dessert. So when you buy, don't accept any substitutes for the real thing. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O.
That was Fine and Dandy, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you a man...
Hey, wait a minute, Jack. What's the idea?
There's going to be a little switch, Don. Tonight, I'm going to introduce you.
Well...
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you a man who today is celebrating his 16th anniversary in radio. Here he is, folks, 300 pounds of sugar and spice and everything nice, Don Wilson. Now, there you are, Don.
Well, thanks, everybody, and thank you, too, Jack, for that lovely tribute. But really, you didn't have to do it.
Oh, yes, I did, Don. Any man who can spend 16 years in radio and never miss a broadcast, a laugh, or a meal deserves an ovation. Today is your day, Don, and nothing is too good for you.
Oh, I'm glad to hear you say that, Jack, because for some time now I've been planning to ask you for a raise. I think I should get more money, don't you?
What's that, Don?
I said I think I deserve more money.
You sure do. Well, let's get on with the program. Tell me, Don, I'm sure a lot of our listeners would like to know, how did you happen to get into radio? Were you always an announcer?
No, Jack. I started out on an exercise program. I was known as Happy Don the Muscle Builder.
Oh, setting up exercises, eh?
Yeah, I used to start out the program by saying to my audience, bend over and touch your toes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, and then I'd bend over with them.
Oh, sure, I can imagine.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I'm still pretty limber. I can bend over and touch the floor right now.
Oh, yeah? Don, if you were an old maid, you'd have to go down in the basement, stand on a barrel, and bore a hole in the ceiling before you could look under the bed. But this is your anniversary, Don, so let's change the subject.
Okay, Jack, how about that raise? I think I deserve it, don't you?
Yes, I'm agreeing, but not spending. Oh, hello, Phil. How are you?
Hiya, Jackson. What's new?
Jackson again. Phil, why do you walk in here every Sunday night and call me Jackson?
Because asking you for a raise is like going up against a stone wall.
That was very clever, Phil, very clever. You know, you're just lucky you're not broadcasting over a trap door right now. By the way, aren't you going to congratulate Don? You know, he's been in radio 16 years today.
Sure. Congratulations, Don.
Oh, thanks, Phil.
You know, Jack, I've been in this racket almost as long as Wilson.
You have? Oh, that's right, Phil. You started out in radio with a hillbilly band, didn't you?
Yep, the Blue Ridge Blue Blowers. Wakes, weddings, and feuds.
Oh, were you the leader?
No, I played first jug.
Jug, eh? Well, I'll bet it wasn't entirely empty. Who was your sponsor then, Phil?
Hatfield's Mountain Dew.
Oh.
Watch the pink elephants go by.
Well, quite a slogan. Now, let's see. What were we talking about then?
Well, I don't like to be insistent, Jack, but I've been with you for 5 years. Now, how about that raise?
Raise. Don, keep your shirt on. Lest Ringling Brothers move under it. And stop scowling at me.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. Where were you?
I just got a letter from Mama, and I was out in the hall reading it to the janitor.
To the janitor?
Yeah, he says Mama's funnier than you are.
What, Cyril said that? Cyril? I hope he gets termites in his broom handle.
You want to hear the letter? Mama's a panic today.
Oh, all right. Go ahead. What's the B. Lily of Plainfield got to say?
Here it is. Plainfield, New Jersey, March the 9th.
Look, it's written in red ink.
Yeah, it's an extra.
Oh, well, go ahead.
My darling daughter, Mary, just a few words to let you know we're all well and that I received your last check. Quite a while ago, wasn't it?
The old gold digger. Go ahead.
So sorry you couldn't be here for your sister Ruby's wedding. It was a grand affair.
Well, it's about time she got married.
When the bridegroom said I do, your father yelled hooray. And I was so embarrassed I stopped applauding.
That's typical of your mother.
Your sister's husband is a local tree surgeon, and it was love at first sight.
Oh.
She met him one day when he came to prune your Uncle Otto's wooden leg, which is budding again.
Budding again?
Yeah. Last year they got 3 bushels of apples off it.
Oh, that's amazing. Continue.
Your new brother-in-law is 6 feet tall and has beautiful brown hair, which would look much better without those bangs.
Your sister would get somebody like that.
Quiet.
Oh.
The happy couple are driving to California on the honeymoon and plan to visit you. So get out of town before it's too late, my dear.
Boy, is she corny.
I don't think so.
Of course not. You're in the groove, too. Go ahead, Mary.
Your brother Marvin wants to thank you.
Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. What's going on?
Nothing. Mary's mother's hogging our program again. Go ahead, Mary.
Your brother Marvin wants to thank you for the movie camera you sent him on his birthday. He took movies of your cousin Willie last week in our neighbor's chicken coop.
Well.
It must be quite a picture. They're going to preview it tonight at the police station.
What a family.
Must close now as there's no other news. Give my love to Don, Kenny, Phil, and that gray-haired weasel you work with.
I think she's comical.
So goodbye for now. Your loving mother, Pygmalion Livingston.
Pygmalion? Well, she's topical anyway, huh?
P.S. I almost forgot to tell you. When your father read about Hetty Lamar eloping, he tried to kill himself, but with gin as usual.
Well, I'm glad that's over with. Now, Kenny, do you think you can follow our New Jersey correspondent with a song?
Yeah. You know, Jack, Mary's mother is a scream. I wish my mother was as smart as she is.
Why, isn't your mother smart, Kenny?
Not very. She thinks I'm Frank Parker.
Oh, then sing, Frank. I don't want to disillusion her.
When they begin the beguine, it brings back the sound of music so tender. It brings back a night of tropical splendor. It brings back a memory evergreen. I'm with you once more under the stars, and down by the shore an orchestra's playing, and even the palms seem to be swaying when they begin the begin. To live it again is past all endeavor, except when that tune clutches my heart, and there we are, swearing to love forever, and promising never, never to part. What moments divine, what rapture serene, till clouds came along to disperse the joys we had tasted. And now when I hear people curse the chance that was wasted, I know but too well what they mean. Let them say what they want, let them talk, let the love that was once a fire remain an ember. Let it sleep like a dead desire I only remember when they begin the begin. So don't mind what they say, let them talk till the stars prepare before return above you. Whisper to me once more, darling, I love you. And we suddenly know what heaven we're in when they begin the begin. When they begin the begin.
No matter how much you spend on your girl, you can't deduct it unless you marry her.
Well, the government wouldn't feel that way if they could see her.
Well, I'm sure they wouldn't. You know, in the first place, Kenny, when you make out your income tax, you should get somebody to help you.
Oh, gosh, I had 4 accountants and I drove them nuts.
That I can believe. Say, Phil, did you have much trouble making out your income tax?
No, with the salary you pay me, it was a pleasure.
That's so. Phil, if I only paid you 35 cents a week, you should salam every time you meet me on the street.
I'll salam you right now if you want it.
Some funny crack. That would go better in the Wilshire Bowl. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being Don's anniversary...
Say, Jack, the government's going to get a big kick out of my tax.
They are?
Yeah, I wrote a poem in the back of my check.
A poem?
Rickety racks, rickety racks. Here's my check for the income tax. If it bounces, let it slam and give my love to Uncle Sam.
Well, that's very good. That's very good. They should love that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce several times, what was that now? Oh, yes, Don, yes. This being Don Wilson's 16th anniversary, I would like to have you all listen attentively to this grand announcer, whose mastery of the English language has made him the success he is today. Take it, Don.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this being my 16th anniversary, why don't you celebrate it by running down to your neighborhood grocer and asking him for a package of tempting and delicious Jell-O?
Bravo, Don.
It is America's favorite gelatin dessert and comes in 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry.
Ah, folks, what diction.
Raspberry.
What superb enunciation.
Cherry.
Note the bell-like quality of his voice, folks.
Orange.
Listen to those pear-shaped tones.
Lemon.
Ain't he a whiz-bang?
And lime. I thank you.
Did you hear that, folks? Did you hear that? If that wasn't thrilling, I'm a Chinaman.
Here's my laundry, Jack.
Thanks. I'll have it back Wednesday. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as a climax to this special occasion, we were going to do a little play called The Life of Don Wilson. But we found it rather dull. So we decided instead to give you the life of Fred Allen. But that turned out to be repulsive. So therefore, folks...
Say, Jack, speaking of Allen, I saw that picture of you on the front cover of Radio Guide where you're training to fight him.
Yes, sir, and I looked pretty tough there, didn't I?
You sure did, but I couldn't figure out what you were holding in your right hand.
That was a flute. You see, Allen is a snake, and I have to charm him before I can hit him. Now, getting back to our play, I think it's a crime the way Portland has to take in washing. Allen's doing all right. Oh, well. Anyhow, tonight we are going to present... pardon me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, you. What do you want now?
It's about Carmichael, your polar bear.
What's the matter? Is his cold still bad? You know, Mary, he caught a terrific cold last week. How is he, Rochester?
Doggone that animal.
Well, did you give him that hot bath like I told you to?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
I got him in the bathroom and he got me in the tub.
Well, look, Rochester, there's a mustard plaster in the cabinet, so you better put it on his chest. That'll help.
On his chest? What about all that fur?
Well, naturally, you'll have to shave the fur off.
Boss, if I ever get that close to him with a razor, I'm going to get even.
Rochester, don't you dare lay a hand on him.
Not if I want it back.
I'll come home right away and take care of Carmichael myself. In the meantime, put him to bed. So long.
So long.
Well, what's so funny?
Wasn't it silly of Mr. Wilson to ask you for a raise?
It sure was. Goodbye. I'm sorry, fellas, but I got to run along. I'm worried to death about Carmichael. You can take care of the rest of the show, can't you, Don?
Oh, sure. Run along, Jack.
Come on, Mary. I want you to go with me.
Okay.
Can I come too, Jack? I've never seen a polar bear.
Sure, Ken. He's never seen a tenor either. Let's go. My car's right downstairs.
Oh, that old thing? If you're in a hurry, let's walk.
You'll go in my car and like it. So long, fellas.
So long. Well, Phil, what'll we do?
I don't know about you, but I'm going to lay down over here in the corner. Play, boys, and not too loud.
Well, we'll be at my house pretty soon now. Gee, I hope Carmichael isn't seriously ill.
Forget about the bear, Jack, and watch your driving. Oh, boy, what a car.
Well, what's the matter with it?
Every time you step on the gas, the radiator shoots up like Old Faithful.
Well, a little water isn't going to kill you.
Whee! Boy, I'm enjoying this ride.
Are you, Kenny?
Yeah, I'm young and I can take it.
I wish you two would stop joking when I'm worried about Carmichael. Who knows, maybe he's dying.
Oh, Jack, quit worrying. The bear will be all right. And watch that stoplight.
What stoplight?
The one you just went through.
Oh. Oh, well, nobody saw me.
They didn't, eh?
No.
Then what's that, a mockingbird?
Yes, but wait. Oh, my goodness, it's a cop. Now, look, kids, let me do the talking. Hello, officer.
Hey, you, what's the big idea? Where do you think you're going, to a fire?
Well, that's original.
Mary. What seems to be the trouble, officer?
You see that red light that keeps going on and off back there?
Yes?
That ain't just to break the monotony, you know.
Well, I'm sorry, officer.
I got a good mind to give you a ticket.
Go ahead, I dare you.
Now, Mary. She's a little nervous, officer.
Oh, yeah?
You can't arrest us. I'm a junior G-man.
Kenny, keep still. Look, officer, I've really got a good reason for being in such a rush. My polar bear is quite ill.
Your what?
My polar bear, Carmichael, he's sick in bed with a bad cold.
Ah, you're drunk, too, huh?
No, officer, I'm serious. Mary, you tell him, haven't I got a polar bear that's sick in bed?
Oh, Jack, think of another one.
What? Kenny, tell the man, do I or do I not own a polar bear?
Which do you want me to say?
Swell pals. All right, officer, I haven't got a polar bear. He isn't sick, and I'm just a big liar.
Well, that's more like it. Here's your ticket.
Thanks. So long.
So long. A sick polar bear. What do you think I am, an imbecile?
That's imbecile.
Oh, yeah? Here's another ticket.
It's fine. I got two of them now.
Get another one. We can all go.
Yeah. Well, let's get out of here.
Hey, wait a minute. Not so fast, buddy.
Oh, now what?
Look at those license plates. This isn't 1937, mister.
Now, see here, it's not my fault. I wrote in for new ones.
Well, while you're waiting, have another ticket.
Hooray, I knew we'd make it.
Kenny. Now, listen, officer, I can explain...
Oh, Jack, you've got enough. Don't be a pig.
Oh, brother, if you weren't a woman. Well, all right, I'll take these tickets and go.
I want to hold mine.
All right. All right, let's get going. 3 tickets. You two kids certainly proved to be fine traders.
Oh, we were just having a little fun.
Yeah, what's the matter? Can't you take a rib?
Kenny, I'd like to take your rib and hit you on the head with it. Well, here's my street. Hang on tight, I'm going to make a turn. I hope there's nothing seriously wrong with Carmichael. You know, I've become so attached to that bear. Gee, he's just like a relative.
Yeah, all he does is eat and sleep.
Just the same, I like him. Well, here we are at the house. Come on, kids.
Jack, you better put the car in the garage.
I can't. Rochester's got 3 cousins from Alabama living in there. I don't know what to do with them.
Why don't you start a minstrel show?
No, I think I'll just plant cotton in the backyard. That'll keep them busy.
Hey, Mary, get a load of that sign on the front door.
Where? Why, Jack Benny, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
What for?
Look at that sign. See the polar bear, 15 cents.
Well, I'll be darned. Rochester must have put that up. I was wondering how he bought that new suit. Darn it, the door's locked and I forgot my key. Ring the bell, Kenny.
I can't go in. I didn't bring any money with me.
Never mind. Ring the bell.
Okay.
We ain't open today, folks. The bear's sick.
Rochester, open that door.
Oh, it's you, boss. Hello, Miss Livingston. Hello, Mr. Baker. I ain't seen you in some time.
Forget the formalities. How's Carmichael? Did you put him in bed like I told you to?
Yes, boss, but I had a little trouble getting your pajamas on him.
Pajamas? Rochester, if those are my new silk ones, I'm going to take $10 out of your salary this week.
What do you mean out? That's it.
Well, I haven't got time to argue. Tell me, how's Carmichael?
His cold seems to be getting worse. He sneezes all the time.
Well, that's awful. Did you take his temperature?
I sure did, boss.
What does the thermometer say?
Easterly winds with probable rain.
You used a barometer. Oh, well, I'm going in and look at him.
Can we see him, Jack?
Yes, but you'll have to be quiet. Now, follow me.
I wonder if we should have brought flowers.
That isn't necessary. Here's the room. Now, be quiet. Oh, look at Carmichael sleeping there, peaceful as a lamb. Gee, isn't he cute? Look at that smile on his face. Huh?
Yeah, I wonder what he's dreaming of.
Some other bear, no doubt.
Quiet, you'll disturb him. You see? You woke him up. Gee, look at him. He's got such a bad cold, I think I'll pull the covers up around him.
Be careful, boss. He's kind of ornery.
Well, naturally, he's sick. Look at him. Has Carmichael got a bad cold? Gesundheit. Ooh, Carmichael, watch it.
Shall I get your umbrella, boss?
No, Rochester, you should have given him a spoonful of this cough syrup every hour. Here, open his mouth and give it to him now.
Boss, I wouldn't open his mouth if my best friend was in there.
Oh, give me that spoon. I'll give him the medicine myself.
Look out for your hand, Jack.
Don't listen to Rochester. He's just a coward.
That's me, a coward with brains.
Well, I'll show you there's nothing to be afraid of. Now, here, Carmichael, be a good little bearsy-wearsy and open whose mouth. Come on now, take this cough syrup for Daddy. Now, come on, Carmichael. Daddy is getting impatient. Take this cough medicine. Carmichael, I'll shove it right in your mouth. Carmichael!
Open up them golden gates.
Carmichael, take this medicine.
Jack, look out!
Hey, look out, Jack. He's coming for you.
Carmichael, get back in bed.
Come on, Benny, let's get out of here.
Carmichael! Rochester, get out of my way.
Out of your way, I'm in Pomona now.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, boss, should I get a doctor?
Doctor nothing. Get Frank Buck.
Here's a new idea for St. Patrick's Day. Quick and easy to prepare, unusual looking, delicious to eat. We think you'll like it. Jell-O chocolate pudding, rich and creamy smooth, served in individual sherbet glasses and topped with fluffy whipped cream and bright green candy shamrocks. And there is a grand dessert, for Jell-O chocolate pudding is just the best tasting pudding you ever dipped a spoon in. Smooth as satin. Real chocolatey, for it's made with fine, wholesome ingredients. It has a beautifully tender texture, a mouth-watering taste. And this delicious dessert is only one of 3 new Jell-O puddings. There's Jell-O butterscotch pudding, rich with true old-fashioned butterscotch flavor, the kind you loved when you were a kid. And there's Jell-O vanilla pudding, creamy and delicate and delicious, an all-family favorite. All 3 Jell-O puddings are amazingly quick and easy to prepare. You'll find the simple directions on every package. The best way to buy is 3 packages at a time. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla pudding, the real homemade kind.
This is the last number of the 24th program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, this time I want to congratulate and extend my good wishes to the American Legion, who celebrate their 25th anniversary this week. You know, Mary, every time the Legion has a birthday, it reminds me of my heroic deeds in the World War.
It does, eh?
Yes, sir.
Well, Carmichael's gone now. Get down off the chandelier.
Are you sure? Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. Included today was My Heart Belongs to Daddy from the production Leave It to Me. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This short cigar belongs to the man with no name. This long gun belongs to the man with no name. This poncho belongs to the man with no name.
Rico! Heard you wanted to see me. What's wrong, Ramon? You losing your touch? Shoot to kill, you better hit the heart. Aim for the heart or you'll never stop me.
The man with no name. Danger fits him like a tight black glove. He is perhaps the most dangerous man who ever lived.
Get 3 coffins ready. I don't think it's nice, you laughing. You see, my mule don't like people laughing. He gets the crazy idea you're laughing at him. Now, if you apologize like I know you're going to, I might convince him that you really didn't mean it. My mistake. 4 coffins.
This man with no name is played by Clint Eastwood. He's going to trigger a whole new style in adventure. A Fistful of Dollars is the first motion picture of its kind. It won't be the last.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Dorothy Lamour, Edward Arnold, and Burgess Meredith in Johnny Apollo. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Between some fathers and sons, there's a deep-rooted confidence that no calamity can destroy. An iron bond of pride and love that no power on earth can break. And to all such men and their boys, we dedicate this drama of Johnny Apollo, the story of a father and son whose world went smash when they lost faith in each other, and of a girl who helped them pick up the pieces. 20th Century Fox made the picture, and we've rounded up Edward Arnold, Dorothy Lamour, and Burgess Meredith to make this radio production one to remember. This is Burgess Meredith's first week in the Lux Radio Theater. But then, this is probably the only theater he's never been in before. He was a favorite with stage audiences everywhere, before the cameras coaxed him out to Hollywood. In Johnny Apollo, you'll hear Burgess Meredith as the son. And the father is just the kind of part that's made to order for Edward Arnold, because it calls for that rare mixture of driving power and human kindness that he actually has. It's the same part he played on the screen. And we also have Dorothy Lamour in the same part she played in the picture, a part, incidentally, that has nothing to do with the sarong. It's a girl called Lucky, and getting Dorothy is a lucky break for us. Dorothy, you know, started her career by winning a beauty contest in her native New Orleans, and she's been a credit to the judges ever since. I do a good deal of beauty contest judging myself, kind of a mail-order business, picking the winners from photographs submitted by schools and colleges. Quite a delightful pastime. So I know American girls are getting better looking every year. And in that, Lux Toilet Soap plays an important part. The pleasant assignment of helping to keep lovely so many beautiful complexions. Naturally, the more women who use Lux Toilet Soap, the more it pleases us, and the more it pleases them. And I believe Johnny Apollo will please you, too. The curtain goes up now on the first act, starring Burgess Meredith as Dick Kane, Jr., Dorothy Lamour as Lucky Barry, and Edward Arnold as Richard Kane, Sr.
Richard Kane arrested! Richard Kane arrested! Grand jury indicts Richard Kane!
Grand jury indicts Richard Kane. In screaming headlines, the papers record the downfall of a once honored and respected man. A successful businessman one day, a criminal the next. Richard Kane has seen his fingerprints recorded, like those of any common thief. He's seen the fading of all his hopes and dreams, and now a harder duty lies before him. Released on bail pending trial, Richard Kane faces his son.
They told me you'd come home. You shouldn't have left college.
Why not?
Because it looks as though you'd run away. You should have stayed to face it.
That would be fun, wouldn't it? Sitting in class with everyone staring at me, as if I were Exhibit A instead of the skeleton they've got hanging on the wall. All my friends being extra nice to me just to show how broad-minded they are.
Well, you'll have to learn to take it, son.
Why should I take it for something I didn't do?
Dick, you're making this thing much too important.
Am I?
Look, I sold things that didn't belong to me when I needed the money to protect myself. All right. It's not the first time that's been done.
But it's hardly the usual thing.
We're living in tough times, and we've got to be just as tough as the other fellow or go under. You've got to take them or they'll take you. The world's no place for old women. My crime was that I ran into a streak of bad luck.
This is my father speaking, isn't it?
Well, you'll find it out for yourself when you have your own way to make in the world. Someday, when you're up against it, you'll fight any way you know how, fair or foul.
They don't teach you that in college. They teach you to live by a code.
What, the athletic code? There's only one rule, the survival of the fittest.
This is a swell time to find it out.
But I thought you knew. Look at yourself. Suppose I'd been soft and let a lot of people push me around. Where would you be? Out looking for a job or on relief?
I might be better off than I am now.
Oh, wake up, Dick. Use your head.
I am. And I'm using my memory. Thinking way back to this afternoon when my father was still the greatest man in the world. Back 10 years to the night Mother died. You and I sat together until dawn. You remember? You remember that? You talked to me as if I were an equal, and I felt like one. We promised that we'd always be honest with each other. We both knew that there was a bond between us that nothing could ever break.
It needn't be broken.
Well, you broke it. You broke it when you stopped being honest with me and with yourself. No, you don't believe those things you said. You're too smart. You're just trying to square things with yourself, but you can't. And you can't square things with me either. Now, don't tell me that I can't take it. Why should I be able to take it? When I've had no warning, when out of a clear sky I find that my father's a crook.
I hope you didn't mean that.
I wish I didn't.
All right. Now I'm going to tell you something. I'm willing to admit that I didn't think about you much before, except to try and see that you got the best schooling and everything in the world you ever wanted. It probably wasn't enough. I didn't really think of you until I found out that this had happened, and had to figure what it might mean to you. Today has been like a nightmare, because I've been dreading the moment when I've had to face you and try to explain it to you. I've been afraid because I think it would have broken my heart if you'd been understanding and forgiving. But now I know better. The prison term doesn't mean anything to me. I can take that standing on my head. It was you I worried about. But now I know I'll never have to give you another thought as long as I live.
Is that all?
That's all.
I suppose you won't mind if I leave.
Now, you have to make your own way in life, and the sooner you start, the better.
That's what I figured. Good night.
Goodbye, my son.
It's very disheartening for me to pronounce sentence on a man of your position and background. Your crime is the more serious in that you misuse your high place in our society to betray a sacred trust. Richard Kane, you're sentenced to serve from 5 to 10 years in state prison.
Wait.
Oh, hello, Dick. I didn't know you were here.
Well, I came in at the last minute. I heard the sentence. How is he taking it?
Remarkably well.
Did he say anything about me?
Why, no, he didn't, Dick.
Oh. Well, what are you doing for him? I mean, legally.
Oh, I'm making the usual appeals, but I'm afraid it won't do any good. What are your plans?
I haven't any. Get a job, I guess. Try to forget it all.
Yes, I'm afraid you'll have to. When we've settled with all the creditors, there'll be nothing left in the estate.
I know that.
Well, if there's anything I can do for you, let me know.
Thanks, Mr. McLaughlin. Wait. I want you to tell me what it'll be like up there. Will he be just like the rest?
There aren't any special rules in prison, Dick. He'll be just like the rest.
Stay in line there, men. We're all equal in this place. Now, who's next?
I guess I am.
Name, please.
Richard Kane.
Former occupation?
Businessman.
Oh. I used to be one myself. Before I made a mistake.
Oh, you mean you're a prisoner, too?
I'm a trustee. My duties are a little different now. Well, Kane, I'm afraid there's no executive's office in here. Can you do anything else?
Well, I started in business as a boilermaker.
Would you like to start over again?
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Richard Kane, number 47193, Iron Workshop. You can report there after lunch.
Thanks. Thanks very much.
Yes?
Mr. McLaughlin, Mr. Richard Kane, Jr. is here.
Send him in, please.
Yes, sir?
Come in, Dick. Come in, come in.
How are you, sir?
Fine. Sit down, Dick.
Thank you.
Well, what's on your mind?
A great deal, sir. I haven't seen you for nearly a year, have I?
No. What have you been doing?
I spent most of the time looking for a job. I couldn't get one because of my name. So I changed it. Today I was fired for changing it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you see this in the paper?
What's that?
This down here. Mickey Dwyer paroled. Whereabouts of gang leader not disclosed. Parole board action unexpected.
So that mobster's out again. What's that got to do with you, Dick?
Well, nothing. Except that he was sentenced the same day as my father.
Yes, I remember.
Well, what I want to know is, if he's out, why is my father still in?
Because there are certain methods which no respectable attorney would employ.
Why not? What's wrong with them if they work?
It's a question of legal ethics.
What have ethics got to do with it? My father's in prison.
I can't say I like the trend of this conversation.
I don't care whether you like it or not. Why aren't you doing something for him? This gangster has a lawyer by the name of Brennan. If Brennan can fix the parole, why can't you?
Since when have you been so interested in getting your father out?
You have plenty of time to think when you're walking the streets looking for work.
Oh.
And I came to the conclusion that maybe my father was right after all. It was all these so-called friends of his who helped me find it out. There isn't one of them who isn't in his debt one way or another, and today they're all ashamed to admit that they ever knew him.
Some of them, perhaps.
And that goes for you, too. You've heard of rats leaving a sinking ship.
I object to that.
Well, why should you? I acted like a rat myself. I tried to judge him by a set of standards that don't apply. If you're going to get along in this dirty world, you've got to be just as dirty as anyone else. Now, let's forget about legal ethics. Are you going to do something for him, or aren't you?
I've already told you I can't.
All right. If you won't, I'll get somebody who will. I'll get Brennan.
Brennan isn't home.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
I'm waiting for him myself. Have a seat. These stairs are hard on the pants, but it's easier on the feet.
Thanks. Have you any idea where Brennan is?
He's in night court. He likes to pick up cases in night court. Says the people that get arrested at night are more natural.
Well, I thought seeing these milk bottles here outside the door that he might be away.
He drinks that milk with scotch. When he can get the scotch.
You know, I thought he had a pretty good business.
He did until the Mick went up. Took all his time and money to try and get the Mick parole.
The Mick? Oh, is that Mickey Dwyer?
Yeah.
You know him?
Nobody knows the Mick. They say I'm his girl.
Well, that's pretty good, isn't it?
Sometimes. Sometimes it's not so hot. See this mink coat?
Yeah?
Well, that's all that stands between me and the WCA.
I'm out of a job myself. What do you do?
Me?
Uh-huh.
I'm an actress. I used to work in that joint across the street, the Paradise Club. Dine and dance, no cover charge, but keep your hand on your wallet. Place is closed now, though.
You a singer?
Mm-hmm.
I should think your connection with Dwyer would get you a job fast enough.
That shows you don't know the Mick. Every guy in town that owns a joint knows him and knows that if they did me any favors, it would only mean one thing to him. To blow their head off.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm starving to death in a mink coat that I don't dare sell.
Well, I see Dwyer got his parole.
Yeah, I read that, too. Only I don't believe anything I read in the papers. I figure the judge would know, though. Brennan.
Yeah.
Hey, look at the bird on the window. It's a robin, isn't it?
Yeah. First one I've seen this spring.
You're supposed to make a wish.
All right, why not?
Finished?
I've finished.
Guess yours is about a girl.
No, not this time.
What's your name?
Johnny?
Mine's Mabel. They call me Lucky. Don't ask me why. You got a match, Johnny?
I got a lighter.
Thanks. Say, that's a nice one. Gold, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What's it say there? To my matchless son. Well, you'll never go hungry while you got that.
I'd go hungry before I'd part with it.
Have you ever been hungry?
Me? No. Why, have you?
Mm-hmm. Once, 3 years ago. That's before I met the Mick. I was locked out of my hotel room. The manager said he was going to call a cop. I told him he better call a plumber, too, because I'd left the water running. Then they took me to night court, and I met Brennan there.
Oh.
He never even seen me before, but he took my case, and he got me off, too.
He sounds like a good guy, this Brennan.
Ah, he is. And speaking of the devil, here he comes.
Who's that? Lucky, my girl, is that you?
Yeah, it's me, Judge. Must be trouble. He always gets it when there's trouble.
Oh, good evening, Lucky. Good evening to you, my young friend.
How are you, sir?
Very well. Very well. Now, if this key will perform the duty for which nature designed it, I'll invite you inside.
You got it upside down.
Huh? Oh, I have indeed. Small wonder in this topsy-turvy world. Bring in the milk, young man.
You bet.
Thank you very much. Just put him down any place. Oh, here, I'll move a few of the papers off the desk. That's better. Well, Lucky, how are you?
I wanted to speak to you about Mickey. Is he out?
Well, he's out, all right. I don't know how long he's going to stay out.
I knew it. Trouble.
Nothing but trouble. Who's your young friend?
Name's Johnny.
Johnny? Johnny what? Even the humblest of us can afford a patronymic. Well, young man, what's your last name?
My name? Apollo. Johnny Apollo.
Apollo. Non semper argumentended Apollo.
Talk English. Where's the Mick?
I've been looking for him everywhere.
Did you think you were going to find him in a bottle?
You ought to know where to find him.
Well, I can try.
Well, try, and if your search is rewarded, bring him back here. Who's your young friend?
Told you once.
What's he want?
I don't know. I found him out in the hall. So long, Johnny.
So long, and thanks.
What for? The judge won't be much help to anybody now.
Well, Mr. Apollo, what's on your mind? A drink?
No, thanks. I came to you for legal advice, Mr. Brennan.
Oh, in trouble?
No, not exactly, but I have a friend who is. He's in state prison. I'd like to have you try to get him a new trial or arrange a parole or something.
Oh, I see. You don't mind if I lie down on this couch, do you? What's the rap?
Embezzlement.
Oh, very difficult to get a new trial on embezzlement. When you embezzle money, you sign a lot of papers and you convict yourself.
I hadn't thought of that.
If you want to know anything about plain and fancy crime, you just ask me.
What about a parole?
Well, money. You need money.
Well, I've got $65.
You got what?
I got $65.
Young man, go away and don't bother us. We are not amused.
Now, look. I can
Put
get
your $65 in your sock and ask a policeman to escort you home. Troubled world, toil and trouble. Go away. Stat.
What's the matter?
Shh, I'm talking to my elephants. Don't move and they won't bite you.
Well, Mr. Brennan. Mr. Brennan. Wake up. Listen, wake up.
You want to see me, Brennan? Hey, what's the matter with him?
I don't know, he's asleep.
Yeah? Hey, Brennan, wake up. Wake up, do you hear? Come on.
Oh, well, hello, Mickey.
Now, listen, I hear there's some trouble. What's wrong?
Everything. The police got Taffy Bays.
Yeah? Where is he?
State Street Jail. They got him for vagrancy. Drunk. He's been bragging that you could spring him.
Why, that dirty... I can't show down there when you're too plastered. Hey, you. Who are you?
Well, it's an old friend of mine. Very old friend. His name's John.
All right, you want to make $100, Johnny?
I'd like to do a favor for him, if that's what you mean.
Okay. Now, here's some dough. Get down to the State Street jail and spring a guy named John Bates.
Spring him?
Yeah. Put up the bail. Get him out and bring him back here. No, wait. Bring him over to the Paradise Club across the street.
Okay.
Now, wait a second. Here, take this roll of pennies.
Roll of pennies? What for?
Bates is liable not to want to come with you, so stick him inside your fist. It'll help when you suck.
I don't think I'll need him.
Take him anyway. You might want to get weighed. Go on, beat it.
My heart is riding high. My blues have taken flight. I'm walking by the river, 'cause I'm meeting someone there tonight.
Oh, that was swell, Lucky. I like you singing those sad numbers. I ain't heard that one before.
It came out about the time you lost your first appeal.
Oh, it's nice.
Come on. Come in here, mister. Go on.
Well, will you look who's here?
That's the fellow you want, isn't it?
Yeah. Come here, Bates.
Now, listen, Mickey.
Shut up. What's the idea of getting drunk and shooting off your big mouth down to the station?
I didn't say anything.
No, you just said they couldn't keep you in jail. That your pal Mickey Dwyer would get you out in 15 minutes.
Oh, no.
And nobody's supposed to know I'm in town.
Well,
now sit down and shut up. You're not going to move out of here until I tell you.
Okay, Mickey. Thanks for getting me out.
Keep your mouth shut. I'll see you go back in for good. Hey, Johnny. Have any trouble with him?
A little. He had a roll of pennies, too.
He did, eh? Well, maybe I should have warned you.
Yeah, that's all right. His bail was $50. Here's your change.
Keep it. You did what I told you. I like guys who do what I tell them.
Thanks.
Hey, Charlie. Mac. I want you to meet a friend of mine. Johnny,
Apollo.
Johnny Apollo. And he's no mug like you mugs. And this here is Lucky.
Yeah, we met up at the judge's place. Say, that's quite an eye you got there, Johnny. We better put some beefsteak on it.
Yeah, sure. Charlie, get some steak. The best in the house.
We ain't got no steak, Mick. Only chops and liver.
What? So one of you guys didn't starve to death while I was in hock. Come on in the kitchen with me, Johnny. Be right back, Lucky.
Okay.
Now, sit down over there, kid. I'll see what's in the icebox. When I was a kid, I blew one of these things open. I thought it was a safe. Stick your eye up here.
Thanks.
It's over a year since I've been in this place. Brings back a lot of memories. You see those marks there where they got the fresh plaster?
Yeah?
Well, those are bullet holes. That happened when I got shot.
You got shot?
Yeah, before they arrested me. Here, feel back here, on my neck.
Yeah?
You know what that lump is?
No.
Slug from a .38. Here's another one. I got 6 in me.
Don't they bother you?
Once in a while when it rains. Someday I'm going up to state prison to have them taken out.
It's a nice, cheerful place for an operation.
Well, the prison doctor's a good friend of mine.
Yeah. I've got a friend up there, too.
Who hasn't? What's his name?
Richard Kane.
Richard Kane? The millionaire?
That's the one.
Yeah, I knew him. He's the greatest guy that ever lived. You'd never know he was a millionaire. He was the only con in the joint who didn't claim he'd been framed. And he wouldn't take anything soft, either. He went to work in a boiler plant, handling one of those pneumatic hammers. And he'd shake your head off and leave your hands looking like a piece of steak. I never heard a squawk out of him. He'd wrap a rag around his hands and go to it again. What a guy. He could take it. How well did you know him?
He, paid my way through college.
I bet you went first class.
I did.
What are you doing now?
I'm looking for a job so I can pay him back.
He wouldn't want to be paid back.
I'd like to anyway.
Well, quit worrying. You're all set. From now on, you're working for me.
What?
You heard me.
But what'll I do?
Anything I ask you to. Well, what do you say? Making you an offer. Take it or leave it.
Well, it's a job, isn't it? I'll take it.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Burgess Meredith, Edward Arnold, and Dorothy Lamour, will present Act 2 of Johnny Apollo. Now, for a minute,
Let's look in on a living room over on Stone Street. Mrs. Tucker is entertaining a girlhood friend of hers at tea. Suddenly...
Excuse me a minute, Betty, while I answer the door.
Why, Mary, a box of flowers. How exciting.
Oh, roses. Why, they're from Jim, the old darling. He's remembered it's our anniversary.
Flowers from your husband. That's something.
Mary's a lot older now than the charming girl that Jim married, but he still feels a thrill of pride when he looks at her. You see, Mary doesn't have a lot of time to spend on beauty care either, but she makes every minute of her beauty routine count. Her skin always looks smooth and lovely, exquisitely fresh. You see, every day Mary spends 2 or 3 minutes on a Lux Soap Active Lather facial. Now, if you asked her why, she'd probably say,
Well, I've found these Lux Soap facials really work. Lux Soap has active lather, you know, so that it takes away every trace of dust and dirt and stale cosmetics from my skin. Here's what I do. I pat the rich Lux toilet soap lather lightly into my skin. I rinse with warm water, then cool. Then I pat my face dry. And afterwards my skin always feels so smooth and soft. Looks so fresh. These Lux Soap facials are a simple beauty care any woman can use right in her own home.
yes, any woman, right in her own home, can take active lather facials with Lux toilet soap, just as famous screen stars do. Claudette Colbert, Paulette Goddard, Olivia de Havilland. Well, name your own star, and chances are she uses Lux toilet soap. For 9 out of 10 of these famous beauties depend on its gentle, creamy lather to help in the job of keeping skin soft, smooth, and lovely. Why don't you try these beauty facials with Lux soap for 30 days? I know you'll be delighted with the gentle, protecting care they give your skin. Get 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap tomorrow. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Johnny Apollo, starring Edward Arnold as Richard Kane Sr., Dorothy Lamour as Lucky, and Burgess Meredith as Dick Kane Jr., now known as Johnny Apollo. Johnny Apollo is a shrewd apprentice. In the hands of Mickey Dwyer, he quickly learns the hard and bitter rules of the underworld. To take all that can be taken, to hit or be hit, to kill or be killed. He's lost all contact with his old life now. There's nothing to remind him of decency and honesty. Only an occasional pang of conscience and a gangster's girl named Lucky.
Paradise Club driver, make it snappy.
Johnny,
Yeah.
why did you pick me up tonight?
You opened at the club, isn't it? Mickey wanted to make sure you wouldn't be late for your first number.
Acting on orders?
Yes, sort of.
Johnny, tell me something. What did you wish that time?
What time?
Remember that robin we saw?
Oh, yeah. Why? What did you wish?
I don't mind telling. I wished that Mickey would get out of jail. That was the thing I wanted most then. What did you wish? Can I guess? You wish that friend of yours was out. That rich guy.
What do you know about that?
Well, Mickey told me about you and him.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I guess that's what I still want most of all.
Is that why you're playing around with Mickey? Listen, Johnny, I don't know how much you want it, but don't pay too much for it.
Sounds like a sermon.
I guess it is. I feel sort of responsible for you.
Why?
Because until you knocked on Brennan's door that night, you'd never done anything in your life that wasn't on the level.
Oh, now listen.
You fooled Mickey, but you can't fool me. You ought to know what you're getting into.
I can take care of myself.
Yeah, a lot of people think they can. They wind up with the state taking care of them.
Not if they're smart.
Some people get too smart. Johnny, up to now, you're not over your head. You've done a couple of things that wouldn't be considered polite in Sunday school, but it's not too late to move out. Why don't you?
Because I like it where I am and I'm staying.
All right. I don't want to butt in.
Well, you haven't, but if you think you can tell me...
Oh, let's cut it out. I hate arguments.
All right. I didn't know we had one.
Felt like one.
Well,
Let's make up. You can kiss me if you want.
what?
You can kiss me if you want. What's the matter? You afraid Mickey wouldn't like it?
No. I'm afraid I would.
are, Johnny. There's $5,000 there. You're splitting the numbers, reckon.
Thanks, Mickey. Comes in handy.
Yeah. Say, you ought to have enough by now to pay off that Kane guy with interest.
Money isn't going to do Kane much good where he is now.
Did you ever try to get him sprung?
Well, yeah, I talked to Brennan about it. He says it's a tough rap. It'll take more dough than this.
Sure, so what? I'll cut you in on plenty of other things if you want to play along, and I'm the guy that can fix that rap. I got angles.
You think there's a chance?
There's more than a chance. It's a cinch.
Mickey, if you could get him out, I'd do anything you want, boy. I'd work for you the rest of my life.
Forget it. I'm no slave owner. Hey, what do you get out of it if Kane's sprung?
It would be like having your prayers answered for the first time.
And now we have our paradise songbird, Lucky Barry.
Get a load of Lucky. Ain't that a dress? I guess I'm the lucky one, huh? Hey, I'm talking to you, Johnny.
What? Yeah, she's marvelous. You're luckier than you know.
Yeah?
I gotta leave now, Mickey. I want to write a letter to Kane. See you tomorrow.
Sure.
May I never feel the falling rain. If the love that I declare isn't all that's right and fair, may I never love again. May I never see the blue of the sky, nor the moon and stars down Lover's Lane. May I never live a day if I don't mean what I say. May I never love again. Sweetheart, when I'm with you, I'm not a foolish pretender. Sweetheart, if you love me too, all I possess I'd surrender. May I never feel your tender lips. May you never take my love in vain. You're the answer to my prayer, but if your love isn't there, may I never love again.
That was swell, Lucky. Here, sit down.
I thought I saw Johnny here. Did he leave?
Yeah. You certainly do a lot of worrying about him. What goes between you two, anyway?
What would you like?
Nothing at all.
Well, that's what goes. Nothing at all.
Here you are, Kane. That's your visitor over there.
Thank you.
I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Hello, Dad.
How are you, son?
Got my letter?
Yes, and I was more than glad to hear from you.
You're looking well.
Yeah, well, perhaps the diet and the regular hours. I'd forgotten what it was like to have an appetite. Remember how I used to hate lima beans?
Yeah.
Well, I get them now. After a hard day's work, they taste like caviar.
Yeah.
Being in prison has its compensations.
What have they got you doing now?
I'm in the boiler plant. Now that I've got me some calluses, they tell me I'm in line to be promoted. Shop foreman.
I always knew that you'd make good.
Well, tell me about yourself.
About me? Nothing much to tell, except that I guess I've taken your advice and grown up. Your friends helped me do that when I was looking for a job.
I'll bet I have more friends in here than I have on the outside.
You probably have.
Have you got a job?
Yeah.
Doing what?
Well, you see...
Make it snappy, Kane.
I tell you, Dad, I'd like to tell you my good news quickly. How'd you like to be paroled?
Paroled?
Yeah.
Well, McLaughlin told me I'm not eligible
This
yet.
isn't McLaughlin. I've been working on it with some other friends of yours.
Is there really a chance?
A good one. If it comes off, you'll be out of here in a few weeks.
Well, you're not joking.
No.
I can take this place when I know I've got to stay, but the hope of getting out...
Don't worry. Now, it's practically all set.
Sorry, Kane. I'll have to break it up.
All right. Goodbye, Dick.
Goodbye. Remember, it's okay.
Come on.
So long. See you soon.
So long, Dick.
Say, Kane, mind if I give you some advice?
No, go right ahead.
You've got a good record here. You'll get plenty of time off for good behavior. Why don't you let nature take its course instead of playing around with a rat like that?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. You were talking parole with Apollo, weren't you?
Who's Apollo?
Don't try to kid me. Johnny Apollo, Mickey Dwyer's new front man.
Oh, no, you're making a mistake.
No, I'm not. Didn't I see him with my own eyes coming in here with a Mick?
No, but he's
as big a rat as Dwyer, only a lot smoother. What's the matter, Kane? You just sick or something? What's the matter with you?
I want to go back to my cell.
But I was here just a week ago. I saw him then. Why can't I see him now?
I won't see you today. That's all I know.
Now listen, don't you give me that. I want to see Richard Kane. I'm his son.
I told him that. Richard Kane says he has no son.
Come in, Lucky. What's on your mind?
Judge, I'm looking for Johnny. Did you see him?
Not since early this afternoon. Did you try his hotel?
Yeah. He was supposed to take me to dinner tonight, and he hasn't showed up yet. We were going to celebrate.
Oh, I'm afraid Johnny doesn't feel much like celebrating, Lucky. He didn't have much to say, but I gathered that his stunt up at the prison fell through.
He didn't say where he'd be, did he?
No, but I've got a hunch.
What is it?
He bought a boat a couple of weeks ago. He was going to take Kane off on a cruise somewhere right after he sprung him. It's docked just off 8th Street. You try him there.
Thanks. Johnny? Johnny, is that you?
Who is it?
It's me, Lucky. Can I come down there on the boat?
You want to?
If I slip, I'll probably drown if I don't break my neck. Hello?
What are you doing here?
Well, in case you forgot, we had a date for tonight.
You don't want a date with me. I'm no company.
I don't know. When I was a kid, I always had a weakness for sailors.
Well, you've come to the wrong harbor. I'm selling this scow tomorrow.
Oh. I'm sorry your stunt didn't go through.
Oh, it went through all right. Only Kane wouldn't play.
You mean you had it all fixed and he wouldn't come out?
That's right.
Oh, he must be nuts.
Leave it at that.
Johnny, what's this fella Kane to you?
Just a guy that prefers prison to me.
But if you...
I don't want to talk about it.
All right, Johnny. Say, this boat is sort of wet.
I didn't ask you to come. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Come on below. I'll fix us a drink.
No, it's more like it's in magazines when a girl gets invited on a yacht.
Sit down, make yourself comfortable.
Hey, you've got everything here, haven't you? Except a radio. You know, I was reading a story about a girl that got trapped on a yacht by a clubman, so she sent out an SOS on the radio. Well, her boyfriend happened to work for the Coast Guard, and he got there just in time to save her. All on account of the radio.
You got a boyfriend on the Coast Guard?
No.
That's good enough for me. Come here.
Why did you do that? I practically asked you to kiss me once, and you weren't having it.
I don't know. I did it because I don't know. You have to have a reason for everything you do.
Sometimes it's better not to have. Johnny, what are you going to do now? You going to quit, Mickey?
No, not for a while, anyway. You know, Mickey can teach me a lot of things that I want to know. And then, well, I figure I've got a future of my own. When I say my own, I don't mean that there mightn't be enough for two.
Got a match?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot you use a lighter, don't you? You know, I noticed something else about that lighter one night. It's got initials on it. They're not J.A.
That's right. In case you're wondering, those initials belong to a guy that I used to know. A dumb kid who thought that he had a father, soft life, money, self-respect, all the other things that dopes think are worth having. Well, I don't envy him. I've got a lot more than he has.
What, for instance?
I've got that future I was talking about. With no strings on it. I've got you.
Pretty sure, aren't you, Johnny?
Am I right?
Well? I guess so. I guess anything you say to me is right.
Crime wave sweeps city.
Citizens Committee demands investigation.
Reform Party moves to end fight.
Crime wave expose. Mickey Dwyer arrested.
Mickey Dwyer arrested. Well, that's too bad. Have a drink, Lucky?
Lay off, Judge, please.
Why?
This is serious. You got work to do.
Oh, the Mick's been in spots like this before. He'll be out on bail tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the Mick.
Well, he who dances with the devil must pay someone. I forget who.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that Johnny's name is on a lot of checks and they weren't made onto the community chest.
Since when is giving money a crime?
Since the new grand jury's been sworn in.
Judge, what'll happen to Johnny if they send him up?
Oh, he'll probably do about 5 years and acquire a taste for hardtack and chicory.
I don't mean that. I mean, what'll it do inside of him?
I'm afraid to guess.
He didn't know what he was doing. The poor guy's half crazy. He's been hurt and he's sick. Why should he be punished for that?
Of all things, not to be born in this world is the best.
If I could get my hands on the guy who first called me lucky.
Oh, no, it's all right for me to talk like that, but not for you. You're young and beautiful. And you're in love.
Who says I'm in love?
You do. Every time you open your mouth.
Judge, we gotta find some way to help him. We've got to.
No, we can't help him. Only one man can. The man who hurt him. His father.
His father?
Richard Kane.
Is there anything you don't know?
I could figure that one out even when I was drunk. Kane becomes eligible for parole very soon. It shouldn't be very difficult to get them together.
How can we get them together if he's paroled and Johnny goes up?
Maybe Johnny doesn't go up.
You mean, you think you can fix it?
I think so.
Oh, Judge, if you could. If you only could.
All right. Clear out of here. I'm going to be busy.
Sure. Night. I'll be around in the morning.
Oh, Lucky.
Yeah.
Lucky, about Johnny. You're not getting into anything you might be sorry for, are you?
I just want to see him out of this racket with a chance to be decent again. No. You don't have to worry about me. I'm old enough to know when I'm not playing in my own league. Good night, Judge.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Dorothy Lamour, Burgess Meredith, and Edward Arnold, will return in Act 3 of Johnny Apollo. Why, here's my young friend Sally. Say, Sally, that book you have there is almost as big as you are.
It's an atlas, Mr. Ruick. And now that you've brought up the question, just where would you locate Penang, Madagascar, Zanzibar, the Comores
Now, wait a minute.
Islands?
Hold on there, Sally. Hold on. I said goodbye to geography in the 8th grade.
I thought I did too, Mr. Ruick. But Lux Toilet Soap has certainly revived my interest in faraway places. Honestly, I never knew it took all that traveling to make the perfume they put in Lux Soap.
Oh, that's what's on your mind. Why, sure. They do gather things from all over the world for the Lux Soap perfume. 34 different ingredients.
Now, wait, Mr. Ruick. Let me tell you. There's geranium oil from the French islands of Reunion, patchouli oil from Java, bois de rose oil from Brazil, and, my goodness, here's a tongue tripper, ylang-ylang, an oil distilled from the flowers of the cananga tree, and lots more fascinating things.
Yes, sir. And you know, Sally, it takes a master perfumer to blend all those 34 ingredients into a single lovely odor.
Well, that perfume's one important reason why Lux Toilet Soap makes such a grand bath soap. I love the fragrance it leaves on my skin.
Well, here's one you may not know, Sally. Lots of smart women have written in to tell us that they use Lux Toilet Soap as a sachet. They just slip a few cakes in with their lingerie and handkerchiefs. They say it's an easy, inexpensive way to perfume their nice things.
Why, I've known that for ages, Mr. Ruick. Why do you think I buy Lux Toilet Soap half a dozen cakes at a time? So I always have 2 or 3 cakes handy to use for a sachet, of course.
Why, Sally, how could I misjudge such a true Lux Soap fan as you? Why, you're as much of a Lux Soap perfume lover as our Hollywood screen stars. They say they love the delicate perfume Lux Toilet Soap has. And let me say to women everywhere who enjoy fine things, the perfume used in Lux Toilet Soap is a truly fine and expensive blend of rare ingredients. Get some of this luxurious soap with the flower-like fragrance tomorrow. It costs very little. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Curtain rises on the third act of Johnny Apollo. Trying to help Johnny Apollo, Brennan turned evidence over to the district attorney's office. Evidence that would convict the gangster, Dwyer, and let Johnny Apollo go free. As Brennan returns to his office the same night, Dwyer is waiting for him.
I heard you made a deal, Judge.
Did you?
I hear you offered to sell me out if they'd let Apollo off. Well?
Are you waiting for me to deny it?
No. I'm not waiting for anything.
Sit down, Apollo. You know who I am?
I read the papers. You're the big man who's going to clean up this town. Your pictures flatter you.
Apollo, we think Mickey Dwyer killed Brennan.
Now, that's an interesting theory. Why should he kill his best friend?
If he didn't, who did?
You're the district attorney. You tell me.
I suppose you don't know that Brennan was getting ready to sell Dwyer out.
I guess you didn't know Brennan.
And I suppose you weren't in on the same deal.
Are you trying to be funny?
All right. Where was Dwyer between 11 and 11:15 night before last?
He was with me.
The whole time?
That's right.
You'd swear to that?
Certainly I'd swear to it.
Ah, you're all alike. You'd swear your life away to alibi a rat like Dwyer. Now, look, Johnny, you don't want to go to jail, do you? You tell me the truth about Brennan's death, and I'll drop my charges against you. Say the word, and you're a free man.
That's funny. You know, all your press releases said that you were a pretty smart guy.
What do you mean?
What makes you think I'd fall for a gag like that? If I'm going up, okay, I'm going up. But I'm not going to perjure myself so you can frame Dwyer.
This is your last chance. You going to play ball with Dwyer or with me?
With Dwyer. Well, now, you mustn't take it sort of hard, baby. You be a good guy. You will be a good guy if you didn't take all that newspaper stuff about yourself so seriously.
Get out of here. Get out!
Okay. See you in court.
Now, here's the map of the whole prison. You getting this, Harry?
Sure.
All right. Now, Johnny figures this is our best bet, and I think he's right. You see this hot air vent?
Yeah?
Well, it goes from the library to the main pipe that passes through the laundry. And the laundry's outside the walls. Now, that's where you'll be waiting with the truck. Get it?
Okay, sure.
Hello? Playing games? Oh. Now for the prison. You must figure they got your coal, Mickey.
They have. They'll probably send me up for life. But as for staying up, that's different.
Well, if you ask me, you won't need to arrange no break. You'll beat this rap
If I asked you, I'd spend the rest of my life making little ones out of big ones.
It's the first time I ever heard of a guy arranging a break before he's convicted.
There has to be a first time for everything.
Mickey! If you're through with those blueprints, I promised the guy I'd have him back in the morning. Getting a little nervous.
We're all through. Take him. Now, come here, Harry. I want to see you before you go.
Okay, sure.
Johnny.
Yeah?
Are you in on this break?
That's right.
Don't you realize that a guy who makes a break, even if he gets away with it, is as good as in prison for life? He's always hiding and always waiting for them to catch up with him. It's not worth it, Johnny. You'll only get a short sentence if they send you up at all. With good behavior, you'll be out in 2 years. Then you'll be in the clear. Do your time and forget about this.
I don't figure to do any time.
What's going on here?
Don't you think you've made enough trouble for him? Now you want to drag him into a jailbreak. You're going up for life. You need help to make your break, so you talk him into it. Johnny, can't you see he's just using you?
Nobody's using me. I know what I'm doing. Thanks anyway, Lucky. See you tonight, Mickey.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Lucky. Let's have it. You're stuck on that kid.
What if I am?
Well, shouldn't I be a little annoyed? Well, you want to know why I'm not? Because he's got too much class to waste his time on a tramp like you. So I know it's nothing serious. You'll come crawling back.
I don't think I will. Not after Brennan.
Brennan?
Do I look dumb? Brennan's going to try to get Johnny off, and the DA suddenly gets some new evidence on Mickey Dwyer. Brennan is bumped off. Is that a coincidence?
Was Johnny in on that deal?
No, but I was.
You were?
Yes, me.
Why, you double-crossing little...
go ahead and hit me again. You're a big, strong guy, aren't you?
You thinking of using your information?
Not in the way you think. But if I can find a way of using it to help Johnny Apollo, I'll use it plenty.
Dwyer and Apollo sentenced. Gang chief gets total of 25 years. Johnny Apollo, 5 to 10. 5 to 10 years.
Keep in line there, men. Next.
Name, please.
Hello. See you've got a new job.
I thought I'd see you today.
You're a trustee now, eh?
Yes, for good behavior. Name, please.
Johnny Apollo.
Your real name.
I haven't any.
Occupation.
Embezzler. Second generation.
It's the policy here to keep the men usefully occupied. What would you like to do?
Doesn't matter. As long as you don't put me here in this office.
That's all right with me. Try the jute mill. Next.
Here's your man, Miss Barry.
Only 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Kane,
Yes. I don't think I've had the pleasure.
I'm Lucky Barry, friend of Johnny Apollo's.
I'm not interested in any of his friends.
Save that for Mickey Dwyer. When I say friend, I mean... I know his real name, Mr. Kane.
Do you? He seems to have forgotten it.
That's your fault.
Mine?
He didn't forget it. He put his soul in hock to get you out of here. That's why he got in with Dwyer.
Are you asking me to believe that?
I'm not asking you to believe anything. But I happened to be there when he came down to see a lawyer that he thought could swing a parole for you. So he met the Mick and he got in deeper. All the time he never had a wrong thought in his head. He was only thinking about you. What kind of a father do you call yourself anyway?
All this is pretty hard to swallow.
If you really loved him, you'd swallow it, all right.
Yeah. But perhaps I can make this easier for you if I tell you he means more to me than anything in the world.
That's all I wanted to know. Listen, is this place wired?
Well, there aren't very many secrets in prison, but this is as safe a place as any.
Well, this isn't my secret, so keep it to yourself. There's going to be a jailbreak tonight, and he's in it. They're going out through the prison library at 6 o'clock.
A break?
That's right. He wouldn't be in it if he wasn't off his nut. You gotta stop him. He's going to make the break with Mickey Dwyer.
How deep is he in with Dwyer?
Plenty. He figures that Mick is his best friend because he never turned him down. What he doesn't know is that he had other friends. Brennan was one.
The lawyer?
He was killed by Mickey Dwyer because he was trying to help Johnny. Tell him that. Because it's the truth.
No, he wouldn't believe me.
Make him believe you. Act like you're his father for once.
6 o'clock. There isn't much time.
There's time enough to stop him. You've got to.
Miss Barry, before I do this, there's something I have a right to know. Why did you come here?
Because I think I love him even more than you do.
I see.
If he gets away with this break, he'll have to go into hiding, and I'll have him because I'll be willing to go and hide with him. If you stop him, you'll have him. I'll never see him again. So I'm telling you to stop him. Does that answer your question?
Yes. But there's no reason why you shouldn't see him again.
I'm leaving town.
Where?
As far as $20 and a mink coat will take me. So long, Mr. Kane. Good luck with Johnny.
Thank you.
Just a minute, you guys. Where you going, Dwyer? It's mess time, 6 o'clock.
We know what time it is.
I want to return these books to the library.
Oh, yeah? All right. Make it snappy.
Get in, Johnny, quick.
Okay.
Well, Mickey, bring back some books.
Yeah. You on duty here, Kane?
That's right. I asked for it.
Yeah? Well, why don't you quit? You're going to be late for chow.
I don't feel hungry tonight.
I get it. Well, you just sit there and relax, and you won't get hurt. Now, that laundry chute's over this way, Johnny. Come on.
You're not going, Dick.
Get out of my way.
No, I've done you plenty of harm, but this is one thing I can't let you do. Now, listen to me.
I've listened to you once too often.
I may have been wrong before, but this time I know I'm right. If you go through with this, your life's finished.
It's a little late to be worrying about that, isn't it?
It's not too late, but it will be if you go.
I can take it.
I'm going to stop you if I get killed for
I
it.
thought I told you to relax. Now, get going, kid.
I'm ready.
Wait. This man killed Brennan because he was trying to help you. Why don't you tell him, Mickey?
You might get some of the same yourself. Now, on your way, Johnny. Quick.
He's not going with you.
Who's going to stop us?
I am.
Let go of that phone.
Hello.
Cut it, I tell you.
Me, the warden's office. I want...
You shot him. If he's dead, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Take your hands off. You dirty murderer. All right, Johnny. You're asking for it, too. Mickey, come on, quick. Okay, Harry. Oh, wait a minute. I'm leaving my gun for Johnny. Let him take the rap, that double-crossing. Here we are, Mickey. Mickey, come on. Now, try and make me. Ow! I got him. I got Mickey's wire.
Dad. Oh, forgive me. Forgive me.
I'll give you one more chance, Apollo. Why did you shoot Kane?
I didn't shoot him. I didn't shoot
Come on, Johnny, come on. It'll be a lot easier if we get the truth now.
him. That's the truth. I didn't shoot him.
Listen, Johnny, Kane is still unconscious. If he dies without talking, we'll hang you higher than a kite. So why don't you come clean?
Go in, Miss Berry.
Hello, Warden. Nothing out of him yet.
This girl wants to speak to him. Is this the man, Miss Berry?
Yes. Johnny, I heard what happened.
They say that I shot him. He's dying.
You didn't shoot him. I know that. Johnny, tell them who you are. Your real name.
Richard Kane, Jr.
What's that?
He's my father.
Well, why didn't you tell us?
I tried to tell you. You wouldn't listen.
Hello, get me in the infirmary, Dr. Brown.
If you're Kane's son, why did you shoot him?
I didn't shoot him. I didn't.
Hello, Doctor. Is Kane still unconscious? And I've got to see him. You suppose you could bring him around? Long enough to make an identification to answer one question. All right, we'll be there right away. Come on, Johnny. We're going over to the hospital.
You can see him now, but don't stay too long.
How is he, Doctor?
He has a chance. About 50-50.
Come on.
Go ahead, Johnny. He'll make it all right. I'll be waiting here.
Kane, do you hear me?
Yes.
Listen, Kane. Who shot you? Who was it?
Mickey Dwyer.
You're sure of that?
Yes.
Kane, try to open your eyes. Look at this man. Who is he, do you know?
Dad.
Who is he, Kane? Do you know him?
Yes, I know him. He's my son.
Dad.
There's the gate, mister.
Open her up, Ed.
Well, goodbye, Johnny. Hope we won't be seeing you again.
Thanks. 2 years was long enough. I'm on the outside now. I'm going to stay there.
Fine.
Good luck.
Good luck to you.
Hey, Dick! Yeah, son.
Oh, Dad! How are you, Dad? Oh, it's good to see you.
Oh, it's great to see you, son. Come on, I've got the car over there, and we're going home.
All right, but look, I got to stop off somewhere. You know, I got to look for someone.
Yes, I know. I found her for you. She's waiting for you in the car.
She is?
Yeah, you go ahead, son. My shoelace needs tying.
Thanks, Dad. Hello, Lucky.
Hello?
I was afraid that you'd run out on me.
I couldn't do that. I tried, but I couldn't.
Don't you ever try again. You hear me?
Remember that robin? I saw one this morning. I made a wish.
I did, too. And this time, it was about a girl.
The curtain falls on Johnny Apollo. Your applause calls our stars back to the footlights. Edward Arnold, Dorothy L'Amour, and Burgess Meredith. Here they are.
Thank you, C.B. As you always do, you made this week a pleasure.
I don't suppose it's polite to go looking for another invitation, but I I hope you'll ask us back again soon.
Well, now, I'm kind of a stranger around here, but that goes for me, too.
Well, as we say over on the Paramount lot, Burgess, it's in the bag.
Say, now, speaking of the Paramount lot, reminds me of the first time I saw you, sir. I certainly was impressed. It was while we were making second chorus, and one day I saw about 8 or 10 people come out of the commissary and start off across the lot. 3 or 4 were taking notes, some of them were arguing a mile a minute, one of them was still eating dessert. And I heard a guide tell some sightseers that it was Cecil B. DeMille and his staff working on a script.
Well, the first time I saw him go back to his office after lunch, Burgess, I thought it was a fire.
Eddie, I appeal to you.
Well, it may not look like a fire, CB, but you don't waste any time.
And I'm not going to waste any time either, Mr. DeMille, in saying a good word for the Lux Radio Theater and for the product behind it, Lux Soap. I think it's grand. I've used Lux Soap active lather facials for a long time myself, and I like them better than any other complexion care I've ever had.
Well, we've always known that about Lux Soap, Dorothy. But those words of praise from you are music to my ears.
CB, watch the bill here in this theater next week.
Next Monday night, Eddie, the play is The Whole Town's Talking. And I'm quite sure that the whole country will be talking about our cast, because our stars, hold on to your hats now, are Fibber, Magee, and Molly. It's a story about a rather mild individual who looks exactly like a famous public enemy. Naturally, that causes him no end of trouble. But with Fibber, Magee, and Molly bringing us the story next week, there's no end to the entertainment that's in store for us.
That sounds like a big night, Mr. DeMille. I'll be listening. Good night.
Good night, CB. Good night.
Good night. You three are certainly good company. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly in The Whole Town's Talking. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Dorothy Lamour will soon be seen on the screen in Paramount's Road to Zanzibar, in which he co-stars with Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. Edward Arnold was heard tonight through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer and will soon be seen in the new Universal picture, Lady from Cheyenne. Burgess Meredith's forthcoming picture is the Ernst Lubitsch production, That Uncertain Feeling, to be released by United Artists. Heard in tonight's play were Warren Ash as Mickey Dwyer, Hans Conried as McBrennan, Lou Merrill as McLaughlin, Earl Ross as prison trustee, Arthur Q. Bryan as district attorney, Richard Beach and Charles Seal as prison guards, Griff Barnett as judge, Edwin Max as Harry, Ted Bliss as Bates, and Janet Waldo as secretary. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
right here since 7 o'clock.
Yes, with your back to me. When I invite a woman to dinner, I expect her to look at my face. That's the price she has to pay.
You check, sir.
$9.40? This is an outrage. If I were you, I wouldn't pay it.
Stewart?
Ah, come right ahead.
Hey,
Stewart.
Roscoe, the food.
Been waiting all
Food.
afternoon for you,
Come to the
Stewart.
food. Come on.
You're fired. Do you understand? You're fired. Hey, you big bully. What's the idea of hitting that little bully?
Will you kindly let me handle my own affairs? Get out. Now, what have you got to say to me?
Just this. Can you sleep on your stomach with such big buttons on your pajamas?
Why, you...
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodlands.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
The dark of night and a vivid imagination are dangerous partners. They can make molehills grow into mountains and cornstalks grow into Jack the Giant Killer's beanstalk. Then comes the graying light of dawn, which gives way to the bright sunlight, and the mountain again becomes a molehill. However, the next night can bring a recurrence of the same mysterious malady, caused by mixing a vivid imagination with the dark of night. Yes, we just love to expand on fancy, and we shun fact. This problem caused us no end of trouble on a dark but moonlit night in Knotty Pine, when the whole town was bent upon driving us crazy. Let's find out what happened in the story Tiger Cat. Grace and Wendell Brown were spending a quiet evening at home this night and enjoying the warmth and comfort of their home on Wayside Drive. Wendell had just about finished reading every printed letter in the evening paper.
Anything exciting or interesting in the paper, Wendell?
Huh?
Wendell!
Huh? No, what's the matter?
Well, nothing, dear, only I don't like to be grunted at like you were a bear.
I'm sorry. Guess I dozed off for a minute.
I didn't think you heard me. What's good in the paper?
Nothing special. Same old stuff. Oh, what time is it?
11:45.
Time to hit the hay.
Oh, you go ahead to bed. I'll get the covers off the patio furniture so they don't get soaked from the dew.
It's a good girl. You do just that.
Be back in a jiffy.
Great Scott! Great!
Oh, Wendell, thank the Lord I made it back to the house.
Grace, what's the matter? Why'd you scream?
It was terrible, Wendell. It was terrible. I never saw such a big one.
What did you see out there?
It just about scared me to death.
Well, since you aren't going to tell me, I'll find out for myself.
Oh, Wendell, don't you dare go out there. It'll kill you. You can't go out there. Please, please, promise me you won't, please.
Good night. Will you stop jabbering like a monkey and tell me what you saw on the patio?
It wasn't on the patio. It was way back there by the rear shrubbery.
What was back by the rear shrubbery?
A leopard.
A leopard? Are you sure?
Oh, don't you think I know a leopard when I see one?
I'm going to get my shotgun and go after it.
Oh, you do no such thing. I don't want to be a widow. Wendell, call the Rangers. Bill Jefferson and his band have hunted leopards, all kinds of them.
Yeah. Every once in a while, I've read where they've gotten one. I guess they're good at it, okay? I'll call them right away.
Just listen to those tones, overtones, Bill.
Yeah, it's beautiful, all right, Ralph.
You know, they say these hi-fi sets make it sound better than if you were sitting in the concert hall.
I can believe that. Say, have you looked at the clock recently?
No? Oh, is it that late already?
It sure is. Better call it quits and get home and get some shut-eye. You'll be more ornery than a hibernating bear in the morning.
Okay. I'll see you.
I'll get it.
Okay, I'll put the records away.
Hello, Bill Jefferson speaking. What? How's that again?
Uh-oh.
Yes, we'll be over there shortly. Goodbye.
No sleep tonight, huh?
It sort of looks that way, Ralph. Call Stumpy and Grey Wolf while I get our rifles ready.
Rifles?
Yeah. The Browns over on Wayside Drive report a leopard in their backyard.
There's the place. They're waving at us.
Feels like they told some of the neighbors.
Not bad. Hysteria start now.
You fellas spread out and search the neighborhood while I keep these people from getting in your way.
Yep, Ralph, you stick with me.
Okay, let's go.
Let's quiet down now, folks. Quiet down. Thank you. Where are the Browns?
Here we are, Mr. Jefferson. I saw the leopard.
Did you get a good look at him?
Indeed, I did.
How far away was he at the time you noticed?
Not more than 10 feet. Well, maybe 20 would be better.
Grace, you know, it's 60 feet to the back shrubbery.
Well, I guess that's right. I'm still so shaken up about it. He was so big, and he seemed so close.
Yes, ma'am. Can you tell me how big he is? The cat, that is?
I'd say about 10 feet.
10 feet? Grace, are you sure? Oh, that sounds more like an elephant.
Take it easy, Mr. Brown. We'll find out the size of the animal as soon as the boys get back.
Oh, how can you tell that? The exact size, that is.
By the distance between his footprints.
Bill, can we see you for a few minutes?
I'll be right there. Now, all of you go back inside your homes and lock the doors and windows. And don't come out until we tell you, because someone might get shot if the leopard is still roaming close by.
Look here, Sonny, it was a cat, all right.
I'll say it was a cat. Did you measure the prints?
He not cougar, not wildcat, and for sure not leopard.
That's right. I've broken off a couple of sticks as a measure. The prints spread too small for a cougar or a leopard and too big for a wildcat.
Well, what kind of cat do you think it is?
I don't know, young feller. Got an idea, but it ain't for certain. They wander up from the south once in a while.
Well, those aren't jaguar tracks.
That's right, they ain't. But they could be ocelot tracks.
Ocelot?
Yep. Some folks call it a tiger cat.
You mean to tell me you're going to leave us here without any protection?
You'll be all right, Mrs. Brown, as long as you stay inside and keep your doors and windows locked. We'll be back in the morning to track the animal.
But you can't leave us unprotected this way. Can't you have one or two rangers kind of roam around the place?
Well, that's a fine idea if I could be sure that some well-meaning homeowner wouldn't put a bullet into my rangers.
I wouldn't do that.
Perhaps not, but I'm not taking any chances. I haven't met the cat that can open locked doors and windows. You just do as I say, and you'll be all right.
Oh, at your mercy, Mr. Jefferson.
Are you really, Mrs. Brown? Don't you usually stay inside the house when you sleep, or do you sleep on the patio?
I guess that did sound rather foolish of me. We'll call the neighbors and tell them what you said we should do.
Thank you very much. Believe me, we'll be back in the morning and track that cat. What's more, I have two of the very best trackers and hunters with this ranger station. You have nothing to worry about as long as you do as I say.
We will, Bill. Rest assured of that. I don't want to tangle with any big cat. Or little cat, for that matter.
I'll
have the dope on the tiger cat in just a moment. I don't know why they have to make so many pages in these here reference books.
Stumpy, why don't you turn to the pages marked letter O and see if that doesn't speed things up?
Well, now, there's a first-class idea if I ever heard one.
Or maybe you look under word cat.
I'll give you cat, young feller. Here she is. Now, let me get these sticks out of my pocket that I took the measure with. You fellas better sit down for a while. It'll take a long time for Stumpy to find those sticks with all the junk he's got in his pocket.
Right there. We'll sit down.
Oh, see here. It ain't junk by no means. Here's my pocket knife. Fella can always use one of them.
Well, true.
What are the nails for, huh?
Well, in case my suspenders break, I can hitch my pants up with them.
Oh, no.
And here's some string. A fella can always use that.
String. Maybe to fly a kite with, huh?
Look at the safety pins the man has.
Them is for
Big
fishing
pile.
in case they got stranded sometime.
Like woman's purse.
There's one stick, old-timer. Yep. But I gotta find the other one. Guess I'll do this easy way and dump out everything at once, huh?
Look at the pile. We not see Stumpy.
Go ahead and laugh all you want. Someday you might be right pleased that I carry all this stuff. Here's the other twig. Now let's take the measure here on the chart. How do they fit, old friend? Like a bug in a rug. That there critter is an ocelot, all right. There's no doubt about it.
Well, let's read what it says about him.
I'll get it. Ranger headquarters. Yes? Yes? Yes. We'll be right there. Goodbye.
Tiger cat again?
Yeah. It's been seen by 2 nurses going off duty at the hospital. I guess we might just as well plan to stay up the rest of the night and chase that cat. Is this the place where you and Miss Horner saw the cat, Sheila?
Yes, right here along the bushes.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's all right for us to stand around here like this?
Well, I've got my revolver, so it's all right. They usually don't attack people unless they're trapped.
Well, thank the Lord for that. Kay and I almost died in our tracks when we saw that thing looking at us.
How big would you say it is?
Oh, I'd say at least 15 feet, or so it seemed anyway.
Well, thank you very much. Don't worry about the cat. It won't be back this way anymore tonight. Too much man smell around here now.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day.
Answer!
Is this the spot, Arnie?
Can't you tell by the broken milk bottles? That panther like to take 10 years off my life, and I haven't got too many tens to give away.
Oh, come on now, young feller. Where'd you see the kitty?
A kitty? How can you call a panther a kitty?
They're all kitties to old Betsy here. Size don't make no never mind to a rifle.
I came around here to put the milk on the back porch. It was standing over there by them fruit trees, just as plain as day.
Well, I'm going over and look at the tracks, just to make sure it's the same one that's been scaring folks half to death. Coming along?
Me? Man, you must be out of your mind.
Well, hey, Arnie, don't tell me you're scared of a cat that isn't there.
I'm not taking no chances. I saw a man get clawed once by one of them things. I ain't never slept good since.
Hello, Rod.
Hello, Ralph. Where are the rest of your cat chasers?
Well, just like you said, chasing one cat.
All three at once?
Yeah, reports were coming in so fast and furious just about sunup that the fellas decided to split up and answer them. And I'm here to hold the fort. But things have quieted down since daylight. I guess that's because cats don't move around much during the day.
You don't say. I thought this would be a good story for the front page of the morning paper. What can you tell me?
No, I don't know about telling you anything without Bill's permission, Rod. But you know how it is. Bill doesn't want hysteria to take over the town. Well, folks might start shooting at each other in the dark.
Oh, sure, I know. Isn't there something you can tell me about the cat?
Nope. Sorry.
Okay. I'll stop back after Bill returns.
Okay, Rod. I hope there's no hard feelings.
Of course not, Ralph. Orders are orders. I just hope it really isn't a leopard like some folks have said.
Oh, no, it's not a leopard. It's a tiger cat.
Thanks, Ralph. Thanks a lot.
Oh, Rod, wait a minute. Oh, me and my big mouth. Oh, I guess I'd better find Bill and tell him what I've done. So now the fat's in the fire, Bill, and all on account of me and my big mouth.
Don't feel badly, Ralph. Rod's a shrewd reporter. He's caught me napping a few times with his nonchalant give-up attitude. Then he throws an inside curve when he's walking away. Yeah, I know him only too well.
Then you're not angry.
Oh, of course not. We're all human and make mistakes, especially me.
Well, that's a relief. Hey, what are you going to do?
I'll try and stop that story. Hand me the radio. Operator, this is Bill Jefferson. You get me the Knotty Pine Gazette, please? Hurry, it's important. Oh, I'll still be in my car.
Here comes Stumpy and Grey Wolf.
Good. Hello, Frank. Bill Jefferson. Frank, I want you to kill Rod's story on the tiger cat. What? But he only got this scoop half an hour ago. You're joking. No, don't pull the paper apart, but if his story creates mass hysteria, I'll hang his hide on a nail. Goodbye.
But don't tell me it's being printed already.
I know it sounds unbelievable, but Rod got it in the morning edition. They held the paper for it, and some of them are on the street already, and the rest are being printed now. Frank says it's the hottest edition they've had for months.
Yeah, I'll say it is.
Well, are we all through chasing the kitty around town?
Oh, that cat plenty fast, if everybody who see him really see him.
You said it, Sonny. That 4.5-foot varmint sure is grown overnight. Some folks have told me he's 20 feet long.
Yeah, I know. Some whopper, huh?
Well, I think we'd better get some sleep as soon as possible. A couple of hours worth, anyhow, before we start tracking that monster again. Go ahead and start the car. I'll pick up the paper off the lawn so we can see what kind of a wild-eyed tale Rod put in it.
Okay.
Let's go.
By the look on your face, I guess you've read the headline.
Yeah, head for the newspaper office.
Right. What are you going to do?
Frank's going to print another story telling how harmless the tiger cat really is.
Do you think it'll do any good now?
What do you say, Frank?
Sure, I'll print the facts. You got them with you?
Yeah, in my head. You ready with a pencil?
Ready.
The ocelot is a harmless member of the cat family, reaching a maximum length of 4.5 feet. Buff and gray color with spots or marbleized hide markings.
Marbleized hide.
The hide markings are black.
Black?
The cat has a long tail, long legs, and eats rodents and reptiles. Will not attack people. And it's very rare in the United States. This one might have come up from Texas.
I see.
Emphasis on the fact that the cat will not harm human beings. It is the least ferocious of the cat family.
Okay, Bill, I'll run an extra edition on it. Say, I'm sorry about this.
Forget it, Frank. Just hope and pray that someone doesn't get shot tonight because of a cat-jumpy John. Tell the readers that the nickname for Ocelot is Tiger Cat. And if Rod shows up, tell him I'm shocked at his behavior. A good newsman would know that this sort of thing is prime material for creating mass hysteria. If someone gets killed, he'll be the one who is indirectly responsible.
Bill, I'm glad I found you.
Hey, what's the matter, Rod?
I can tell without even guessing. Your red-hot story backfired, and it's kicking you in the teeth.
You're right. Bill, I've pulled a lot of harebrained stunts in my life to make a story, but never where anyone could get hurt or killed. This time, that's exactly what's going to happen unless you stop.
Hey, what do you mean?
All right, simmer down, fellas. What's going on, Rod? Take your time and tell me all about it. Shooting won't start until sundown, and by that time, we can have it all wrapped up. Ralph, put in a call for Stompy and Grey Wolf to meet us here on the double.
Right.
Well, I was nosing around town trying to get people's reactions and also to check on places where the cat was seen. Bill, it looks like we're getting ready for an Indian attack.
Huh? How so?
Everywhere you look around the edge of town, men are walking around armed.
Oh, somebody's going to get killed.
I know. That's what are you going to do about it?
Well, don't worry. I'm sure we can squelch this whole thing right sudden-like.
Man, I hope you're right. I hope you're right.
Rod, you're a good newsman. Tricky. You can worm information out of people that they don't even feel the pain. This time you tricked yourself.
You said it. And I'm feeling the pain. And I'll be in pain until this thing is over with.
Ranger 1 to Sheriff 1, over.
Sheriff 1 to Ranger 1, over.
You have the plan now, Cal? Over.
Right. Got my cars equipped with loudspeakers. I'm giving everyone an hour's warning. If we see anyone carrying a gun after the warning, they'll be pinched, over.
Right. And don't make any exceptions. Remember, we'll be out behind those houses tracking that cat. We don't want to get filled with hot lead, over.
We'll get them inside, but quick. You fellas will be safe, I hope, over.
Thanks, friend. I appreciate the cooperation, over.
Okay, glad to do it. What's so funny, over?
Your optimism tickled me, over.
What do you mean? I don't want to have a new boss ranger around here. Look at how many years it's taken to break you into my way of thinking, over.
Okay, Cal. Chase the gun-toters back in the house, and we'll get the kitty.
This here trail looks like it comes and goes by it, Sonny. What do you think, Grey Wolf?
You're right. He passed by here many times.
How long do you think he's been around in this area? What about these tracks here, Grey Wolf?
Your sign may be 3 or 4 weeks old.
That's what I thought. Why the sudden rash of people spotting him?
Well, maybe he's not as afraid of people as he was at first.
That's the answer, young feller. He's getting bolder. Maybe he likes the food odors coming in from the houses along here.
I think you've just hit the nail right on the head, old-timer.
You don't say. How come?
We can track this cat until we're blue in the face and not catch him. The tiger cats are used to thick brush and sneaking around in undergrowth. They're slippery and silent. Let's set a cage trap here with some very odorous food and see what results we get.
You have a good idea. Like you say, we could spend much time for nothing. We set up cage trap plenty quick, and maybe catch him tonight.
Yep. Let's get going on it, huh?
What do you suppose the sheriff's broadcasting?
Attention, all citizens of this community. Attention, please. This is the sheriff talking. Anyone found carrying arms outside their homes until the cat scare is over will be arrested. This is for your own protection. The cat is harmless. Let the Rangers capture it. Remember, do not carry a gun outside your home or you'll be arrested. Please cooperate so no one gets hurt or killed.
Wendell, I don't know about you, but that's a lot of hogwash as far as I'm concerned. Those Rangers aren't going to catch that cat. We'll have to.
I don't know about that, Ward. I don't like taking the law into my own hands. Somebody might get hurt.
I'm not trigger happy. I can tell a man from a cat. I'm going to wait for that beast and get it.
When?
Tonight.
I wouldn't if I were you. Like Bill said, there isn't a cat alive that can open a locked window or door. You better be mighty careful.
Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. I'm sick and tired of waiting for the Rangers to get the job done. And they say the cat's harmless. I'll really make sure it's harmless. Tonight.
There. Trap set. We wait now.
We might have to wait all night, young feller.
We do that before, many times.
Yep. And how? I wonder how Bill and Ralph are making out at the other end.
We not find out until morning, or when cat get caught.
Yep. Yeah, maybe a couple of fireflies will come along so I can read a while.
Maybe we be quiet now.
Yep, I reckon. How you doing, Ralph?
Okay. Getting a little bleary-eyed.
Why don't you sleep for a while? I'll watch.
Oh, you mean it?
Sure. Just don't snore.
I won't. Thanks. Good night.
What's that again, Mr. Brown?
I thought it wise to tell the Rangers there's a neighbor waiting for the cat tonight with a rifle. But I can't get the Rangers.
Of course not. They're out back of the houses trying to get the cat. Are you sure you're right?
Positive. I tried to talk him out of it, but I couldn't.
Thanks, Mr. Brown. We'll take care of it. Goodbye.
Yeah, what's up, Rod?
Some crazy galoot's trying to hunt the cat. I've got to warn Bill and his men.
Oh, call the sheriff. That's his job.
Not this time, it isn't.
Hey, Rod!
Here come animal. Got cat. Good job, Grey Wolf. We've got our quarry.
Grey Wolf's been shot! Some crazy man's got a gun!
Put that gun down. You just shot a ranger.
I say, you mister, drop your gun and come out with your hands up.
Where'd you guys come from?
Am I too late? Am I too late?
Yep. You were too late a long time ago.
What happened?
You were grazed by a rifle bullet, Grey Wolf. Thank the Lord it only nicked you.
I'll say, I thought you'd been killed.
You give us a pretty bad scare, young feller. Feel all right now?
I feel okay. A little dizzy. Oh, we catch Tiger Cat.
We sure did. You know, it's funny how a little guy can stir up a lot of fuss. Just about as much as a real tiger. Well, there sure was a lot of fuming and fussing, wasn't there? But the Tiger Cat scare is over, and a lot of folks learn to control their imaginations and to think
instead of dream. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Hello, my name is Dum Dum. I'm a bullet. Did I scare you? I'm a movie star. I play in this movie called A Shot in the Dark. I help the brilliant Inspector Clouseau solve the murders. Here he is disguised as Peter Sellers.
I gather the facts, examine the clues, and before you know it, the case is solved.
El Casama is the #1 sex bot. Suspect.
This lovely perfume you're wearing. Now, where were we?
While he looks for the guilty party, I look for the guilty bullet. There's a group of suspects now. Okay, Slug, where were you on the night of January 18th?
Let's see, on January 8th.
Oh, I'm dealing with a blank cartridge.
I'm getting it. It's coming.
Well, I exploded his alibi. Let's see if the inspector can explode George Sanders' alibi.
And I submit, Inspector Ballon, that you arrived home, found Miguel with Maria Gambrelli, and killed him in a writ of fellas jage.
Here's a suspect that's really loaded.
Hi, Palsy. How's about a little slug, huh?
You're shot.
What do you mean, shot? I'm only half shot. See what I mean?
Solving a crime of passion in Paris can be a very dangerous occupation. He gets to the bottom of things fast. Finding a murderer is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Looks like the inspector and I have got our work cut out for us. A nudist camp. Well, there's the inspector in a new disguise. The inspector spares no pains to break down her alibi, even to using the French equivalent of the 3rd degree.
Oh, this is too much for a simple prison. One of you is a murderer.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Inspector, come to the point.
Don't tangle words with me.
Ow! You clumsy idiot!
No.
Confidentially, the murderer is... If you want to know who the murderer is, you'll have to come and see the picture. Yeah.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Hello, are you there? Well, we're here.
Want the soap that's pure and gentle? Come on, swing to Swan.
Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, present the Burns and Allen Show.
with Paul Whiteman. Our singer, Jimmy Cash, yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the 6 hits and a miss, and George Burns and Gracie Allen. Well, today is the season's first meeting of Gracie Allen's club, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society. Last year, George said the girls couldn't meet at his home again. He put his foot down. As we look in now, George is about to put his other foot down.
Gracie, will you come out of there a minute? Look, Gracie, I'm starved. I haven't had any breakfast. Is the meeting about over?
Oh, we haven't even started. Blanche Morton, Clara Bagley, and Tootsie Stagwell haven't arrived yet.
Well, then, what have you girls been talking about?
Blanche Morton, Clara Bagley, and Tootsie Stagwell.
Look, I've got to get some food. I'm going into that other room and break that meeting up.
Change your mind, dear?
Yes, no man can face that on an empty stomach. What are they laughing at?
Well, they can't wait for Blanche Morton to come in with one of those idiotic hats of hers.
Fine way to talk about a club member.
But, George, you should see Blanche's new hat. It's the silliest thing. It has a big bunch of grapes on one side, and 3 sunflowers on the other side, and a stuffed seagull sticking up in the front, and ribbons hanging down the back.
Well, that sounds pretty silly.
Sure, nobody's wearing ribbons.
Well, get these gals out of here. I'll see you later. I'm going out to eat.
Oh, wait, George.
Yes?
On your way back, will you buy a present for my brother Willie? He's going in the army, you know.
All right. What do you want me to get him?
Well, he said they might send him to Iceland, so you better get him a nightshirt. Oh, no, in fact, buy him 3 nightshirts. I'll sew them together.
You're going to sew 3 nightshirts together?
Mm-hmm. The nights are much longer up in Iceland.
Yes, and I'll get him 2,000 sleeping pills, too.
Come in.
Hello, Gracie, dear.
Why, Blanche Morton, how are you, Blanche?
Oh, wonderful. There's no use asking how you are, Gracie. You look simply radiant. Oh, it's so nice seeing you again.
Hello, Mrs. Morton.
How do? Are the girls here yet, Gracie?
Well, yes, most of them, Blanche. They're in the library. Go right in.
All right. I was telling her about it. Why, Blanche, what a perfectly adorable hat.
Sweet bunch of girls. If you serve them milk, be sure to put it in the saucer. Well, Gracie, I've got to go.
Oh, wait, George.
Yeah?
Don't get Willie a nightshirt for Iceland. That's silly.
Oh, yeah, sure. It's ridiculous.
Get him a yo-yo. They might send him to Egypt.
A yo-yo?
Uh-huh. He's always wanted one, but he's too lazy to make it go up and down.
Well?
Well, in Egypt they ride on camels, so Willie just sits and holds the yo-yo, and
the camel goes up and down. It was silly of me not to figure that out. I certainly am.
Come in. Why, Clara Bagley.
Oh, Gracie, I'm sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's all right. We can't start the meeting until Tootsie Stagwell gets here.
Oh, I've got the most miserable headache. That's why I brought this ice bag with me.
Oh, well, here, Clara, take off your hat and put the ice bag on your head. There. Oh. Now, you'll feel better in a few minutes. Now, go into the library. The girls are right there now.
Why, Clara, what a perfectly adorable hat!
With these dames, Harper Bazaar must fold up. Gracie, if you can break up this hen party, I'm going out and
Hi, George. Hello, Gracie.
Oh, good morning, Bill.
Hello, Bill.
Well, what's wrong with you, George? You look about as happy as General von Bach with a calendar in one hand and a thermometer in the other.
I'll tell you what's wrong. On account of Gracie, I'm starving.
Oh, brother, are you confused?
You certainly are a scream.
Well, I guess the girls are getting impatient in there. I'll go in and tell them we'll start as soon as Tootsie gets there.
Come on, Bill. I'll buy you a cup of coffee. The house is overrun with a bunch of gabby women.
Well, you know, I sympathize with you, George. If there's one thing that gets on your nerves, it's a gabby dame.
Yeah, it's murder. Come on, let's go.
You know, one of them collared me on a street corner just now and almost talked me to death, George. All I said was good morning. And, brother, that did it. She comes right back with, what's new? Well, I had to answer, so I told her that Swan is new. The new white floating soap that's great for washing dishes because it gives you suds faster than other floating soaps, even in hard water.
The gabby woman.
Oh, brother. Well, I tell you, I tried to tear myself away from her, George, but quick as a flash, she shoots another question at me. Is that so? She said.
Oh, yes, very talkative, very talkative. Come on, I'm starved. I've got to eat.
Well, George, I couldn't walk away without saying yes, so I said it. Yes, I said. Swan is the mild, pure soap that not only gives you suds for dishes, but suds for every soap and water job in the house. Baby, gentle suds that are so easy on your hands.
Yeah, by now she's talked your ear off.
Oh, both of them.
Yeah, 2 ears, yes.
Well, I thought sure I'd cut the conversation short, Steve, but oh, no.
Oh, no.
Just as I'm tearing myself away, what do you think she says? Goodbye.
Oh, what a tongue lashing.
Goodbye, I says. Well, Swan is more than a goodbye. It's terrific. Why, you could break each bar, Swan, in two and get 2 swell cakes of soap. One to use in the kitchen for dishes and cleaning, and the other to use in the bathroom for your hands and face or for your tub or shower.
Bill, please, breakfast. I'll order Swan soap on toast.
Oh, well, okay, that's all anyway. I finally tore myself away.
Well, fine. Come on, I'm stuck. Say, Bill, what's that you're holding in your hand?
Well, what do you know? It's the lapel off that woman's coat.
That was nice tearing. Bill, come on.
Oh, George, I'm glad you're still here. Never mind that yo-yo for Willie.
Sure, too silly.
Yes. Get him a picture frame. He might go to Alaska.
A picture frame?
Yes, I'll put a picture of my sister Bessie in it, and he can hang it in the barracks.
Sister Bessie? Maybe the rest of the boys would rather have a picture of Lana Turner.
Oh, don't worry. After the boys have been in Alaska a few months, Bessie will look just as good to them.
Well, okay. Go back to the meeting.
Oh, Gracie, you've done this the cutest thing. Blanche Morton said in her opinion, George Bird was absolutely...
Well, let's go, George.
Wait a minute. I want to hear the rest of that.
Well, George, looks like we'll never know, doesn't it?
Come on.
This is Paul Whiten. Jimmy Cash has picked a mighty popular tune for his song tonight. It's White Christmas. Okay, Jimmy.
The sun is shining, the grass is green, the orange and palm trees wave. There's never been such a day in Beverly Hills, L.A.
We drop all these petty discussions and get right down to business. Who are you talking about?
Maggie Ettinger. She says that she's only 35.
Well, personally, I think she's very honest and straightforward. I've known her for years, and she's always said she's 35. Now, settle down, girls, and I'll read the minutes. The last weekly meeting of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society was supposed to be held at the home of Mrs. Gruskin, but Mr. Gruskin locked all the doors and threatened us with a garden hose. It was then decided that the meeting should be held at the home of Mrs. Taylor, whose husband was confined to his bed with a nervous breakdown. Before the meeting, we all showed our appreciation by gathering around Mr. Taylor and singing, for he's a jolly good fellow. By the way, Mrs. Taylor, how is your husband?
Oh, he's at the Good Samaritan now.
Well, that's nice. Such a lovely hospital. Well, back to the minute. The president of the club, Mrs. George Burns, then made our annual Friendship Award. This year, the congenial spirit of our organization was best represented by those two lifelong friends, Mrs. Morton and Mrs. Bagley. The award was made in the form of two china lovebirds, one of which was slightly cracked. In the struggle to see who would get the one without the crack, both lovebirds were broken. Mrs. Morton lost a tooth, and Mrs. Bagley sustained bruises and lacerations.
If Clara Bagley wasn't such a selfish pig.
Never in the history of our club has this honor been so richly deserved. At the conclusion of the meeting, our hostess, Mrs. Taylor, served spaghetti, which she said was made from an old family recipe. It was delicious.
Oh, well, thank you, Gracie.
Miss Stagwell later on went into Mrs. Taylor's kitchen, and she reported that she found several empty cans and that the name of the old family which made the recipe was Heinz.
Of all the low, snoopy tricks.
And that concludes the minutes, girls. Now, is there any new business?
May I have the floor, Madam President?
The chair recognizes Miss Stagwell. What is it, Tootsie?
Well, as you know, we're having a lot of trouble getting new members for our club because so many women are busy with woolwork. But I have an idea.
You have?
Mm-hmm. Let's take some men in our club.
Gracie, can I see you a minute?
Oh, all right, dear. Excuse me, girls.
Gracie, isn't that silly meeting over? If you girls were doing something important like war work, I wouldn't mind.
Well, we do war work, George. We knit all the time. Well, we've had sweaters and things sent back to us from every camp in the country.
No, but those silly discussions you have in there. Why don't you discuss something important like the shortage of meat or the...
Oh, all right, dear. Now, don't get excited. We can talk it over quietly. Sit down. Sit down, dear. Calm yourself.
Okay. I'll sit down. Oh, darn that silly duck. He's always underfoot.
He wasn't that time.
Well, okay. I'm sorry I sat on him.
Oh, now hush, Herman, Daddy and I are discussing the meat situation. What's that? Well, you see, Herman, there's a shortage of meat in this country. That's because we ship a lot of it abroad to our brave allies and our boys fighting all over the world. See? So, people on the home front like your mommy and your daddy must eat less meat. After all, we don't want our fighting men to go hungry, do we? Now, what would you do to anybody who tried to take the meat away from our soldiers? That's right, Herman. So our government suggests that we limit ourselves to 2.5 pounds of meat a week for each person. In that way, we all have our share. And then, too, when we have a meat rationing... Rationing? Well, you see, rationing means that everybody, rich and poor alike, shares what there is equally. That's the American way. Oh, you bet. And the time to start cutting down on the meat we eat is right now, before rationing. After all, there are still large supplies of other things to eat instead, such as eggs, fish, poultry. What's poultry? Well, chickens, or turkeys, or a duck. I don't mean you, dear, but poultry is delicious. Oh, now, baby darling, Mama wouldn't eat you in a million years.
Yes, but Papa might. Go on.
Now, go on, Herman. Off to your room. Isn't he cute? Look at him waddle off.
Yeah. He's got the cutest drumsticks.
Well, I've got to go back to the meeting, George. And I'll tell the girls what you said.
And talk about, you can talk about pooling, too. About pooling their cars and other things. In times like these, we should share and share alike.
All right, dear, I will.
Well, I know you can do it.
Now, girls, I have something very important to say. I've just been having a little talk with George, and he says from now on we girls should pool things. Pool our cars, pool our food.
Well, as long as we don't have to pool George.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it, Clara. Now, we're going to start right away, girls. We'll pool everything we can.
Well, that's a very good idea.
Where will we start? Oh, I know. We'll pool George's cigars. You girls divide them up and take them home to your husband.
Henry, is that going to be...
But remember, girls, remember, this is share and share alike. So after your husbands have smoked half of each cigar, bring what's left back to George.
Oh, we will, Gracie. That's a wonderful idea.
Many years ago, we recorded a miniature classic called Manhattan Serenade. Now it's all dressed up, and it's the #1 hit, which just goes to show you can't keep a good tune down.
That night in Manhattan was the start of it. Do-do-do-do-do. We lived it and we loved every part of it. Do-do-do-do-do. The glow of moonlight in the park. The light that spells your name. The autumn breeze that fanned the spark that set our hearts aflame. Our kiss was the sky right to the highest stars. We made it without touching the handlebars. And I gave you my love to the melody of the music, the madness that made our Manhattan Serenade. Manhattan Serenade.
I'm so proud of you. Because of what you said, our club has already buckled down and started pooling things.
Well, I just saw my duty.
Oh, just think. Your speech made us better Americans.
Oh, it was nothing a fireside chat couldn't have done.
Oh, you know, dear, I think you're just as good a speaker as the president.
Now, Gracie, let's not be silly. Me as good as the president. It's ridiculous. My friends... he's better than I am.
Well, anyway, I'm proud of you. If I had my choice of all the husbands in the world, I'd still take you.
Well, thanks.
Let people say I'm crazy.
Oh, sure. What do we care?
I mean every word of it. I think you're a great man, George. And you know what I always say? Great men in the stand remind us footprints make our lives sublime. And if in time we are departing, we can leave ourselves behind.
Yes.
That's what I always say.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites, too. Well, I think I'll make myself comfortable and finish that story in the Saturday Evening Post. Where are my slippers?
Harry Morton has them.
Harry Morton?
Well, I told you we already buckled down and started pooling things here. You're in a slipper pool.
A slipper pool?
Well, it's really more of a clothing pool. Harry Morton took your slippers, your bathrobe, and your lounging pajamas.
Now, Gracie, that's the
wait,
silly...
George. He said that you can go over and help yourself to any of his suits.
Really?
Yes. Here. He left you these pawn tickets.
Oh, fine. Gracie, you see...
I'm so proud of you. This was all your idea. You're a great man, George.
Oh, all right, I'll do it the hard way. Without slippers, I'll read the Saturday Evening Post.
You're in a magazine pool, too.
Oh.
Mrs. Gruskin took your magazine and left you one of hers.
What magazine did she leave?
Oh, you'll love it. The Welders Weekly.
Now, wait a minute.
You're a great man,
Oh,
George.
sure. A barefooted great man with nothing to read. Well, I'm going upstairs to shave.
George, was General Grant a great man?
Well, of course he was.
You're just like him.
I'm like General Grant?
Mm-hmm. I've seen his picture, and I don't think he had a razor either.
Gracie, don't tell me.
A
shaving
pool. Yeah. Mr. Bagley took your razor and your brush and your shaving cream.
Well, that leaves me in fine shape.
Put it share and share alike, George. In exchange, you get a derby hat.
A derby hat? What's that got to do with shaving?
You put your old lace in it.
Gracie, when I...
You're a great man, George.
Yes, I'm great. I wonder where the aspirin are.
Gracie, hide me.
What's the trouble, Bill?
Well, Tootsie Sagwell's outside, and I don't want her to see me.
Bill! Darling!
Oh, Tootsie Sagwell.
I thought it was you I was running after. I'd recognize you on a desert island. I wish.
Well, so long, Tootsie. I have to run.
Oh, wait, Bill. You know what you asked me to do last week? Well, I did it.
Oh, Tootsie, you didn't.
Yes, I sent for one of those Swan encyclopedias.
Oh, well, that's a great book, Tootsie. And I know you love it.
Oh, wait, Bill. I did something for you now. How about doing something for me? Like walking home with me?
Well, Tootsie, how do I know you really got the Swan encyclopedia? Does the one you sent for have 832 pages? Does it have over 1 million words on more than 15,000 subjects from art to zoology? Are you sure that you have the Swan encyclopedia?
Well, of course, Bill.
Well, does it have a special March of Events section covering world news and events right up to this past September, huh?
I know I've got the Swan encyclopedia, Bill. Come over to my house and see it for yourself. I keep it right in the middle of the sofa.
Well, some other time, Tootsie.
But Bill, I thought you might come over and explain the war maps to me.
Oh, now, Tootsie, the maps in the Swan encyclopedia don't need explaining. Those 8 pages of war maps in color make it easy for anyone to follow the world situation at a glance. In fact, whenever I listen to the news, I keep my Swan encyclopedia maps right in front of me, and I mark important developments right on them.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Why don't you bring your war maps over to my house and we'll compare them? I think it'd be nice to get our maps together.
Now, Tootsie, listen to reason. My goodness, you know that anybody can get a Swan encyclopedia by sending 25 cents in a Swan wrapper to Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, thousands of women are sending their quarters in Swan wrappers to Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin, and those women don't expect me to come to their houses.
But Bill, I'm different from other women.
Yes? And that's just the trouble, Tootsie. Goodbye.
just never get together.
Oh, well, maybe I'm just as smart to keep him guessing. Come on.
What a day. Gracie, where are the aspirin? I've got a terrible headache.
Oh, that's too bad. Why don't you take some cod liver oil or some citronella?
Well, what's wrong with aspirin?
Well, you're in a medicine pool.
A medicine pool?
You're a great man,
I
George.
know. I ought to be in Grant's tomb.
Come in. Oh, it's little Billy Marks from next door. How are you, Billy?
Okay. Well, come on, turn on the radio.
Turn on the radio.
You heard me. I'm in your radio pool.
Now, just a minute,
Oh,
kid.
now, George, I told him to come over.
Well, okay. What do you want to hear, Sonny? A little music?
Music? Well, get him. Turn on Frank Fearless, the commando.
Why, for 2 cents I
George,
would...
George.
Well, okay.
And so, bound and gagged, weak from a dozen knife wounds, suffering from the 4 bullet holes in his chest and choking from the deadly monoxide gas, Frank Phillips gives a sigh of irritation. His boat has sprung a leak. Tune in again tomorrow night for another great installment of Frank Phillips, the Commando.
Now I missed the whole program.
Well, I'm tickled to death. Now beat it.
No,
You
George.
said it. Believe me, lady, if he was my father instead of yours, I'd
Go
tell
on,
him
out.
You're a great man,
Oh,
George.
stop that. I told you the pool thing, but I didn't mean only pool my thing. Either you do it the right way or you don't do it at all. Do you understand?
Yes, dear.
And remember that.
Yes, dear.
Suggesting an idea to you. I must be nuts.
Yes, dear.
Well, I'm going upstairs. Holy everything I own. Might have known this would happen. Oh, boy, am I worn out. I'll jump into bed. Oh, does this bed feel good?
Certainly does.
Why, Harry Morton!
Yeah, I'm in your bed pool.
Say, folks, hurry and send in for your Swan Encyclopedia now, because honestly, we're afraid we might have to withdraw our offer pretty soon. It's a great buy, the kind of book everyone can use, especially children who have homework to do. So send your quarter and Swan wrapper in tonight. Send them to Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin. That's Swan, Box 25, Racine, Wisconsin. We'll send your big 832-page encyclopedia to you immediately. Remember, Swan now brings you 2 of radio's top shows. George Burns and Gracie Allen every Tuesday night, and Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou every Friday night over another network. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin for George and Gracie saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
Try Spry. You'll find the baking you turn out fluffy and light. Try Spry. You're sure to hear your family shout what a delight. For cakes, pies, donuts, the things you fry. Try Spry. What's that you say? You're going to try it today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting.
Where will we find the mummy? Don't worry, the mummy will find you.
You'll howl as you follow Bud and Lou in a strange land where exotic dancers perform ancient rituals. You'll scream at this mystic world of mad magic and uproarious adventure.
Does this mean anything to you?
It means death to whoever holds it.
Starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, with sultry Marie Windsor giving you your first look inside Costello.
Turn off the lights.
Let's stop fooling and cut 'em open. And Peggy King, George Gobel's TV girlfriend.
You flew in from the Middle West and certainly impressed the population hereabouts.
Imagine Lou trying to be charming to a snake. and Bud at the end of his rope.
Stop blowing!
Your nerves will jangle as they tangle with terror, meddle with murder, and try to elude a curse 4,000 years old.
Get rid of it! No! What is it? Dynamite!
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Bigger They Are. The Green Hornet strikes again. Gunnigan, city editor of the Daily Sentinel, spoke feelingly to Britt Reed as he called the young publisher's attention to the letter in his hand.
Chief, here's another letter on that city housing project. It's about time the Sentinel carried some strong editorials about it.
How many letters have we received on that to date?
22, to be exact.
What are they all griping about, Gunnigan?
Plenty, Lowry. According to all these letters, conditions at that West End housing project must be pretty rotten.
Well, what specific complaints do they give, Gunnigan?
Well, they say the houses are flimsy, leaky roofs, no insulation, cracking plaster, doors and windows that don't fit right. War workers live there, too.
Sure sounds like they got a punk deal, all right.
Darn right they did, and the worst part of it is there's no place for them to move to. In this letter, the guy says he's already used up his quota of fuel, and the winter isn't half over.
Guess things are bad out there. 22 of them can't be wrong. Well, I'll get the addresses from those letters and go over there, check up on conditions, then report to me. Also, if any of them are actually suffering from the cold, let me know. I'm sure the Sentinel can get relief to them.
Okay, boss, I'll go right on over. Believe me, somebody ought to do something for those war workers.
Gunnigan, after Lowry gets back with his report, I'll give you an editorial for the Bulldog edition. Then the Sentinel will continue to pound on the matter until the city makes an investigation out there.
Well, boss, it took 3 days of hammering in the Sentinel on that housing project, but it finally got results.
Results? What do you mean, Lowry?
The news just broke over the wire. The grand jury's starting an investigation. They called the first witness for tomorrow afternoon.
Fine. Whom did they call as the first witness?
One of the building inspectors. Guy by the name of Cutler. He inspected that housing project.
Well, it looks as though the Sentinel's promoted a little action, Lowry. Now we can sit back and see just where the axe strikes.
The following afternoon, Cutler, the building inspector, drew up in front of the Civic building on his way to appear before the grand jury.
Stay right there beside the car, buddy. I got business with you.
What's the idea?
A gun. Keep your voice down. Give me that briefcase.
So that's it.
Give me it, I said.
All right. All right. Here it is.
Now you're showing sense, Cutler. There's one thing more.
What do you mean?
This.
Gunnigan, what's all the excitement?
Chief, you came in just in time. Larry just phoned in, said there was a murder right in front of the Civic building this afternoon.
Oh, who's the victim?
A guy who was on his way to appear before the grand jury. A building inspector by the name of Cutler.
Meanwhile, in a large and luxuriously furnished apartment on the east side of town, a portly, well-dressed man paced the room, impatiently glancing at his watch from time to time. Then...
Oh, that must be Costello at last.
Yeah, here I am, Danvers. You got the briefcase, too.
Come in. Where's Cutler?
Right where you want him, boss. Dead.
Dead?
Sure. I bumped him off just like
Costello.
you said.
I didn't tell you to kill him.
Go say, are you nutty or something? You told me to go out and get Cutler. And to be sure and bring back the briefcase he was carrying.
I meant just what I said. To get him and bring him here. Along with the briefcase. Of all the stupid half-witted things
Hey, go easy on the name-calling, Danvers. It ain't healthy to...
But Costello, look at the mess you've put us in. Now they'll press that investigation to the limit. And with murder thrown in with everything else,
Don't forget you hired me, Danvers.
I didn't hire you to commit murder.
Says who? If you think of not paying me off or turning me in, just remember you're in it as much as I am. In fact, I might just get mean enough to...
Oh, wait now. Costello, there's no need for that gun. I'm going to pay you as I promised. It's just a shock to find out you misunderstood.
Okay. But don't forget I got it with me. Anyhow, anybody can make a mistake once in a while, can't they? Imagine me thinking you meant to bump that guy off when you said to get him.
Costello, it's no laughing matter. It's done. I and my friends are in a mess. Now I guess the only thing to do is to go the limit to see that the grand jury investigation doesn't uncover the true facts.
The following afternoon, Britt Reed had an unexpected visitor, a woman. Upon learning her identity, he immediately had her ushered into his office.
As you know, I'm Mrs. Cutler, wife of
Yes,
the...
I know. I'm very sorry about your husband.
Thank you. No doubt you're wondering why I came here like
I'm
this.
sure it must be important or you wouldn't have come. Why did you come to see me, Mrs. Cutler?
Because I've been threatened.
Threatened, you say?
Yes.
Well, by whom?
I don't know, Mr. Reed. But I'm sure whoever it was had something to do with my husband's death.
No doubt of that. Well, why don't you go to the police?
Oh, that's just it. The man who phoned me said I'd be watched. He said if I went to the police or talked to one of the grand jury investigators, I'd be sorry. I'm really frightened, Mr. Reed. I came to you because the Sentinel was behind the building project investigation.
Oh, I understand. But why should they threaten you?
They asked if I knew what my husband carried in his briefcase. I said yes, I did.
And what did he carry in his briefcase?
His reports on his findings when he investigated the project. That is, copies of the reports. The originals were sent to the building commissioner, my husband's boss.
Oh, I see. Well, then the grand jury can still see what those reports were.
Yes, of course. That's why I couldn't understand what difference it made about what was in that briefcase. Under the circumstances, I'm upset anyhow. And then with that man calling and threatening me,
Yes, I know. Well, since any information you might give about your husband's reports is already obtainable from the building commissioner's office, I see no need for you to fear. I advise that you just go home and stay there.
Perhaps you're right.
It might be wise, too, to phone the police from your home and tell them about the threat so that they can keep watch to see that you're not molested.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. I'll do that. Up to now, I was afraid even to phone them after what that man said, but I guess it will be best.
And if you're troubled further, I'd like to hear about it.
I'll let you know, though I hope I won't be. I'll go now. It's been a relief to talk to you. Thank you again.
Street floor, please. Street floor. This is the street floor, lady.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you.
Keep quiet and keep on walking, lady. This bulge in my pocket ain't a package of cigarettes, see?
It's a gun.
Yeah, and it's pointing right at your side. Now go to that black sedan at the curb and get in the back. And if you make a sound of...
I'll go.
Okay, get in and make it quick.
Yes.
Okay, boss, come on. Let's get away from here.
Let me out! Help! Help!
Hey, boss, what do you know? I just saw a woman get taken away in a car by a couple of guys right in front of the Sentinel building.
What's the tagline, Lowry?
Hey, I ain't kidding. It just happened a few minutes ago. I stopped to tell Gunnigan, then I came right up here. She must have come out of the Sentinel building.
Are you sure of that, Lowry?
Sure, I saw her come out, and then some guy walked alongside of her. I was coming down the street.
Lowry, did you wear a black coat and a red hat?
Yeah, but how did you know?
Scott.
What's eating you? You talking...
She said they were watching her, yet I didn't stop to think they'd...
Holy mackerel, boss, what are you talking about?
That woman, Lowry, the one you saw forced into the car.
You mean you know who she is?
Yeah, she's the wife of the man who was murdered yesterday, Mrs. Cutler.
Mrs. Cutler? Holy Moses. Why would anyone want to grab her, I wonder?
If you find out, let me know, Lowry, and we'll have a big lead for the Daily Sentinel.
After Lowry left his office, Britt Reed went to his files. Finding the desired information, the young publisher returned to his desk, where he sat for a few moments staring in deep thought. And during those moments, the indolent, carefree look in the eyes of the so-called playboy was replaced by the cold, piercing stare that never failed to strike terror into the hearts of wrongdoers. The cold, piercing stare of the dreaded Green Hornet.
The building commissioner's name is Harris. He has copies of Cutler's reports in his files. The housing project was built by the Danvers Contractors Company. They should know what was in those reports. Looks as though the Green Hornet will have to do a little investigating, and it's got to be done in a mighty big hurry.
Leaving the Sentinel building, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. Britt Reed immediately began a discussion of the housing project case.
Strange, Cato, that anyone would go to such lengths to get the reports in the briefcase Cutler carried. Not to mention making certain neither Cutler nor his wife talked.
If Cutler make report that housing project okay, it show him to be not on the level, perhaps.
Yes, that's true. And in that case, the investigation would bog down, since they'd have a minor city official at whom to point a finger.
Will you not think Cutler guilty, maybe?
Well, that remains to be seen, Cato. But I do think there are others involved, perhaps people of greater importance than Cutler.
Why you think so, Mr. Britt?
Because they've gone to such extremes to see to it that Cutler, his wife, and his reports are not available to the investigator.
No doubt responsible parties think with them out of the way, they'd be clear of the investigation.
Right, Cato. They're probably certain the investigation will turn away from them entirely. I'd like to know just what Cutler's true report was on that housing project.
That information not be available right now, even for a newspaper publisher, Mr. Britt.
Oh, yeah? Well, there's nothing says the Green Hornet can't make a try at it. Let's get going, Cato.
Everything ready, Mr. Britt.
Come on, then. We have no time to waste tonight.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, This building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Slide over, Cato. I'm driving tonight.
Yes, sir.
Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Now, back to our story. Britt Reed and Cato left the apartment in the Black Beauty, which they drove to a secluded spot near the Civic Building. Keeping to the shadows, the two men cautiously made their way to the rear of the building. There they stopped, and Britt Reed spoke in a low tone.
The windows just above our heads are those of Commissioner Harris's office. I've been in there in the past.
They have guard in building, perhaps?
Yes, but the guard room's just inside the front door. We'll have to take a chance on not attracting their attention. I'll stand on your shoulders, Cato, to reach the window. You ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, steady now. Here goes.
With Cato's help, Britt Reed was able to reach the office window. Working swiftly and silently with a special steel instrument, he deftly manipulated the lock.
There, that did it.
Opening the window, he quickly drew himself over the sill and stood in the darkened office. His flashlight beam fell upon a row of file cabinets, and Britt Reed moved toward them, ever alert for any sound of an approaching guard.
Look under the C's for Cutler. Also under the W's for West End Housing Project. It's not under the C's. Let's see. The West End Housing has a sub-file. There's Cutler's name. And the report on the housing project. Good. Now, one of the guards coming.
Halt! Halt or I'll shoot!
You have narrow escape, Mr. Britt.
Yes, but I got what we went after, Cato. I took the Cutler report as well as several other routine letters having Cutler's signature on them.
Why you bother with other letters?
No, they might come in handy before we're through.
You think police find out who take report from files?
I'm sure they will, Cato. You see, I left sort of a receipt on the folder from which I took the papers.
Receipt, Mr. Britt?
Yes, I left a Hornet seal.
Why you do that?
I'm starting a little war of nerves, Cato, without any direct reason for thinking so. I hope a few of those seals here and there may start somebody talking who didn't intend to talk. You get it?
Oh, fear of Green Hornet loose on tongue of right person at wrong time, perhaps.
Right.
Were you driving toward home, Mr. Britt?
Yes, we'll stop off there for a short time. We'll look at this report. And then I may have something for you to check on while we're there.
And after that?
We'll plant a few more seals, Cato, and wait for our bird to squawk. And perhaps lead us to the place where we'll find Mrs. Cutler. I'd better step on it.
Of course, reports say housing project plenty okay, Mr. Britt. In that case, somebody paid Cutler not to tell truth, perhaps.
Somebody paid somebody else something, Cato. There's no doubt of that from conditions out there. Now I want you to get busy on that little job I suggested when we came in. It shouldn't take you long to check and find out what I want to know.
I go into laboratory. Work on it right away, Mr. Britt.
Good. Sooner the better.
It not take very long. I be back quick like a flash.
As soon as Cato comes back with his findings, we'll take the Black Beauty again. Hello?
Hello, boss. This is Lowry.
Oh, what's up, Lowry?
Just this. Commissioner Harris, you know, the commissioner of buildings.
Yes?
Well, he just got in touch with cops headquarters and said the Green Hornet's mixed up in the West End housing project case that the grand jury's
The Green Hornet, did you say?
That's right, boss. Seems as though the Hornet stole Inspector Cutler's housing project report. The one he turned in, you know.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah. Took it right out of the files in the commissioner's office. Some nerve, huh? Harris said that if they find the Hornet, they'll get the guy who murdered Cutler. Of course, he's just guessing on that.
Oh, hold on. Harris couldn't be making that up, could he, Lowry? After all, maybe he's in this
Hey,
thing.
are you trying to say Harris might be mixed up in that mess? If you are, boss, you better take something for the fog in your brain. Harris is too big a guy.
Well, how does he know the Hornet stole that report?
Because the nervy dope left a Hornet seal right on the file folder. The cops saw it. Also, the building guard almost plugged the Hornet as he left through the window.
I'll say he did.
What did you say, boss?
Oh, I said, did he?
Yeah. Well, I thought I'd let you know, boss. I guess Cutler and the Hornet are working in some graft deal together. Say, that ought to make a good story if the grand jury ever gets it all.
I'm sure it will, Lowry. I'll see you in the morning.
Goodbye, boss.
Goodbye. Well, didn't take Harris long to give the news out. Well, Cato, you figured that one out quickly.
What I discover throw different light on whole thing, Mr. Britt.
I was right then. Come on, Cato. Now we have something to work on. Let's go.
Again, the swift, sleek Black Beauty moved into the night, moving along like a dark shadow that sent shivers through those who chanced to note its passing.
Step on it, Cato.
The mighty engine purred with a surge of power, leaping forward like a living thing to carry the dreaded Green Hornet on his self-appointed mission. It came to a stop behind a parked car in front of the Civic building.
That's his car. Hurry, Cato.
And then away in a burst of speed to the residential part of town on the east side. Again, the great car came to a stop. This time before a large residence, the home of Commissioner Harris. Britt Reed left Cato and the Black Beauty and melted into the shadows near the house. Within a short time, he returned to the car and got in.
Well, that's that.
What you do, Mr. Britt?
I put a seal over the keyhole where he won't miss it. Then I cut the telephone wire so he can't use the phone.
You think he go to warn someone? Then we follow?
Yes, I don't know who else is mixed up in this, but I'm hoping Harris will lead us to him, or to them. Since he can't warn them by phone about the Hornet, he'll probably go see them. I hope.
When Commissioner Harris arrived in front of his home, he was in a disturbed frame of mind.
The cold nerve of that Hornet is beyond me. Why did he leave that seal on the dashboard of this car, I wonder? What does he know? Huh. How much does he know? Better get inside. Drat that thing. Can't be I'm so nervous I can't find the lock to my own... Oh, it's closed up. Something over the keyhole. I'll strike a match. No. No, it can't be. Another Hornet seal. I'll go into the hall phone, get in touch with Danvers. Get that seal off. There. Oh, now what? I don't get any dial tone. Oh, absolutely dead. I'll drive over to Danvers' place right now. He's got to know about this and figure a way out. Somehow.
Look, Mr. Britt. He come out now. Go to car.
This is it, Cato. Wait till he starts, then we'll follow. All right, Cato, let's go, and fast.
Hey, what's that?
The door buzzer, of course. You'd better get out of sight till I find out who it is.
I'll get behind the window curtains and keep my rod handy.
Well, Commissioner Harris.
I've got to see you, Danvers.
Of course, come right in. Have a seat. Make yourself comfortable.
There's no time for that.
What do you mean?
Things are going from bad to worse, Danvers. The grand jury investigation is too close.
Oh, calm yourself, Commissioner. There's nothing to worry.
How can you stand there and say that?
Now, listen. You can come forward and offer to testify. You can show that report Cutler's supposed to have filed in your office. Cutler's dead, as you know. They'll say he was taking bribes from the job foreman. Well, that foreman went into service and is missing in action. So the case will die out.
The report I had in the files has been stolen.
Stolen?
By the Green Hornet. And he's been hounding me ever since early evening. Everywhere I turn, I find one of these.
A Hornet seal?
Yes, and he knows something. And then to make it worse, that numbskull you hired to pick up Cutler killed him instead. That means we'll both be charged
who
with...
you call a numbskull? I don't take that from nobody, see?
What's he doing here?
Guarding Mrs. Cutler. She's tied up in the kitchen.
We can't have that murderer here with us.
Why, you...
No, you don't. Hold it.
Hey, what the...
The Green Hornet.
He came in the window behind Costello. He followed you here, Harris.
Right. Now, drop that gun, you, and get over with the other two.
Drive him out of here, Costello.
Him with that gun in my back? Nothing doing.
That's right. Now move.
Okay, buddy. Don't go pushing.
So, Commissioner, you and Danvers were going heavy on the graft, huh?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, no? I happen to find out that report of Cutler's on that housing deal is a forgery. Clever enough to fool some, but it didn't get by me.
We'll cut you in, Hornet. How much?
All the dough you have handy.
Well, here's all I have. Open up, Harris.
Well, I guess we have to.
There. Thanks.
Hey, some of that was the dough you was going to pay me off with for...
Shut up, Costello.
Don't tell me to shut up. I want that dough, and I'm going to take it.
Tough killer, eh?
You...
Danvers,
show you...
get that gun over near the window. I'll get it. It's our only chance.
Take it, you dirty killer.
Gas,
I'll take care of you.
You do nothing. Don't move, Hornet. Keep out of the way, Harris. I'm going to kill the Green Hornet.
I think not. Oh. Someone came from behind the drapes. You missed.
I'll get you for interfering.
I get you first.
Nice work.
I'm getting out of here.
Stand where you are. Now for you, Harris.
No, wait, no.
Woman tied up in kitchen.
Yes, phone the police. Cutler's briefcase is over there on the desk. It has a copy of the genuine report in it. They'll get a confession out of these rotten grafters and send this money to the Red Cross.
What a headline that'll make, eh, Larry?
You said a mouthful, Gunnigan. Well, what do you know? Here comes the boss at this hour. Must be going home from some night spot.
Looks like there's something hot going to press, Gunnigan.
Hot's right, boss. The cops found the killer of Cutler. He was hired by Danvers, the big shot contractor, and Commissioner Harris. Cutler's real report showed he didn't okay that housing job. But Harris forged a report saying he did. Danvers and Harris split the graft that they made on the city.
Hold on, Lowry. Get your breath. Them tell me how they know all this.
Harry can tell you all right. He was right there with the cops. And they found Mrs. Cutler, too.
That's right. They had her picked up. I went with Sarge on a call to Danvers' apartment. We found them all out cold. The seals of the Hornet on all of them. They finally confessed, especially when we found Mrs. Cutler there.
Imagine that. Big shots like Harris and Danvers.
Don't forget, boss, the bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Well, the city will save the cost of a grand jury investigation, thanks to the police.
Thanks to the Green Hornet, you mean. He fell out with the gang and turned them all in. Boy, oh boy, nobody knows what that guy's going to do next.
That's the Lux Street paper. Harris and Danvers indicted with hired killer Green Hornet involved. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the Lux Street paper.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious.
Quiet, everybody! Listen to me! Listen!
Beneath this sinister mountain, a man is buried alive, trapped by a cave-in. And from every part of a shocked and anxious nation, the crowds stream to watch the desperate rescue crews fighting against time, battering their way to the barrier of solid rock, while far below, a daring reporter makes his way into the treacherous, crumbling tunnel that is the only lifeline between the helpless victim and the outside world.
You'll be out of here by tomorrow morning.
No, I won't. They'll never reach me by tomorrow morning.
You'll be out of here in 12 hours. Hang on!
Kirk Douglas has his greatest role as the reporter who would do anything for a story. Jan Sterling becomes a star of the first rank as the not-so-heartbroken wife of the man buried beneath the mountain.
Maybe we'll have a couple of drinks. Maybe you'll even take me out for a big evening, huh?
Why don't you wash that platinum out of your hair?
Phony, below-the-belt journalism, that's what it is.
Not below the belt, right in the gut, Mr. Boot. Human interest.
Nothing you've ever seen before has the tremendous human interest of Ace in the Hole. For here is a startling story of human emotions and human desires, played against the most exciting fight to save a man's life ever depicted on the screen.
Now, when Smollett comes, you can give him your orders. Tell him to go in through the cliff dwelling, shore it up, and get him out fast.
Not through the cliff dwelling. You can't get him out that way anymore.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
The first settlers to penetrate the mountainous regions of the western United States found the territory rich in gold and silver. The news of this discovery brought an army of prospectors, many of them hardened criminals, and in the boom towns, sudden death became as common as sudden wealth. It was here that the Lone Ranger faced his greatest task and won his greatest victory. No one with less strength and courage could have brought law and order to that lawless frontier. No one but the heroic masked rider could have made the country safe for honest men and women. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the mountains! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The Lone Ranger, disguised, was present in the cafe at Aurora when two young men excitedly entered. Both gave evidence of many days spent in the hills, and the first, Jim Graves, held a fragment of rock in his hand.
Hey, fellas, look here. We struck it. Me and Bob struck it rich. Gold. Just take a look.
Gold, you say? Hey, that's news. Never heard of gold around here before.
Not the word nothing but silver and copper.
Where'd you locate that gold, young feller?
That's something we're keeping to ourselves. But we found it all right, didn't we, Bob?
Sure did.
Gold eye you got there?
That's what it is.
Let me have a look at it, huh?
Sure. Go right ahead.
Piece of float.
Uh-huh. Found it in the gully.
Real thing, is it, Lucky? Howdy, Hard Rock. Well, these fellas say it is.
Look to be rich, does it, Lucky?
What do you think of it?
Let's have a look at it.
Sure, pass it around.
Ain't none of you fellas seen fool's gold before. You act like you're as green as these kids here.
Fool's gold?
Is that what it is, Lucky? Ever see gold that look like this, Hard Rock? You ought to know with all the prospecting you've done. Well, I'll be doggone. Them greenhorns come busting in here like they had something. And what they got ain't nothing but iron pyrites.
Wait, there must be a mistake somewhere.
Sure, and you made it.
You're sure that ain't gold?
How much cash you got on you?
Why?
Well, just to show you how sure I am, for every dollar you got, I'll lay you $5 that ain't gold. Now, take me up on it with having a say, mate.
Let's save your cash, young fella.
Yeah, Lucky ain't betting on nothing. This is a sure thing.
Maybe next time you won't get took in.
Well, you going to bet?
Well, I ain't doubting your word. You fellas ought to know, but...
Gosh, Jim, and after all the plans we made.
Uh-huh. But I reckon we should have known we couldn't be so lucky right off.
Forget it. You kids ain't the first fellas to get fooled. Come on down the bar here. Me and Hard Rock will buy you both a drink.
Thanks just the same, but me and Jim don't drink.
Well, don't blame you none. That's just good sense. Well, step over here anyhow. Maybe we can give you fellas a few pointers about prospecting.
Gosh, would you?
Sure, come on.
I guess me and Jim are pretty green, all right.
You didn't expect to learn everything to once, did you? How long you fellas been west?
Just a month.
Where'd you find that fool's gold?
Well, maybe you better not say, Bob.
Oh, shucks now. The only reason I asked was because me and Hard Rock have been figuring on going prospecting again ourselves. We just don't want to waste our time going where you fellas went.
Oh.
Besides, I thought maybe we could tip you off to a place where you might really strike something.
Say, that'd be fine.
Now, where'd you say you found this float?
Why, it was north of here. You know where Turtle Creek is, don't you?
Uh-huh.
Well, it was the gully just off the creek. Above the rapids, before the creek goes through a sizable stretch of woods.
You ever been up in there, Hard Rock? Sure, a dozen times.
Did you mean it about giving us a tip where to go?
Well, if I was you fellas, I'd go prospecting around the Painted Rock section. That'd be your best bet.
There's gold been found there?
No, but plenty of silver. Why don't you give it a try?
What do you say, Jim?
It won't hurt us any, I reckon. Is that where you fellas are going?
Well, we're likely to.
Well, thanks a lot. It's been darn nice of you to put us straight.
Oh, that's all right.
And if we do find anything, we'll know where the credit goes.
Forget it. Only thing you want to remember is not to go hightailing for town the next time you pick up a chunk of fool's gold.
We've learned our lesson, I guess. Come on, Jim, let's get something to eat, then go down to the store and get some more supplies.
All right. Afternoon, fellas.
Maybe we'll be seeing you again.
Well, maybe you will. Good luck to you.
Thanks. Well, Jim, we sure made fools out of ourselves that time.
I wish that was all.
Huh?
That trip up north cost us plenty of cash. When we get through buying supplies again, we're going to be broke.
Gosh, that's right.
And if we don't have better luck this next trip, I don't know what we're going to do.
Well, anyhow, we learned it.
Huh? Speaking to us, stranger?
Yes.
What do you want?
I was inside the cafe just now when you came in with that sample of ore.
Ore? Fool's gold, you mean?
Have you still got it?
Yeah, here it is. Don't know what I was hanging on to the blame stuff for.
I'd like to look at it.
What for?
I've got an idea. It may amount to nothing, but I'd like to make sure.
Here you are. You're welcome to it as far as we're concerned.
Come on along, Bob.
Hold on. You've got a knife there. Give it to me.
But what are you going to do?
There's a chance this piece of float is more valuable than you suppose.
But they said inside it wasn't anything but iron pyrites.
We'll soon see.
Well, here's the knife. But I'll be doggone if I know what you're getting at.
I'll show you.
What are you doing?
Have you ever heard of what the old-timers call the jackknife assay?
Huh? What's that?
Watch.
He's pressing a rock with the tip of your knife, Jim.
Stranger, you don't mean to say that's gold ore after all, do you?
Did you notice how soft the rock was? How easily the blade pressed in?
Yeah, but what does that prove?
Now, look closely at the edge of the blade. See anything?
Well, I don't. Do you, Bob?
Can't say as I do.
Good.
But what in blazes are you trying
These were iron pyrites. The edge of the blade would show a red rusty color. What's more, when I pressed the blade against this rock, it wouldn't have made an impression so easily.
Did you hear that, Jim? Why, it's gold after all.
No.
But you just said it was...
I said this wasn't fool's gold. It isn't. Looks to me as though it were a sulfide of silver or copper, most likely the former.
And that means that
There's little doubt but what this float was broken off from an outcropping of silver ore. I'm almost positive this is silver, not copper.
But inside there, that fellow called Lucky was even willing to bet me on
You
it.
recall he was willing to bet this wasn't gold ore.
That's right, Jim.
But why would he act so blame sure that it was fool's gold?
I think he was quite sure it wasn't.
Huh?
I noticed something you didn't. When you gave him this piece of ore, he scratched it across the ring he wore on his hand. That probably told him what he wanted to know.
He tricked us?
That wouldn't be easy to prove. It would do you no good if you could. Did he ask where you'd found this float?
He did. He asked particular.
I thought so.
Gosh, what do we do?
He said you found this in a gully.
Uh-huh.
This ore is smooth and shiny. That shows it was washed to the place where you found it. May have been washed into Turtle Creek, then into the gully during the spring floods.
Yeah, that's likely.
You've told Lucky and Hard Rock where you found this. Unless I'm mistaken, they'll be on their way to find the ledge it came from.
They sure will if they really lied to us on purpose.
But you have just as good a chance to locate that vein as they have. If I were you, I'd get back to that district as fast as I could and start my search.
We'll do that, stranger.
Gosh, I don't know just what to think. Well, don't get me wrong, stranger, but how are we to know you're telling us the truth? After all, it's just your word against them other fellas.
You don't have to believe me. Get a fire assay made if you wish.
Yeah, we can do that.
But don't waste time. If you do, Lucky and Hard Rock will beat you to it. The fire assay suggested by the Lone Ranger proved to Bob and Jim the truth of his statements. The specimen of ore they had brought to town was rich in silver. When, on top of this, they learned that Lucky and Hard Rock had been seen on the trail to Turtle Creek, the last of their doubt disappeared. The two young men hastened back to the district and started an intensive search for the ledge from which the ore had come. For almost a week, however, they were unable to find any trace of it, and...
Gosh, Jim, I don't know whether we're going to find that vein or not. We sure haven't seen anything yet that looks like it.
That float we found had to come from someplace. There ain't no use giving up.
Don't you think we've got about as far from camp as we ought to today?
Let's just look over the rest of this slope before we turn back, huh?
I'm getting tired of walking.
It ain't far. Say, you know, I've been wondering about something, Bob.
Yeah?
Why don't we run into Lucky and Hard Rock? They're around here. They must be. But since we've seen that one camp of theirs on the way here, there hasn't been a sign of them.
I've been wondering, too.
You don't suppose they're keeping out of sight on purpose, do you?
They better.
Oh, I don't reckon they're much scared of us, but there's just two things I can think of.
What's that, Jim?
Well, for one thing, they might have found that ore vein and headed back to town to record it.
Say, do you think they have?
I can't say. And then again, they might have had to look around and give up. They had a couple days start on us, you know.
Gosh, I'd feel a heap better if I knew they had.
Here, give me that pick.
See something?
Oh, I don't know.
Let's see.
That look like it?
No, I don't think it... Wait, look up above there.
Huh?
That outcropping. See where the sun strikes it? By gravy, Jim, if that ain't it, I'll eat my hat. Give me back that pick. Come on.
The ledge.
You bet it is.
Here.
Gosh, and if I hadn't been kneeling down and if the sun hadn't struck it just right, we'd probably never have seen it.
Break off some chunks.
Yeah.
That's it. Now, wait a minute. That's enough. Look here. Just like the float we found.
There can't be no doubt about it. Jim, we're going to move our camp up here, build our location monuments, and first thing in the morning, one of us can head for town and file the papers.
While the other keeps guard.
And the first fellow tries to jump this claim will get his head blowed off.
Come on, Bob. Break off some more chunks. This here stuff makes the prettiest sight I ever seen. Silver, Bob, and I'll bet there's tons of it.
Lucky by golly, them greenhorns located the vein.
Yeah.
And to think we was through here just 2 days ago without even noticing it.
I had a hunch they'd be the ones to find it.
That's why I said we should follow them.
Well, what do we do now?
Huh?
I mean, do you think we ought to drive them off and take over? Or have you got some other scheme?
Well, let's get out of here first. Keep to the woods so we won't be seen. Get up.
Get along.
Get along. Hard Rock, I got a notion we won't have to jump that claim.
No?
Well, we could probably get away with it. But afterwards, they'd likely go to court. And even if we won out, it'd cost us plenty cash.
And what other way is there?
How'd it be if they was to be hung for murder? Their claim wouldn't do 'em much good then, would it?
Murder? But how do you want to do that?
Just leave it to me, partner. When we get beyond sound of gunshot, I'll show you exactly what I got in my mind.
I don't see why you can't tell me now, Lucky.
Because it'd spoil it if I did. I can't hear the horses now. Come on, let's get going. Get up. Get up.
Bob and Jim moved their camp to the newly discovered claim before sundown. Then, early in the morning, Jim saddled and began the journey back to Aurora. It was a 3-day trip, but when he entered town, he did not draw rein until he had reached the office of the county clerk.
Oh there. Whoa, boy. Stay there, boy. Hey, anybody here? Where's the clerk?
You Jim Graves?
Huh? Oh, you're the sheriff, huh?
That's me.
Ain't the clerk supposed to be here? Did he step out or something?
You won't be needing him, young fella.
But what do you...
Just stand still while I take this here hardware you're carrying.
Hey, what's this for?
There. Reckon you won't start nothing now.
Now, look here.
Shut up. Lucky, is this the fella?
That's one of them, Sheriff. Likely the other one stayed behind. Lucky. Surprised to see me, huh? You must have figured you got me, too. Well, you didn't, you sneaking killer.
Killer? What in the... Sheriff, what's this all about? Have you fellas gone crazy?
You're under arrest.
But what for?
For jumping Lucky's claim.
And for killing my partner, Hard Rock. You'll hang, you polecat. You and that sidekick of yours will stretch hemp if I have to hang you myself.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When young Jim Graves arrived at the office of the county clerk in the town of Aurora to file upon the claim discovered by himself and his partner, Bob Holt, he was met with a charge of murder. The sheriff, paying no attention to Jim's protests, took the young man to the county jail and thrust him into a cell.
Get in there.
Blast it, Sheriff. This is a frame-up.
Never heard a killer yet that didn't say he was innocent.
You're just like all the other pilgrims that come out here. You figure just because you ain't back east no more, you can get away with anything.
Can't I say nothing for myself, Sheriff?
What do you want to say?
If Hard Rock's really been killed...
He was. He's resting in Boot Hill right now.
Well, even so, I never done it, and neither did Bob. And I'd like to know just why you're so all-fired sure we did.
I seen you do it. I was there at the time, wasn't I?
Keep still, Lucky. You too, young fella. Well, if it's reasons you want, I can give you 2 doggone good ones. Besides Lucky's testimony.
What are they?
Before you and your partner left town this last time, you talked plenty free about what you'd do when you met up with Lucky and Hard Rock again.
If you know that much, you ought to know why we talk that way. The skunks cheated us, or tried to.
You can't talk that
Lucky,
way.
I said to keep still.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I heard all about that part of it. Now, I ain't saying that they didn't pull a kind of sharp trick on you. But that ain't neither here nor there. The fact remains you threatened them, and there's plenty of folks in town that heard you.
That still don't prove nothing.
It'll help.
What's the other reason?
One that'll convict you, sure. I happen to know for a fact that outside of Lucky and Hard Rock, you and your partner were the only fellows in the whole Turtle Creek section.
How do you know?
I had a rustler in here that broke jail. I thought maybe he might have headed that way, so I took out after him.
We never seen you.
Yeah, but I seen you. I never stopped to talk because I was in too much of a hurry. But I scoured that district clean. And like I said, you was the only 4 fellas there.
Sheriff, I don't care who you seen and who you didn't. Me and Bob didn't jump no claim. We didn't kill nobody. Let me out, and by thunder, I'll find some way to show you this is just a put-up job. Just let me out and give me a chance at it.
You're staying where you are.
But, Sheriff,
and in just about a week's time, you're going to have company. We're going after that partner of yours. And after the trial, there's going to be a double hanging.
But when the Lone Ranger had learned of Jim Graves' danger, he had rejoined Tonto outside town and raced toward the distant claim where Bob Holt, unaware of what had happened, was awaiting Jim's return. Silver and Scout, urged on by their masters, made what was ordinarily a 3-day journey in less than 2. At the camp, the masked man and Tonto reined in while Bob watched them in alarm.
Oh, Silver. Oh, Scout. Oh. Up with your hands, both of you. I got you covered.
Put that gun down, Bob.
No, you don't. Just do like I told you and don't argue.
All right, Tonto. Hey, you drop gun. Let go.
I'll take the gun.
You dirty outlaws.
Let him go, Tonto. He's disarmed.
What's your game?
We came here to help you. I think we can talk better now that I have your gun.
Help me. It sure looks like it.
The sheriff is on his way here.
Huh?
To arrest you. Your partner's already in jail.
You're loco.
Not only in jail, Bob, but on a charge of claim jumping and murder.
That ain't so. I don't know what you figure to gain by that kind of a story, but it won't do you no good, I can tell you that.
It happens to be true, as you'll see when the sheriff arrives.
I'll bet.
I told you I came to help, and I mean it. Lucky Morgan is behind this. He shot his partner and plans to lay the blame on you and take over your claim when you're jailed.
Wait a second.
Yes?
Am I up with you before someplace? I've heard that voice. Doggone if I ain't. Now, whereabouts was it?
Never mind that. You've got to believe what I've told you.
I don't know why I should.
Because if you don't, both you and Jim will hang.
How come you know so much?
For reasons of our own, Tonto and I trailed you when you came here. We were afraid you might have trouble with Lucky and Hard Rock. We expected an attack if you found this outcropping and attempted to claim it. We didn't know that Lucky would murder his own partner to get this vein.
Yeah?
That's why we didn't keep track of Lucky, and why I didn't know until Jim was arrested in town that Hard Rock had been killed.
Say, are you really serious about all this?
I've been trying to convince you that I am.
Well, go on.
The point is just this. Tonto and I know that you and Jim are innocent. We didn't see the killing, of course. But as you, Jim, Lucky, and Hard Rock were the only ones in this district, and you and Jim are innocent, then Lucky has to be the killer.
I don't get all this. Lucky Morgan's a crook, all right. There ain't nobody got more reason to know it than what I have. But you don't actually mean to stand there and tell me he'd do in his own sidekick, do you?
This looks to me like a rich strike you've made here. It wouldn't be the first time men have been murdered for wealth.
But in cold blood.
In cold blood or not, the fact remains that it happened. If you don't take action, you and Jim will pay for it.
Why should a stranger like you worry about what happens to us?
That doesn't matter.
But what are you
Are you going to take steps to protect yourself, or aren't you?
You're giving me this straight. I gotta do something.
And the only way you can clear yourself and Jim is to convict Lucky.
How?
We don't know where Hard Rock was shot. There were no witnesses who could testify in your favor. Lucky certainly won't confess willingly without good cause.
Gosh, that leaves us in a fix.
You have one chance to escape.
What's that?
The sheriff should arrive here sometime tomorrow. You'll know as soon as you see him that I've been telling you the truth.
Well?
He'll accuse you of being guilty of the killing, too.
And when he does that?
And when he does that, Bob, your one chance to prove your innocence is to admit your guilt. Bob, at first puzzled by the masked man's statement that he could not be cleared until he had confessed to the murder, soon understood what was in the Lone Ranger's mind. Bob agreed to carry out the plan, and the masked man, accompanied by Tonto, disappeared. When the sheriff and Lucky rode up the next day, Bob hailed them with no visible concern.
Hi there, Sheriff. Howdy, Morgan.
You're under arrest for murder, Holt. Careful what you say, because maybe you'll be used against your trial.
And don't try to put up a fight, because you're going to join your murdering partner in jail. He's just arrested, we'll have to shoot you down.
You don't see me resisting, do you?
You admit you killed Hard Rock, huh?
Shucks, what's the use of denying it?
Huh? What's that you said?
You hard of hearing, Lucky? I said, what's the use of denying I killed Hard Rock?
You're admitting it?
Can't you get anything through that thick skull of yours? Of course I am.
Well, I'll be...
It's a blame funny thing.
Huh? What's funny?
You seen us coming here, didn't you?
Sure I did.
Then you must have known why we was coming here.
Uh-huh, I knew that, too.
Then why didn't you try to make a break? What'd you just stand and wait for?
Oh, I got my reasons.
You got reasons, you say?
Sure. Does that worry you, Lucky?
Oh, no. Don't worry me none. Why should it?
I just thought maybe it would.
Now, look here. If you got friends or something, as you're figuring will bust you loose, you can forget about them. You ain't going to get loose. You're wearing handcuffs the whole trip back. And when we have to camp at night, me and Lucky are taking turns guarding you. Now hold out your hands.
Sure.
There. Now, I'd just like to see you get out of them.
Golly, Sheriff, you got me all wrong. I ain't going to try to escape. And I ain't got no friends that are planning on helping me get loose. Fact is, Sheriff, fact is, I'm insisting on you jailing me for what I done. I won't stand for nothing else.
You beat anything I ever seen before.
He's up to something, Sheriff. He must be. Less'n he's crazy.
Lucky, I ain't crazy.
You're sure acted.
I ain't crazy, and I got a reason for what I'm doing, like I said before. Ready to go back, Sheriff?
Yeah, ain't nothing to stop us, I reckon. Bring this fella's horse over here, Lucky.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What's that, Sheriff?
Blasted, I don't know what to make of you. I've been a lawman the past 10 years. By and large, I'd figured I'd met up with every kind of crook and killer there was. But you're sure a new one on me. Just what are you scheming?
Suppose you wait and see.
Here's the horse, Sheriff.
Yeah, get to the saddle.
Lucky.
Huh? Blasted, what are you laughing at?
Nothing much, Lucky.
You...
But I can't help thinking of the surprise you're going to get before we reach town. Honest, the more I think about it, the funnier it gets.
Maybe it won't seem so funny when you're stretching rope.
If I stretch rope.
So you are planning on escaping?
I ain't, Sheriff. I give you my word I ain't.
If you can't talk sense, and I ain't got the time to listen to you. All I gotta say is that the first sign of a trick, you're getting drilled. Now just think that over. Let's go. Get up there. Get up there. Come on, get up. Get up.
Lucky, knowing himself guilty and Bob innocent, was completely mystified by the young miner's attitude. That night, when they made camp, Lucky had little to say over the evening meal. He chose to stand the first watch, and then, when the regular breathing of his two companions revealed that they were asleep, he moved swiftly and silently.
Wake up. Wake up, I tell you.
What's up?
Keep your blasted voice down.
Let me sleep. Go away, won't you?
You and me are going to have a little talk. You see that grove over there?
Doggone, leave me alone, won't you?
I got a shooting iron again your side.
What for?
Just to make sure you do like I say. If you don't, I'm pulling the trigger. And telling the sheriff I shot while you was trying to escape.
And I don't see
Are
what
you gonna move?
Yeah, don't look like I got much choice.
Quiet.
Which way?
To that grove, like I said. Now, come on, walk ahead of me.
How much farther I got to go?
Where our talking won't wake the sheriff.
We ain't got nothing to talk about.
That's your notion. I got a different one. Go on, keep moving.
You sure are stubborn, cuss.
And a blame bad one to try to trick. Which same you're going to find out right sudden.
Huh? Trick? What are you talking about?
Don't put on. You savvy, all right. Yeah, this'll do.
Well, say what you have to say, then let me get back to sleep. I'm tired enough to sleep standing up.
Just what's the idea?
Huh?
Don't pretend. What are you up to? What scheme are you figuring to pull?
You ain't making yourself real plain, Lucky. What do you mean, scheme?
Look here, blast you. I got this here gun and you're handcuffed. All I got to do is shoot, and you're done for. Now start talking.
I don't mind. What should I say?
You've got some trick up your sleeve, and I aim to find it out. Now, why did you tell the sheriff back at the claim that you killed Hard Rock?
Because I did. Shucks, you said so yourself.
Sure, I said you did. As far as the sheriff will ever know, that's the way it's going to be writ down in the record.
Well, then.
But you know and I know that it was me that killed Hard Rock, not you. And you wouldn't claim you had unless there was something behind it. Now, what was it?
That's my business.
It was. Now I'm making it mine. And there's another thing. When me and the sheriff rode up to your camp, you acted like you was expecting us. You didn't even act surprised when you heard about the killing and Jim being jailed. How come you found out?
Well, I got ways of learning things.
Don't forget this gun.
That ain't no reason to get hasty. Tell you what I'll do. You just answer me one question, and I'll give you the straight answer to all of yours. Fair enough?
What question?
Well, the way I got things figured is like this. You drilled Hard Rock so you could get me and Jim hung and you could jump our claim. Is that right?
Sure, it's right. Why else do you think I'd have done it? That all you going to ask?
It's enough, I reckon.
Now, you answer what I asked you before.
Lucky I done what I did, so...
What was that?
Have you heard enough, Sheriff? Every blame thing I need to know. You skunk, Lucky, reach.
What in blazing? Trick!
And proper.
You ain't getting me out.
Watch out.
You're getting yours, Holt. Oh!
I warned you. Grab the gun he dropped, Tonto. Here. Run.
You low down.
Save your wind. I got you. Hold on to him, Sheriff. You just bet I will. Now stand still, blast you. Another move out of you, and I'll save the county the expense of a trial.
Let me loose. Let go of me.
Quit your hollering.
Yeah. You was asking me some questions just a minute back, Lucky. Ain't you interested no more in what the answers are?
Just leave me loose.
Well, you're going to listen whether you like to or not. The scheme was a masked man's. He knew doggone well that you'd get so blamed curious and suspicious all at the same time that you'd have to try and find out what the trap was. So what he done was to make you so darn anxious to stay out of a trap that you walked right into it. The second he seen us leave together, he woke up the sheriff and brought him along where he could hear what was being said.
Well, make him pay.
Well, maybe you will, Lucky. But you're going to hang first. But after that, of course, you're welcome to do anything you've got a mind to.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Come on, Silver, old fellow! Settlers are in danger in the Apache country! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Still have any mystery left for a man after living in a place like this for 3 days, I don't know.
Darling, you don't need mystery. You've got something much better, something more alluring.
What?
Me.
You. Well, you see, it's New Year's Eve, Aunt Catherine.
The old battle axe?
Shut up. Excuse me, Aunt Catherine. I was talking to the dog. This is Aunt Hattie.
How are you?
Don't mumble, young man. Don't mumble.
How are you?
She's dead.
You're telling me. You got a gun?
No.
What'd you do with it?
I never had one.
Miss Burns has a brother who has a gun.
If that little rat tries to hang anything on me, I'll...
You leave my brother out of this.
Take it easy, take it easy. That's what they want. They want to get you at each other's throats. Just answer what you wanna, and don't let them get you.
I can't stand that shyster.
I was beginning to suspect that.
Resolutions?
Not yet. Any complaints or suggestions?
Few. You don't scold, you don't nag, and you look far too pretty in the mornings.
All right, I'll remember. Must scold, must nag, mustn't be too pretty in the mornings.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is window. W-I-N-D-O-W.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, a comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who now have on display the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new 1954 Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. George, who's first?
Groucho, we have a married couple from our audience, Mr. and Mrs. Marty J. Backjean. So, folks, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and take home an extra $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mr. and Mrs. Marty J. Backjean, huh? Backjean. What kind of a name is Backjean?
Well, it's J-I-A-N, Backjean, but we changed it to J-E-A-N, Backjean.
In other words, you changed your genes, huh? Not in midstream, I hope. Mrs. Backjean, what is your first name?
Helen.
Helen. Well, that's a nice name. You could be from Troy. What is your hometown?
I'm from Long Island, Queens County, New York.
Oh. Well, that's a nice place there. I used to live in Great Neck there. May I inquire how old you are, Helen?
I'm 27.
27, all right. Young-looking 27.
Thank you.
And where are you from originally, Marty?
Well, originally from West Hoboken, New Jersey, about a half mile from Hoboken Ferry.
Oh, I used to live in Hoboken many years ago. How old are you, Marty?
45.
Really? And Helen's 27. Well, that makes 18 years difference, huh?
That's right.
How long you two been married?
10 years.
You certainly don't look it, huh? Where exactly did you meet Marty? Do you remember?
Yes, I was in the 10th grade at Polytechnic High School.
You were in the 10th grade together? And he was 18 years older than you? Marty, what were you, the village idiot?
No, I was a teacher.
Oh, I see. And Helen married a teacher, huh? Well, that's a new one, huh? Marty, what kind of a class were you teaching?
I was a class in library science. I was a school librarian.
Oh. Well, I must say, Helen, you had a lot of courage. No, this is no reflection on you, Marty. Most kids, when they go to the library, bring home a book. And... Helen varied there. She brought home the librarian. Well, tell us something about library work. How do you become a librarian? Do you have to start out as a bookie?
Well, Groucho, I didn't start out as a bookie. I started out as a shelf reader.
All right, well, were you Morocco-bound at the time, or were you still in Hoboken?
No. I started out as a shelf reader. And
Shelf reader?
Yes.
You read shelves?
I read shelves. Straightened the books on the shelves of the Los Angeles Public Library. And then went on to become a page, and then a junior librarian.
You became a page in one of the books? You said you started at the bottom, didn't you?
Right at the bottom.
What are you doing now, Ma? Have you given up teaching?
No, I'm still the high school librarian at Polytechnic High School in Los Angeles.
Oh. You know, speaking of books, in almost every home there are shelves with books on them, good books. People have read these books, and they never read them again, and they remain on these library shelves. And the camps and hospitals, the service camps and hospitals, could use these books. They need them desperately. And if any of you folks out front have any books like that you're through with and don't intend to read again, instead of just decorating the shelves, why not take them to your nearest USO station and drop them off there? You'll be doing a wonderful thing for the kids. Well, you're a nice couple, and I'm sure you'd like to win a lot of money tonight. Wouldn't you?
Oh, I'd love to.
All right, well, let's play You Bet Your Life. Now, tonight we're going to change our quiz. You know, in past weeks, the contestants have been betting all their money on every question, and too many people have been going broke. George Fenneman, will you come in here? I want you to explain the rules.
You get 4 questions. You pick them yourselves by number from a list that Groucho has in his hand there. Now, each question has a value, ranging from $10 for the first on the list up to $100 for the 10th question. As the value increases, $10 at a time, the questions get tougher. You can pick any 4 of the 10 that you want. If we miss the question, we don't subtract anything, and if you get it right, we add it to your total.
Now, is that clear?
Very clear.
Any question? Remember, the more the question is worth, the tougher it is. Number 1 is easy, number 10 is very hard. So it's up to you. The couple that wins the most money gets the chance at the big question later. Well, let's see how much money you can win. You selected American history, and you ought to be pretty good at this. Now, you can start with a $10 question, 50 or 80 or 100. You can start with any question you want.
We'll try the $50 question.
50. Well, that's a nice compromise. All right. Who was the president of the Confederate States?
Jefferson Davis.
That's right. You have $50.
You're on your way with $50.
Now, you see, the beauty of this quiz is you can't lose this 50. This is inviolate. This is yours.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Now, you have to talk real loud because these people want to hear what you're saying.
We'll take the $70 question.
$70.
Yes.
Now, if you win this one, you'll have 120. What was the name of the British general who surrendered at Yorktown?
Cornwallis. What are you talking?
Cornwallis.
Cornwallis is right.
You now have $120.
Isn't this much better than the old way?
So far.
Of course, we're going to break the sponsor, but we don't care about that. Now you have $120. Now, what are you going to bet?
80 or 90.
You had a 70. You want to try an 80?
Let's try it.
The 80s are very good this year. We just got them in this morning.
90. We'll try the $90.
90. Ethan Allen was a revolutionary hero in command of a famous group of militia. What were they called?
The Minutemen.
No, I'm sorry. It was the Green Mountain Boys.
Well, you still have $120, however, and one more chance, right?
Now you have one more chance.
Well, we should try the $100.
All right.
We'll try the $100 question.
Okay. A famous raid on an arsenal led by John Brown in 1859 was one of the incidents that eventually led to the war between the states. What was the name of this place? Talk it over. You're married.
Yeah. No, it was a bridge or something. It was a fort. We don't know, Groucho.
Well, you should have known this. It's Harper's Ferry.
I was thinking of a bridge, yeah.
It's named after my brother, Harper's Marx, huh?
And you still wind up with $120.
Well, that's pretty good. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth Deal. Okay, George, who's next?
Well, we invited some sulky drivers to the program tonight, Groucho, and our studio audience selected Mr. Bai Shively to be on the show. And his partner has an interesting hobby. She's Mrs. Frances S. Berra. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mrs. Frances S. Berra and Bai Shively. Mrs. Berra, I'll start with you. Where are you from?
Oh, well, I'm from Inglewood, California.
Oh, is that so? I used to live there.
Yes.
How old would you say you are, approximately, Mrs. Barrett?
Oh, well, I'd say I'm about 28.
Uh-huh. Well, how old actually are you? You're married, I presume, from this moniker here. Huh?
Yes, I am.
Uh-huh. And Mr. Shively? Where, By Shively, huh?
Yes, sir.
Where are you from, By?
Well, I was born in Indiana.
Oh, whereabouts?
A town called Goodland up in the northwestern.
Oh, is that so? I used to live there. Great old town. Your name is By Shively?
Yes.
What does the By stand for?
Well, I hate to mention that. That stands for Bion.
For what?
Bion.
B-I-A-N?
O-N.
B-I-O-N? Is that an old Yankee name, or?
Well, I don't know. Some fella named me that... They said he had quite a little money, and he tied that name on to me, and I... when he died, he never left me a nickel. I don't like to mention...
Well, that was a good one on him, wasn't it, huh? How old are you, By?
Oh, I'm only 75.
Well, you're only a kid, huh?
Yeah.
Are you married?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. How long have you been married, huh?
Oh, about 54 years.
Are you happily married, By?
Well, yes, most of the time.
You have any children?
One boy.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. What was it Fenneman called you?
Sulky driver.
You're a sulky driver? You mean you drive a horse and carriage?
Drive trotters and pacers to a sulky.
Hmm. I don't like to say this, but aren't you a little old for horse racing?
You can drive as long as you can sit on a bike and hold a pair of lines, I guess.
What big races have you won, Mr. Shively?
Well, I'm on this Golden West trot out here to Santa Anita. I won the Kentucky Futurity and the Hamiltonian.
Well, that's a real big one, the Hamiltonian, isn't it?
Well, it's about 10,000 more than the Kentucky Futurity.
Well, you're a pretty modest fellow, aren't you, the way you reel these victories off here, as though they were nothing.
Well,
You don't like to talk much, but you don't blow your own horn very much.
Well, I never noticed it.
You say you're married, Mrs. Barrett?
Yes, I am.
How did you meet your husband?
Well,
I presume you still have him,
I was looking for a job one day, and he had a flying school. So,
a what?
A flying school.
A flying school?
Mm-hmm.
That's a great idea. The best we could do when I was a kid was to tip the school over on its side. Never could get it to fly. What were you doing at this place?
Well, I was asking him for a job.
Oh?
And I worked for him for about a year, and then we were married.
Well, what did you do? You say you worked for him?
I was a flight instructor.
Oh. How long did you do this?
Oh, I've been flying for about 12 years.
You've been flying for 12 years? That's a long time. Well, how'd you manage it? Did they refuel you in midair? Apparently you've done a lot of flying. Have you made any unusual flights, Francis?
Yes, I have flown in the Powder Puff Derby for the last 3 years.
The Powder Puff Derby?
Yes.
Really? That's one place I've never been. Isn't that the ladies' lounge at the Brown Derby?
No, it's the all-women transcontinental air race.
Oh. And you were in it this year?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And where is this, where did you fly from?
Well,
and to?
I flew from Lawrence, Massachusetts to Long Beach, California.
That's a long ride. How'd you make out?
I won.
Really? Well, we got nothing but champs up here tonight. Congratulations. You must be pretty good with a powder puff, huh?
Well, try.
You must have a pretty fast plane. Is it a jet plane?
Oh, no. It's a very slow plane. In fact, you can come in last and still win.
Only in a woman's race could you make a statement. Well, you're both in a different kind of a race tonight. You're going to play You Bet Your Life for a lot of money. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
In the race for the $1,000, Mr. and Mrs. Backgene won $120, and the secret word is window.
I have 10 questions here. You get any 4 of these questions you want. Only remember, number 10 is for $100, and that's much more difficult than the first question, which is for $10. Is that clear? And any money you win, you keep. Now, you took food and drink as your category. Just talk up.
70.
Whatever you say.
$70.
$70. What is the salted roe of the sturgeon called? You don't know, take a guess.
Caviar.
Caviar's right, yes.
On your way, you have $70.
Don't do that. When you know the
I won
answer,
the same.
shout it out, eh? Now you have $70, which is yours, and nobody can take that away from you. Except me as soon as the show is over. Huh? Now, which one do you want? You want the 100? You want the 10, 20, 30, anything?
80.
Talk up, kids.
That's all right. You're the
$80.
answer.
$80. All right. What is the sugar substitute made from coal tar called? Talk it over. Your partners.
Oh, I don't have no idea.
Sir?
No, you should know this. Saccharin.
But you still have $70.
All right. Now your third question. Which one do you want?
$60.
60. What is the main ingredient of borscht?
Wine?
Take a guess. No. I can see you're not Russian. It's beets.
You still have $70.
All right. Now here's your fourth one. You can't lose that 70.
Should we try 50?
Anything,
All right. What are the small cubes of toasted bread served with soup called? Talk it over. Small cubes of toasted bread.
I don't know.
Croutons.
And
Anyway.
you wind up with $70.
Well, that's not too bad. Thanks and good luck. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Nobody cheats me out of that. I don't want to get fired. Now, before we go on, I have something here I would like to mention. It's about Christmas seals. You know, every one of those Christmas seals you buy and use helps fight the battle of tuberculosis. And TB is our country's #1 infectious killer. So answer that letter you get containing the Christmas seals. Buy them and use them. All right, George, who's next?
Well, now we have a woman with an interesting job and a man who works in a restaurant, Groucho. She's Mrs. Edith Keenest and Mr. Tony Hartenstein. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mrs. Edith Keenest, is that how you pronounce it?
That's right, Edith Keenest.
Now, what kind of a name is that, Keenest?
My husband's from Switzerland. It's a Swiss name.
Oh. And where are you from, Edith?
I'm from New York City, right near Morningside Park.
Oh, is that so? I used to live there.
Is that so?
Tony Hartenstein? What?
Hartenstein.
Stein. What kind of a name is that?
That's a Swiss name. I'm from Switzerland.
Oh, naturally. Who isn't? Everybody around here tonight is from Switzerland. I used to live in Switzerland. Now, Edith, what sort of work does your husband do?
He and I operate a dude ranch, the Double E Ranch in Woodland Hills.
You run a dude ranch? Well, I'm glad to hear that. I take my little daughter to dude ranches quite frequently in the summer now. What is yours like?
Well, ours is the dude ranch for dogs and has nothing to do with people.
What do you mean, a dude ranch for dogs? Are you serious?
I'm perfectly serious. It's the same for dogs as it would be for people, only we only take dogs.
Oh. Well, is your dude ranch full most of the time?
It's full all of the time. In fact, we turn dogs away almost every day.
Your place must be a howling success, huh? I happen to have a French poodle. Now, suppose I wanted to leave him at your flea bag when I went out of town. How would I go about it?
Well, the first thing you'd have to do is give me plenty of notice so that I'd be sure to be able to accommodate you.
No, it's for the poodle. I don't know. Now, what else do I have to do to get my dog into your club?
Well, you have to tell me who recommended us to you, because we're very particular about the dogs. They have to be strictly pets, and we have to know who the people are that send them.
Suppose these dogs get lonesome for their owners. What do you do?
Well, most of the owners write their dogs, and then I take the letters into the dogs, and I let them smell it, and I even read it to them.
They read these letters in the litters?
No, I read the letters to them, and they smell it, and then they know it's from their owners, and I answer the letters for the dogs.
What are the rates? What are the rates of this joint?
Well, I'd rather not go into the rates, but they're reasonable.
What do you regard as reasonable, Edith?
Well, not expensive.
You give me the old doggy runaround. Well, Tony, not to change the subject, which needs changing about now. What sort of work do you do?
I'm an accordion player at the Switzerland restaurant.
You're an accordion, a squeeze box you play?
That's right, vacuum cleaner.
You're kind of a Swiss Phil Baker, huh?
That's right.
Can you yodel?
Yes, I can.
You can, huh? Well, what is a yodel exactly, Tony?
Well, a yodel is a combination of your chest voice and the falsetto. And, of course, most of all, it's an expression of joy.
Mm-hmm. Could you teach me to yodel?
Well, I think so. Can you sing?
Apparently you haven't heard me. I can whine a bit.
Well, you take, for instance, you say, hololo.
Hololo.
That's right. Now you put some voice in it, and you go, hololo, hololo. That's right. Now this was your chest voice. Now you take the words oo and do, but here you use your falsetto, like this. Hololo, do, hololo, do, hololo, do, hololo, do.
Well, let's have a whole yodel now, huh? Six dogs just broke out of our kennel. Now, can you yodel there? Oh, holy, holy, holy. Now, you yodel that and I'll sing the low part now.
All right. What key, will you?
Well, pick any key. Oh, holy, holy,
holy, holy, holy, holy,
holy, holy, I can do more things badly than anybody in television. Well, it's been certainly fun talking to you two, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the big money.
In the race for the $1,000, Mr. and Mrs. Magee are still leading with $120.
Now, you know we have a new quiz game, or don't you know? You have chosen geography as your category. I've got 10 questions here. You pick any 4 of these you want. They start at $10 and go up to $100. Further up you go, the tougher they get. Now, are there any questions? Is this clear to you?
I believe so.
All right, you can take a $10 question, which is the easiest, $100, $50, anything you want. Talk up.
10.
10?
Mm-hmm.
All right, in what foreign capital do you find the Kremlin?
Moscow.
That's right. You see, you should have taken a $100 question.
Well, you now have $10.
Now you have $10. Now you can take any question you want.
20?
20? All right. In what state do you find Pikes Peak?
Colorado.
Colorado is right.
Now have $30.
Now, which one do you want?
All right.
40.
40. What is the capital city of Chile?
Santiago.
Santiago is right.
You now have $70.
Now you have one more question. You can take any one you want.
Okay.
60.
60. What is the tallest mountain in North America?
North America? Mount McKinley.
Mount McKinley is right.
And you wind up with $130.
Well, thanks.
That means that the lady who runs the Dude Ranch for Dogs and her partner with $130 in just 1 minute get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Arlene Francis here to tell you about the most wonderful new car I've ever seen, the 1954 DeSoto Automatic. The DeSoto Automatic is the one car planned and built to do exactly what you want it to do. Do it instantly, do it quietly, and do it safely at all speeds. That's a marvelous thing to know. And what a beautiful car. There are completely new interiors, too. The new instrument panel is in perfect harmony with the rest of the exquisite appointments. A real jewel-like instrument panel, giving you a real feeling of luxury. Take it from me, this 1954 DeSoto Automatic is a really thrilling car. A car you'll want to see right away at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Drop in to drive the 1954 DeSoto Automatic and enjoy a DeSoto ride, the ride that puts you ahead automatically.
Here comes our winning couple, Groucho, the man from Switzerland and the lady who runs the Dog Dude Ranch, all set for the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question.
No coaching now. One of the colorful figures of California's early days was a writer and poet who immortalized such places as Roaring Camp and Poker Flat. For $1,000, tell me the name of this famous poet. Talk it over. What's the answer you two have decided upon? Take a guess.
Well, we don't know.
Well, it was Bret Harte, a very famous poet and novelist. So that means Bret Harte, B-R-E-T, capital H-A-R-T. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win the quiz, George?
They won $130
well,
in the quiz.
Not too bad. Thanks and good luck from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast and to all of our contestants on the show tonight. Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-price field. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars. Both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. When driving, don't stick your neck out in traffic. You'll Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You'll Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.